Hey, buddy.
How'd you like the way I kicked y'all's ass out of that hangout? I did good, right?
Yeah, man, you did well.
All right. I love sniping.
I thought it was some. I thought it was some voodoo shit, man.
No, I just said, well, I guess I'll get them in the new hangout. Yeah, man, still pouring down. I mean, I haven't seen this much consecutive rain in a long time here, man. It's been 4 days straight just
Wow,
pouring.
man.
That is very unusual for this area.
Right. And you've been in that area for many years, eh?
But yeah, and I was actually born in this area too. So yeah, man, it's really strange. But I mean, hey, it's a good thing. You know, it's knocked all the pollen down. That's good. The grass is just dark green. That's good. Uh, but man, just I probably way too much water. You know, but I'm sure the water table is way up in the area now. Well, hell, not just in this area, man. It's just raining all over the states, everywhere.
Hey, buddy, I remember we were in my buddy's basement, my Filipino friends, and I remember hearing ZZ Top for the first time, eh?
Uh
And
huh.
hearing all that guitar work and stuff, and
Oh yeah.
man,
You
it
know,
was
you know, yeah,
different
you know,
sound,
Yeah, but Billy Gibbons uses
Yeah,
a BK Butler tube driver, which is what I love also.
right. And that was around the time where the videos started coming out, like MTV and stuff, eh? And then you seen them in the hot rod,
Oh, that's right. Do
uh,
you know he
legs,
Billy? Yeah, Billy Gibbons has a big car warehouse. He collects antique cars.
right? She's got
Yeah,
legs, knows how to
and
use
knows
them.
how to use them. Own sound too, man.
Yeah, man.
I'll tell you. Here's one for you. So I met Billy Gibbons, right? And it was in Chattanooga, Tennessee, and it was me, Billy Gibbons, Bruce that owned the vintage music store, and two other guys. And so we started passing a guitar around, and Billy Gibbons wouldn't play, man.
Wow.
Yeah, it kind of flipped me out, man. You know, Billy Gibbons is not an extravagant guitar player. He just finds his little thing and does it.
His little groove.
Yeah, he just finds his groove and does it. But I found that to be a little, I don't want to say disturbing. It's
No.
just that he, for whatever the reason was, he chose not to play.
Yeah,
But
he just wasn't feeling it, man. That's all.
yeah, it was just who knows why. I mean, we were all staying in motels, and I was up there to buy a bunch of vintage music equipment from Bruce that weekend, and he was showing me Stevie Ray Vaughan's stack that he had sitting there. That
Wow.
after
There
Stevie
we
Ray
go.
died, yeah. In other words, Stevie Ray had. In other words, he got it for him, and
Right.
then Stevie Ray died. So it was sitting there. I could have bought Stevie Ray's Marshall stack for $6,500 back then.
I still remember that day when he passed, man.
Yeah, remember?
He's another cat, man. I remember hearing his stuff, man. Cold Shot, and some other stuff.
You
And
know
then
where,
I,
yeah, where Stevie started getting his sound together is when he started using a Dumble amp,
hmm
and he started to use a Dumble amplifier and two twins, and and then I think he had a big old speaker cabinet and stuff too.
right,
But he didn't really have his sound together until then. And once Howard Dumble tailored that amplifier for the way he played, man, he started to sound good. All of his harmonics were good, and man, you could tell it made him play twice as good. And
right.
and that's what it does for you. It makes you get into it more, and you start playing twice as good. That's what it does. And that's when Stevie Ray really started to get his shit together. He recorded in Jackson Brown's studio, and Jackson Brown had a Dumble amp. And ever since he saw that, man, and got turned on to Howard Dumble.
Right. His brother Vince Vaughn was with the band Double Trouble, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, man. I remember listening to Stevie Ray doing Voodoo Child, Jimmy's tune.
Oh, it was killer.
Man, I'm like, what? He just did that?
Yeah. I actually liked Stevie Ray's version a little better, man. I'm not taking away from Jimmy. I'm just saying I really liked what Stevie Ray did with it.
I was impressed, man.
Yeah, man. It just killer.
Oh, man.
You know, he played with 13s, right? His strings.
Right.
He played with 13s, man. That's fucking thick.
13 gauge. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, man.
He put so much soul into that sound when he did that.
Yeah, man.
Child, man.
Yeah,
everything
man.
about him was in that, man.
Yes, it was.
His spirit and everything, man.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, wow, man. Wow. He was honoring.
Yeah, that's killer.
He was honoring Jimmy, man. Here you go. It was.
I'll tell you what, man. I'm gonna turn you on to something. Hey, is your camera working, Crystal? I'm gonna show you something that I just remembered. I have a point-to-point hand-wired original Crybaby wah from the 60s.
Cool, man.
And it's back here. I'll tell you what, I'll show it to you one day here, but I've got it back there.
Yeah.
And I wanted to show you the guts of it and why those original, actually, I'm sorry, I said Crybaby. It's a Thomas organ. It's a Thomas organ wah.
Right.
And man, that for me, it operates and accentuates the frequencies that I like. It's more in the mid to low spectrum instead of the real raspy high like the other ones. And I'm all about the point-to-point hand-wired stuff. It's just my cup of tea. But anyway, yeah, I have an original, man, and they're real hard to come by now.
Yeah, I remember hearing Jimmy Page with the Yardbirds doing Heart Full of Soul.
Yeah.
And that kind of sound. I was impressed with that too, man.
Do you remember Delaney and Bonnie?
That company, you mean?
No, Delaney and Bonnie. It was
that act?
Yes.
Man, I think that's before my time, man.
Well, Delaney and Bonnie, Bobby Whitlock, which wrote Layla with
Eric Clapton.
Yeah, Whitlock also played with Delaney and Bonnie.
Okay.
You know, speaking about Voodoo Child Slight Return, yeah, Stevie Ray did the best version next to.
Unbelievable.
I mean, Robin Trower tried it and that. He's okay.
Yeah, Trower, yeah.
But nobody can match Stevie. I mean, he was the last of the great guitarists.
Right.
Yeah, man.
Really. You know, has anybody been born since him? There's a few.
It's the soul that he put behind it.
Well, that's it, you know.
Yeah.
I know. He was, you know, there was nobody like him. He had quite a story, from a kid with his family, his brother.
Amazing.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
I think he quit school like at 15 or something. So fuck this.
Yeah.
Just play.
I love Stevie Ray Vaughan, man.
Yeah, he was cool. He had a cool attitude too.
Yeah, I liked his style. You know, he wore the jade and, you know, the belts, the hat, that whole style. That was his, man.
Well, he just did his own thing. He really didn't follow anybody, you know. He just kind of did his own blues, and that's what he liked, and that's what he created, and that's what he did.
Yep.
And, you know, nobody liked him. He's one of the greats.
Oh, yeah, man.
Up there with them all.
And he didn't have an attitude, you know?
No, that's what I say. He had a great attitude.
Yeah.
You know, he told people to fuck off when they needed to be in.
That's it.
But he was, one of the greats up there with everybody other great,
Yeah,
whether
man.
Eric Clapton or Page or
Yeah,
Blackmore.
me and my buddy, we were working at a precast company just north of Toronto, and we were heading home, and we're listening to some tunes, and the radio station in Toronto, the most popular one was Q107. The
Right.
DJ, he cut the music off right away, and he come over on the radio, and he started talking. He says, I have some very bad news. Stevie Ray Vaughan
I
has
know.
has
Fuck.
died today.
I
And
know. I
I'm
remember
I'm
hearing it.
top
And I went,
cover.
oh,
I'm
fuck.
like, I look at my buddy. He looks at me, and we're like, "Are you
I
fucking
remember when it happened. It was like, oh, not a fuck those
fuck me, man?"
fucking planes, Jesus.
Buddy Holly, fucking Randy
Everybody.
Rhodes.
Well, everybody, I remember that too. It was like, not another one. What are you doing? You can't be just killing the best for fuck's sake.
Fuck me, man.
Can't you kill Castro or somebody else in a plane?
Yeah, I
do us a
know.
favor for fuck's sake.
Kill the tyrants up there in a plane, man. Not
Yeah,
these greats of ours.
Yeah, they're all surviving. Jesus. I agree with Buddy though, but one thing about Billy Gibbons he was one hell of a riffer. I mean, he
Oh, yeah,
pulled fucking riffs off like nobody else, and that's easy
Yeah,
to
man.
know.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of good riffers, like Tony Iommi of Black Sabbath. That was all his riffs. Like Blackmore.
Right.
They get a riff and you build a song to it, and the riff's so catchy.
Yeah.
And it can be so simple too.
Right.
Right.
And you have to
It doesn't
remember,
be
Tony.
fancy. Look at Smoke
Tony
on the
Iommi.
Water. Look at Smoke on the Water. That was just it was actually a bass. What he said was it was a bridge
bass
from a classical song that he speeded up and put one different note in. And there you had ding, 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 ding. I think the original was just one note out. Like, fuck off, cat, for fuck's sakes. Jesus. Fucking cat. Walks right through the wire of the headphones all the fucking time. Now, get out. Well, you can't have these animals liking you. They get.
It's just funny, when it happens. Fucking cat, that damn you fucking cat, you fucking.
And he took off too. He knew I was mad. But no, I'm not mad. That's where I handle my animals. I talk to them, and they actually, like my dogs were all word trained. I could say a word. They know exactly what I meant.
Right.
Whether it was piss, poo, fucking food, moose out the window, there's over bad dog, don't go to skunk. Knew what a skunk was, so it didn't get sprayed. Just have to yell if she was chased skunk, she'd stop. And I'd say stink. And that was the magic word, stink, because she got a little bit of a spray one time, and I just kept using the same word over and over. Stink, skunk. She knew exactly what it meant when I said stink. Oh, skunk, yep. Yeah.
Yeah, that was.
Billy Gibbons, though, he did some pretty good riffs. I remember when Tush came out, I agree as well.
Yeah, Richie Blackmore, he stole that riff from Beethoven's Number 5 Symphony.
Yeah, but then there was another version that he said he put it in reverse from another fucking
right.
Another classical song, and it came out. It could be that too. So. I guess it's how you feel, or what you thought made you do that riff. With such simple riffs too, the catchy, And I mean, some of these bands, like they thought Machine Head, they thought the hit was going to be "Pictures of Home," but it wasn't. It was "Smoke on the Water." Right. Just like in, a few albums of Zeppelin, like they never knew that the hit. People knew that "Whole Lot of Love" was going to be a hit, but there was a couple others that they didn't realize. Like Rock and Roll, they didn't realize that was going to be anything. And Black Sabbath, totally. Paranoid, their biggest hit, that was put together for a fill for the album of Paranoid. It was supposed to be, what was it? Supposed to be Walt Pig. I forget what the name of the original name was, but the record company wanted Paranoid. And Paranoid was just a song they put together in 15, 20 minutes to fill, and that became the big hit because it was that riff. Just that dee 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 dee. It's just the riff. And even surprised the musicians too. What are you crying about, Kitty? It's funny how some of the simplest songs that people write are the biggest hits. You know.
What did you think about Changes?
The song
Yeah.
I liked it. That was the big hit back then. And
Oh man.
Suffragette City, that was a big hit.
Yeah, I mean,
Well,
when
them
you
damn
listen to
thinking, the
Black
Suffragette City.
Sabbath, you listen to Black Sabbath, it's all heavy stuff, and then all
Oh,
of a sudden,
Changes. I thought you
yeah,
meant like Changes by Bowie, you know.
no,
Changes
no,
face
no,
the string. Oh, you mean
Black Sabbath.
Changes?
I'm
I'm
going
going through
through changes.
changes. Yeah. That's volume 4.
Yeah, man,
We used to do we used to do
that piano
Supernaut.
piece, man.
We used to do Supernaut because it was
Yeah,
pretty
I
cool
mean,
song.
Ozzy, eh? I'm
I wanna
feeling
reach out,
happy.
touch the
I'm
sky.
feeling sad.
I wanna know
I'm.
what you can let behind. I'm gonna climb up the mountain on the moon. And got the dish that went away with the spoon.
Oh, you're on to
Yeah.
Bowie now.
No, that was actually Supernaut. Remember from Volume 4?
Yeah.
That Black Sabbath song? That's the song I can remember when it came
Sing
out, the
another
album.
line. Sing another line. Sing a line
It
there.
goes,
I
it
didn't hear
goes
you.
out. I want to reach out and touch the sky. I want to
Okay.
go where the mountains up on high.
Okay.
I'm gonna climb every mountain and the moon. And watch the dish that ran away with the spoon. That's a weird line, eh? And watch the dish that ran away with the spoon. I guess it was just a fill line. Don't need no reason on every way. Yeah, it was pretty wild song there. But I liked it. It hit all the notes too. It's pretty. You got to get up there for it. You can actually bridge it down the key as well. Sounds just as good. Just like rock and roll was done.
Hmm.
Over the hills and far away, brought down a
Oh
key
yeah,
because
man.
Plank couldn't sing them anymore. But we could. Yeah.
Hey lady, got the love
I
I
love
need.
on me. Many
Maybe
times I've lied.
more than
Many
enough.
times I've listened.
Oh
Many
darling,
times.
darling, darling, got the
Walk
love I
around.
need.
And it goes, many times I've lied, and many times I've listened. Many times I've wondered how much truth can I know.
There is
Many dreams come true. Some absolutely lying. I live from my dreams. I live all alone. That song was always easy. Even when my voice wasn't that good, I could always hit that song. You know, people thought it was, hard because it was a little high, but it wasn't.
Man, when the drums kick in, man, wow, just takes you to another place, man.
Yeah. Yeah, the song went over well live. Song never went over well, never even tried to do was Misty Mountain Hop. Just couldn't, even with the keyboard in there, it just didn't fucking work. Just didn't. Like, try to
Yeah,
do It's Only Rock and Roll by the Stones. It just
right.
didn't fucking work
Yeah,
live.
Misty
Like, even
Mountain
if you
Hop.
had,
It's
even if you
it's a
had harmony vocals, it still didn't work very well.
it's a little bit of a different trip, eh? Misty Mountain
Well,
Hop.
Zeppelin, I've never heard a good version of them doing it live, ever. Not
Yeah.
not that I like, anyway, that does justice to the song. And I remember we tried it. And, I could hit the notes and stuff, but it just didn't go over.
Now, when you
So we
talk about
never put it in the set because it just didn't go over to it.
yeah, the
Not
battle
good
of the
enough.
the
Too
battle
many
of the
other
Ev-
songs went over way better to put that song in.
right,
You know, you're not
the
going to put
battle of
that song in just for the sake of it.
the battle of the Evermore. Now that's a different
Battle of
song.
Evermore. Yeah, I mean that one. I mean, you need somebody to sing with you in the high as a girl that you're calling out to, right? Like as far as doing it live,
Right.
it's pretty difficult. You got to have should have a mandolin in there as well as an acoustic guitar. Even an upright bass is better. But yeah, those songs are a little bit too elaborate to do live. I mean, you could if you set up for them, but it didn't really make sense.
Well, they did it. They did them.
Oh yeah, I know. I heard them do them live, and they did shitty
Yeah.
jobs. But Battle Evermore never came over very well. But the other things did, like things like Bronnier Stomp, and of course Going to California. That's the Way. Tangerine once in a while. But yeah, some songs. There's certain songs that just don't go over very well. Like depending on the band you've got, and how many pieces, but there's just some things live that just don't do justice. And we used to record, like I said, like Jeff was neurotic that way. He'd record a lot of the fucking gigs we did. He was just like that, and he'd play them back, and we loved it, right? Because he'd make copies for us and everything, and you could listen, and see what you liked about it, and what you didn't, right? And like if we did songs, he'd record the shit out of them, and it was always him. He'd say, "No, fuck, it sounds shit," and you'd have to agree because he'd point it out where it lacked, right?
Man,
And,
Plant on Battle of the Evermore, man, his
Yeah.
voice there, man, those high notes.
That's actually
Whoa.
that's Sandy Denny. Like he sits there and he goes, and then, but she's the one that calls. Why can't I think of the song? Queen of Law, he took her bow, and then she turned it on.
Yeah.
But she's the one that goes, "Oh, see the talking lights, but to the light." That she's the one that does that. That's not.
Yeah,
him.
that part. Yeah.
He just does the, it is still the highs, but not like her, right? She's calling
Right.
out. It's kind of a calling out song, from
Right.
Lord of the Rings. They're calling each other.
Right.
But it never went over live. It did when I saw Plant live with Page and Plant together, and he had that Maureen, his ex-wife's sister, singing with him, and she was going,
Yeah.
"Oh, la, 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 la," then it sounded all right. Then you had the fill that you needed, right? Everybody was on acoustic too, so you had like a rhythm guitarist and Page on lead.
Right.
And bass and a keyboard, so you could fill it up pretty good. Right.
And then you have Going to California on that with that
Yeah.
beautiful acoustic guitar, man.
Right. Going to California is easy because you can do it on one acoustic. You don't need much fill for that. You don't need a bass or nothing like that, or there's no drum, and it's not that easy or it's pretty easy to redo. But like I said, there's certain songs.
Sing the opening piece of that, man. Sing it.
Spent my days with a woman unkind, smoked my stuff and drank all my wine. Made up my mind to make a new start. I'm going to California with an aching in my heart. Someone told me there's a girl out there, loving her eyes, flowers in her hair. They got, see my life, I'm going for the punch in the nose, sorry, the phone, like I might be sinking. But gotta get some volume.
Throw me a line if I reach in time and meet you
Meet you up there with a pass and stay there. To find the queen without a king, that says she plays guitar and cries and sings. La la la
La la
la.
la la.
Ride a white mare in the footsteps of Dome, trying to find a woman who's never been born. Standing on the hill in the mountain dream, telling myself it's not hard as it seems. Yeah. For me, I gotta put out volume, big time, huge, like enough to make me sound real deaf and stuff.
Yeah, I hear you.
That's just the way to reach the tones and everything properly. I train myself that way, so peels the bark off trees or breaks windows. It's just the way it is. I mean, that's how you have to hit the notes, for me anyway. But I'm an old man now. That was all at one time. I can still do it in karaoke. Still blow them away.
Man.
Still go out there and blow them away and smile. Oh. But that's not the reason you go up there. You just go up there for fun. Like I said, there's girls that I know. I love doing duets, like we do, Bring Me Flowers, which is boring, but it goes over really well. It really does. It really sounds, pretty good.
You don't Bring Me Flowers anymore? Is that what you're talking about?
Well, yeah, because the girl I know, she sings it really well and likes to do the duet with me.
Nice,
right?
nice,
we do
man.
pretty well. And then I got her to do the song I was just telling you. You've Lost That Love and Feeling. And if you watch Neil Diamond do it with Linda Press, they sing it back to each other, right? Well, that's the way that song sounds pretty gay with one guy singing it.
Yeah.
If you think about it. It does, the way it's talking.
I actually like that song, You Don't Bring Me Flowers Anymore, by Barbara Streisand, man.
Yeah, well, Neil Diamond and Barbara Streisand did it, right?
Yeah,
You
man.
don't sing your love song. You don't bring me flowers anymore. You used to be so natural. Around the things, but at the end of the day, I remember when you didn't wait to love me.
Yeah,
Oh, it
man.
went over well, right? And Neil Diamond, I mean, it's easy to do. It's that nice low grind, like Peter Wolf or actually
They did that
John
late
Kay and
'70s.
Steppenwolf. What?
Yeah, they did that late '70s, wasn't it?
I think so.
Yeah.
I can remember when it came out. But I was probably at an age where I didn't really think much of it. As
Yeah,
far
John
as
Kay, man. Canadian boy, man.
yeah. Well, we used to do um, a lot of Steppenwolf. Went over well. People love Born to Be Wild, especially the biker type people that would be playing for it, Northbury be in and stuff, right? They just loved it. And they loved Doobies. They loved the Doobie Brothers. You know. So
How about the
we had
Pusher
a pretty
Man?
good Doobie set. What?
How about the Pusher Man?
Oh, I love doing that song. Just
Wow, man. With the Pusher
yes.
Man.
I smoked a lot of grass. No, Lord, I
Yeah.
popped a lot of pills. But the pussy don't care. God damn. The pusher. Yeah, I still do that. I like doing that karaoke. We can really jazz it up and that like we used to do live. Right?
Yeah,
We used
man.
to
That's
we
a
used
killer.
to we used to just we'd have a different version of that song and it sounded great every night because I remember
That's a
Jeff having the
that's a
tape.
killer tune, man.
Oh, I know. And with Mike and Jeff in there improvising all the time, if the sound was right and that the crowd was right and everything, it just the song would just flow 10 times better than it did the night before. It was one of those songs that just would build depending on the night because those guys loved the song too, right? Mike and Jeff, and they'd be just
Yeah, man.
putting their solos in or whatever in the middle.
How about four men in a rock and roll band?
No, that's Chilliwack.
I know it is.
We used to do Lonesome Mary. Try doing that if you're a vocalist. That's a
Oh, good
song.
luck.
Down the Lonesome Mary, she wasn't sitting on the road. She was alone, alone, everything alone. She was weeping and waiting.
That's
That was,
Henderson.
yeah,
That's Henderson.
that was when he was young. I was 72. We did that song. Lonesome, ooh, Lonesome Mary, yeah, 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 oh yeah. But that was one of the hardest songs to sing. It was like you had to sit there and figure out where to breathe. Eh? Go through the next verse. But it was
I
fun.
couldn't do it. I couldn't do it.
Well, not many people can. You think of that song, just like it's going to go, when you found the way to Mozart Mary, she was sitting on the road. She was a man that died by 10 pounds to take me by the road. She was a whipping and a wearing Joe. She bumming every day. She's a very, 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 how can you live that way? And she said, I
Yeah.
don't know. Must be in my so there's no breaks in it. You got to
Yeah.
figure out where to breathe on it. And that's what
Yeah,
I was
man.
laughed at, right?
Yeah.
But it was a pretty energetic song, eh? Just wow. Yeah, I remember that song.
Yeah, my buddy used to play the acoustic guitar at that basement apartment we used to rent, and after 6, 8 beers, he used to play the chords to that, and
Yeah.
I'd engage and start singing some lines into it. We had some good fun, man.
Oh, we did too, I mean, whatever. I mean, I remember getting
And then we'd get
we
into
just spent all our money. We just spent all
Yeah.
our money on stupid fucking coke and stuff. Like we weren't addicts or nothing. I'm trying to play of being rock stars and that.
No, I
'Cause
wasn't.
I remember at one time, $200 a show was good money back in those days. And that's what it was. It wasn't, it wasn't like guys set up their own gigs. They get paid the $2,000 a week and divvy it up, right? Well, we can go for that. It's better to have a guy set up the gigs, everything like that, pays you as like employees, and then you bring in your equipment, and then they rent the rest, and whatever. That's all chivvied up, and you can deal with that. Okay, if you use my board, anyway. And it was way better that way. We always got more $200 a night than we would splitting up a week. And but if you did a big venue, you'd only still get $200, right? It's the only thing if you're under that, unless you set it up yourself. Well, what we were talking about, why did I get onto that?
I don't know, man.
About costs of getting money. Oh, yeah, like I was saying, like spend all the money like on trying to live a rock star way, like a stupid stuff. Like I'd be out renting fucking dumb fucking Lincolns and stuff. Ooh, trying to play the role. Oh yeah. Fuck, what did I'm brand new, like 1979 Lincoln, whatever, town and country with everything in the world on it. Be cruising around in that, eh? Oh yeah, look at us.
Oh, you had fun.
Yeah. Fun. Oh, I know. I never look back at it. I mean, what am I going to do? Build a fortune out of that? No. I managed to save $1,000 on one. Probably went through about 15,000 saved away.
Oh man, you can't buy that good time, man.
No, and I mean, going down to the Who concert and renting almost the whole floor.
Right.
I had mushrooms and that. I was anyway.
Yeah.
And just making friends, handing out money to the manager, so we got booze given for all night long. Like I remember, I want another bottle of Southern Comfort, and then them coming up there and throwing the glasses on the wall because I was going, hey, can we act like rock stars?
Yeah.
The manager throws a glass in the wall, so we did it. Yeah, but he started to rip me off after he thought I was getting drunk, and I was going, no, I already gave you 100. I already gave you $100. You're not getting $100 each time, And I don't know how many rooms I rented, or we did 5 or something. So the whole end of the hallway was us, and booze flowing consistently because you paid off the manager and it's Joe Boy there.
Yeah, man.
Hey, $100 man. Of course you should be delivering booze because I'm paying for the booze too.
Of course. What do you want?
$1,000? That's $100 just to get me the booze. I'm still paying.
Yeah.
But then I remember him thinking he could suck me in for another 100. No. That roll's not going to be going that fast. But it was like you say, it was fun. I remember going through the border though, at what was it, Sarnia? Yeah, it would have been Sarnia. It wasn't Windsor. And they're all asking, oh, where are you from and everything. I was going to say I was from Vancouver, BC, but that would have just made them pull us over, right?
Oh, they would have been
my buddy George just goes, no, we're all from London. He bangs me on the fucking knee right, kind of. He goes, oh, yeah. And he just answered really quickly and nicely because he was like that, like George could always get through. So he just said, no, we're all from London. No, nobody's different. Because if I said, no, I'm from Vancouver and these guys are from London. Oh, yeah, okay, pull over there,
Yep.
And no, George, he just put his head right over. No, yeah, we're all from London. I went, oh, good. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, we all are. Okay, bye. See you again. We're going to Who concert. See you later. Be it. But, a car full of white people, I mean, whatever. But we were all going to the concert. But, yeah, it was fun, I can say.
Cool.
When I look back at it, I'm kind of glad that we never got in any trouble. We didn't. There's no police or any kind of episodes. I mean, there's lots of drugs and stuff being done. But no, I can't remember.
No Keith Richards bus.
No, or no impaired charges or anything like that, right?
Yeah, man.
It's just, I look back at it, it's just like, wow, how did we get away with it? But, I don't think we were as stupid as I think that I'm thinking we were, doing dumb things, right?
But you know what? I can't figure out how Keith, how he fucked up there, man. Like, I mean, with his kind of money, right?
Well, sometimes
actions.
Sometimes you get lackadaisical. You get lackadaisical because not everybody's a hero going to search Keith Richards. Well, he happened to get onto that one probably block end of the bow tie or some fat woman, ugly face. Yeah. I'm going to search this guy. I'm a customs officer. And then you suffer the consequences. The 17 other customs officers are so fucking awe of meeting Keith Richards. All they want to do is get an autograph and say, "Yeah, I handled Keith Richards getting through the customs today."
Yeah, yeah.
You know, where this one was probably going to make a name for themselves. Oh, look, see, I got heroin. I did my job. So she can't be criticized for it. But people still, they turn a blind, you know, like, yeah, okay, we know, you know. Okay, do a concert. That woman kind of got in the way here. Do a concert. Okay, now.
Yeah, but the thing
Don't
is,
let
with
us catch you again. Shut up. You know. Hey?
he's got assistant. He's got an assistant that already, you know.
I-
He
But
flies
I
to
mean, look at
Toronto.
Paul McCartney got busted, right?
Yeah.
For that pot in Japan or whatever, or Singapore, and they flipped out and wanted to execute him or something. And he, you know, he couldn't believe it, right? And that was a while back, right? Don't you remember that Paul McCartney got busted for pot?
Yeah.
They flipped
Yeah,
out
I
because
remember
it was some Eastern country, right? Like Thailand. I mean, I don't know what it was. It might have been Singapore.
That was a
Oh
yeah,
fuck!
that was
They
a
made a
big
big.
deal back then.
They banned him for life and everything. Well, look, Led Zeppelin had a concert scheduled in Singapore, and when they landed there, they said they had to cut their hair. They couldn't do it, and they took off again. They banned him for having long hair.
Yeah, well, see you later. We're not doing nothing here then. See ya.
Well, I mean, you know, I just laugh at people. That's all. You know how fucking big they can be. Oh, they have long hair. They mean something. They mean bad. They mean rebel. They mean not do as you're told to the dictator. Ooh, it's a symbol. Fuck off.
Point I was trying to make is, you know, once Keith, you know, leaves customs, he gets in his limo, he gets down to the Royal York, he gets in his hotel room, and he's got his buddy just waiting there. Here you go, man.
I know.
You know.
Well, it'd be like me as a judge. You know, if I'm a judge sitting on the bench and he comes up for that charge, what the fuck am I going to do? You know, really, you know, practically. It's not selling it. Yeah, he maybe does it. We didn't find him doing it. We just found it on him. So whatever. Possession? No, he's not trafficking. You fucking idiot.
Yeah, man.
So what am I going to do with the guy? Put him in jail or give him max? No. Fuck off. Here, do a concert. Oh, Jesus. How much did we make for the blind people? Wow, 200 grand.
Right.
Awesome. Done deal. Everybody happy?
All
If you're
right.
not, shut up. If you're not, shut up and get yourself re-educated.
It's not like the guy's a fucking criminal, you know.
Well, that's what I mean. That's that. You know, one thing I got to say, our court system here in Canada, the Supreme Court, and that I kind of buff a little bit. You know, I like the way they rule on that. Maybe I'm biased because it's the way I would. But I mean, you know, you read the reasonings and stuff. Pretty good court system. Pretty fair.
Yeah, man.
I mean, I've been to court and stuff. Like I said, I had Judge Parody not accept a guilty plea. No, I'm not accepting that. You're going to go talk to the legal aid guy.
Right, right.
And then the fucking prosecutor comes in after half an hour. I'm sitting around and goes, oh, yeah, well, he's staying the charges, so that's all it's at. I go, what? Yep. Go home. See you. Jesus Christ. I forget what he said. He said, you have somebody that likes you or something, or he likes the way you talk. I said, well, what? Maybe he just figured that the cop was lying or something. He goes, yeah, well, he said something like, you should thank your lucky stars. It was parody, like shit or something. Yeah, so the big charge didn't stick anymore because the judge didn't like it and said, I'm not going to accept this guilty plea. I want you to go talk to that guy and get you a lawyer.
Right.
And then the prosecutor heard that and went, well, we might as well fucking throw this out because if it comes up in front, he's going to fucking throw it out anyway.
Right.
So they just came in and stated it's not really dropping the charge, but same thing. You know, they're not going to bring it up within a year again. Oh, we got extra evidence. Yeah, well, Judge Parody is probably going to kick in the head now. But actually, he started writing articles after he quit or he retired from being a judge. And I always used to agree with his political views too. So I guess, and it wasn't because he let me off or anything. He just had the same political ideology I did. Kind of saw things the same way, you know. So you read his stuff, and it's more or less reassuring you that maybe somebody else thinks the same. But you know, it's not like he's a messiah or anything. But you know, he did. He thought exactly along the lines of what I would think like. So I found it interesting to read his opinions. And he was a good judge to me. You ever go up in front of a judge, Jose?
Yeah, a couple of times actually. I represented myself, man.
How did you?
Yeah, man. And the Crown was trying to screw me over, and I didn't let that happen.
Good.
I won both times actually.
Oh, good. Well, sometimes you have to defend yourself in whatever way it means.
Well, one of them was a speeding ticket, $275 with my Porsche.
Ooh.
Actually, uh, another one was a yellow amber light that this cop, he was just being a dick. There was no amber yellow light.
No.
It was actually a traffic light with a red, a green, and a yellow. And I ran a yellow, and he marked it down on the traffic citation that it was
Red.
a flashing amber yellow.
Ah.
And I said to him, I said, I'll see you in court, eh? And he's like, yeah, well, yeah, that's your right. I said, yeah, I'll see you there, man. And anyway, so when it came time for the court case, I went in there, and he never showed up. So,
Yeah.
They called out my name and stuff, and I, represented myself, and the Crown was not too happy because the cop wasn't there, so it was a discharge.
Yeah, that happens so often, though. I mean, he's
Yeah.
got to either, nowadays they quite often will make, but out here they've stopped traffic in court. Now you get a justice of peace, and they just rule on the side of the cop regardless.
Well,
You can't even plead. They're not a judge. They're just a justice of peace. They don't even
It didn't make
fucking know law.
sense because this cop was negligent on his part, because at that part of the road there, it's in the Bramley section, and there's a 21 Division police station there, and that's where his detachment was. This guy must have been asleep. There's no flashing amber there. It's just traffic lights, eh?
Yeah. I
I
remember
think he was just being a prick, slow me down, because he was probably, jealous that here I am, just fucking around, driving around in a Porsche, this probably had the attitude,
Well, but that's the thing. I mean, it's your word against him, and quite often you're gonna have to take the cop's side, unless there's extenuating evidence against what he's saying. But they don't even like to call them liars quite often.
Well, I ran through a yellow, big fucking deal.
Yeah.
I didn't want to put on my brakes, big deal.
Yeah. Well, sometimes
I know what
an abrupt
I know what
stop
the
is
traffic-
worse than not.
I know what the traffic law states, that under a yellow you can
Caution.
proceed, but proceed with caution.
Exactly.
And that's what I did. And this guy, he says that I ran,
Yeah. But like
yeah.
like I say, it's his word against yours, and you're pretty well finished, unless you have like a witness to say not, and then it becomes like, oh, now he's lying, and then it becomes even trickier because the judge doesn't like, oh, well, but
well, he's an idiot. He's an idiot
Yeah.
because that's not a flashing yellow amber. That's actually just a traffic light with a red, green, and yellow. It's
Yeah.
not a flashing amber.
so it never flashed yellow. It would flash from red to yellow. So.
You know what a flashing amber is? It's just a yellow light, right?
Yeah, that you come
Flashes.
and it's caution. Sometimes
Yeah,
if a traffic light is left inaudible and there's a flashing yellow, you use it as a four-way stop, where
Right.
you
But
yield to the person on the right if you.
there's no such thing as a flashing amber there. It's just a normal
Yeah.
traffic light,
Right.
And he messed up.
But flashing ambers is like you say, it's a warning. For a train signal, it actually
Right.
means for a
Yeah.
train signal it means warning. There's a restrictive signal ahead.
Usually you'll see a flashing amber, like on side roads and country roads or something.
Exactly,
along those
warning.
lines.
A grade or grade ahead or gravel
But-
road from a
Yeah.
blacktop road, warning or an abrupt corner.
Or a school zone, you'll see
Yeah.
those flashing embers at school zones.
I know, there's this one corner approaching railroad tracks, and there's huge, big blinking amber lights saying, approach, caution, 30K or whatever, because it's a big corner. And all of a sudden you're on a road crossing, people are always getting hit. So they'd put up big, huge flash. You could not see them, right?
Right.
But that's another story. People in crossings. Cars sliding into the side of your train. Whoops. up in Whistler. Whistler Mountain. That's where all those stupid people would have to hit the side of the train. Too many boozers up in the ski country. What happened to Buddy Jose?
I don't know. He jumped out.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Was it 10:30 over you are?
Yeah. Let's see.
10:30 at night.
Yeah. Almost 10:30.
I'm surprised the guy that's usually on here 24 hours a day isn't on.
You remember those Ford LTDs, those big cars?
Yeah.
Yeah.
From
Well,
what year?
I think it was a 1980. My buddy
Oh.
borrowed his dad's car, and three of us, we headed about 20 minutes outside of our town to Malton, Ontario. That's where the airport, Toronto International Airport's just down the road from there.
Oh yeah.
And we went to a donut shop there, a pool hall, to score, a dime bag of weed, eh? And so we left there. We rolled a couple of joints and we smoked them. And then we get traveling back our way. And my buddy, he's just cruising with this Ford LTD, and he goes flying over some train tracks, and we see the cop coming the other way, and he makes a U-turn, and he follows us, puts on the lights, pulls us over. So he says to my buddy, he says, "What are you doing? Are you flying a fucking plane or what?" And my buddy says, "No." He says, "Well, you fucking flew over those train tracks down there at a high rate of speed." And my buddy, he's very calm, eh? He said, "Well, I'm sorry, officer, this and that." And the cop, he starts smelling. He goes, "You guys smoking weed?" And my buddy doesn't know what to say, right? And I look at the cop. I look at my buddy. My buddy doesn't want to say nothing, right? And I said to the cop, I said, "Look, we just went up the road. We bought a dime bag. We've smoked it. And we got nothing." And he's looking at me. He goes, "Oh, yeah?" I said, "Yeah, that's it." "Oh, okay. All right. Where are you guys heading?" "We're heading home." "Oh, all right. Hey, listen, don't be driving like that. I seen you, this and that." My buddy says, "Yeah, okay, officer, sorry." And that was it. This guy was cool, man. I just told the guy the truth. Look, we smoke a fucking dime bag, a couple of joints. We don't have no more fucking weed. We're going home. Yeah, so, big fucking deal. My buddy was speeding over the fucking tracks. It's not a big deal. But he was cool about it, man. He fucking let us go.
Well, I've had good cops too. I mean, one time we were hot knifing hash, with a little toilet tube and a torch and a couple of knives. There's about four of us. We had our girlfriends up there. It was in the bush, but there was a house close by. Well, this cop comes speeding in, and so we hid the knives and we hid the tube, and I hid the hash down my pants or something. The cop came up. He was okay. He was talking to us and picks up the tube and smells in there. He goes, "Oh yeah, where's stuff to go with this?" "Oh, I don't know." So he's just talking to us and stuff like that. Never even checked us or looked, whatnot like that. And we're asking questions. He's kind of talking to us. He goes, "Oh yeah, by the way," he says, "Yeah, if you're going to be smoking or whatever you're doing around here with those knives that's over there," he goes, "those people are complaining over there, so maybe go somewhere else. But I got to go now. It's been about 40 minutes, so take it easy." And then he just left, and it was just we were looking around, going, "Was that real or what? Is that cop going to be allowed to be on the force for very long or what?" But that's all it was. And he told us, he said, "Yeah, well, these people complained about you over here." He said, "But, so maybe take your, what you're doing somewhere else or whatever. But I got to go." And he just took off, right? But he picked up the toilet tube and he smelt it and he knew there was hash in there and he threw it back down.
Yeah.
He said, "Where's stuff to go with that?" And then he just never brought it up anymore. Like,
Right.
"You guys are smoking dope," or nothing.
Yeah.
Never brought it up. Didn't check us.
Yeah.
And then he mentioned the knives. He saw the knives, didn't even pick them up, right? He
Yeah.
knew what we were doing.
Of course.
He probably did it himself or seen it done
Yeah.
or whatever, right?
When he was younger.
Who knows? Well, I mean, that was like 1975. So, I mean, I don't know. He didn't seem that, I was probably like 17. He was probably 27 or 30.
Right. Yeah.
But he didn't care. Like I said, he picked up the tube, threw it down, and he mentioned the eyes when he was leaving. And he just talked to us like people, right? He was
Right.
asking questions, kind of what we were, we were all about, and what we were, what we were doing,
You
and
knew
what
you
our
guys
outlook was, what our
You knew you,
outlook was, and that, right?
you weren't criminals. Fuck.
No, we had our girlfriends there, and he probably just didn't want to be a prick, and he just wasn't. So,
Yeah.
and then after about 40 minutes, he just said, "Oh, I gotta get going," and then he said, "Oh, those people complained over there." He pointed at the house. He said, "So, take it somewhere else or something.
Yeah,
But
man.
have a good one." And then he left. And we were just looking at each other going, "Did that really happen? Like, was that
Really?
guy real?" Or
Yeah.
yeah. But he was just that way. I never saw him again. I used to ask, "Oh, I think he left or something." But yeah, I never saw him again in my life.
Yeah. There's some cool cops, man.
Yeah, we met other cool cops too, and they all left. Because I remember I'd ask other cops, like, "What happened to Constable?" "Oh yeah, he left. He went into the office." Or, "Oh
Yeah.
yeah, he went somewhere else." And it's always like, how come all the good ones that want to talk to people instead of
Right.
just dictating to them, leave? Is there some problem in your
Your
in your
force.
little?
Yeah.
Well, that's what I would, because I was a mouthy little bastard. That's what I'd say. I wouldn't say, "Oh yeah, he just left because you guys are pricks." I'd say, why? How come all the good ones leave? The ones that can talk to people actually, like
Yeah.
humans. Is there some problem within your force that you like feel make these people feel like they're not welcome? Like, "Oh fuck you, emotional bugger."
Well, you know what? The difference is, like, I remember in the
It was
70s.
probably too true. It pissed them off.
I remember in the 70s, like in my hometown, the cops, they used to actually walk the beat downtown Brampton, and they used to communicate with the people. "Hey, hi, how you doing?" And just keep walking. That was normal. They had that connection to everyday people. But nowadays, no, you don't see that, man. They're in their cars and they're driving around, and that's that. They don't have that kind of connection, with the people as before.
I remember some real fucking assholes when I was a little kid too, though. Just egotistical little bastards that use that badge and their position for an alter ego that they had a problem when they were a kid. But then it's all human beings like that. You'll get the worst of this, the best of that. I met good cops, probably a little bit more bad cops, and then the ones in between that just did their job, weren't going to be your friend, weren't going to talk to you, but weren't going to
Right.
harass you either. Going to give you the ticket or whatever charge and just be that robotic way, right?
Yeah.
Which is fine.
Go by the
You
book,
know,
right?
well, yeah, well, not really. Like sometimes by the book, that usually means an asshole that just wants to
Yeah,
fucking
that's what I
hurt you
mean.
or something. No, I'm talking about the cops that just don't have it. They're not going to converse with you or be your friend. They're going to do their
Yeah.
job, give you a ticket. They're
Right.
not going to call you an asshole. They're not going to
Right.
be nice, but they're going to do their job and they expect you to do, within reason what you're supposed to.
Right.
They're not going to check you and hurt you or try to be tough unless you mouth it off. But they're not going to be your friend either because you've broken the law. But
Well,
then there's
that's
some that are real good shits, that
yeah, but
sit
that's
there
usually
and
the
talk to
RCMP.
you like you.
You're describing the RCMP, man.
Well,
That's what
not
you're
really. I've
describing.
met good. I've met good. I've met state troopers. Only one or two that were assholes, and you're scared of them because you thought, how fucking far is this ego-minded mental case going to go? And then I've met some real good ones, like real good ones, smiling, having fun, cracking jokes, asking how Canada is, how the driving that car, how long it takes, how much it costs, how easy it to get. Just talking to you like a human being, right? And giving you a break in between too, giving you a seatbelt ticket instead of a speeding ticket, or a speeding ticket to my buddy for 75 instead of fucking 90 that he was doing, so he didn't have to go to jail. Yeah, you know. So I
Yeah.
mean, good people. They were good, smiling, making jokes. Not being assholes, being people. And that looks good on a police force when you treat people like that. They think, here I am talking about them all these years later, 32 years later,
There you go, man.
about
That
good
says a lot.
cops that I met. So,
That says
that
a lot, man.
that is the best way they could ever get across is treating people good. People that aren't assholes are not trying to blame, yeah, okay, he was speeding because the other guy. But, I did everything or Nick did everything he was told. And I said to him, I told him it was 55. And then, fuck, I heard your siren. So he thought that was funny. And he'd make him feel, crack a few jokes, make him laugh about the thing that happened. And then he goes, oh, by the way, I'm going to give you a ticket for 75. If I give you one for 90, you'd be going to jail and you don't want to do that. Spoil your
Yeah.
holiday, right? Yeah. And then he says to me, oh, by the way, come here. Says that joint that's in between on the shifter there, because it was in the rubber of the standard shifter. Because I wouldn't have that hanging out in the open. I'm going, oh no. He goes, never
Oh
mind.
man.
He said,
Alright.
just don't have it hanging out in the open because other
Yeah.
people might not. They might care a lot more than me. He said.
Wow.
That's the way he put it.
Good cop.
He said some people care a lot more than I do. But he just told me, he said, don't have that hanging out where I can see it.
Yeah, man. Be smart about it. Stash it somewhere.
I don't know why Nick left it there. Not only does he speed, he leaves a joint out there.
Man.
But like I said, the cop didn't care. Um, by the time he saw that joint, it was all okay and everybody was friendly and having fun, right? So he just saw that and thought, well, I'm not going to change everything because of that. He just took me aside by myself and said, yeah, I don't have that thing hanging out. Because some people might not make it a bigger deal than I do. So we just carried on, right?
Yeah, you use some good language there with you, eh?
Yeah, I mean, So, I mean, my experiences weren't. We had one goof cop trying to accuse me of having open beer in the car, and there was 8 of those little tiny Millers, those little 5 ounces.
Yeah.
And they were empty for at least from Washington State. And this was like, this is Grants Pass, Oregon. So they've been empty for 8 hours or more. And he's going to open beer. I'm going, they're completely empty. And I said, the backwash in the bottom, you can even test it. It's flat and it's hot. They're not recently. But he just kept threatening, I'm good for open beer. I said, yeah, fine. In a court of law. So I found these empties and the bottom, the backwash was all flat and warm, like it's been there for fucking 2 days. But that was just, and he looked the part too. He looked like a Michelin man, soft, baggy lips, flabby body, somebody I could have backhanded and he would have died. So he probably hated me anyway. But that's the only time I met, and we got out of there quick, right? He was a goof, so we left. But he looked the part. I expected him to act exactly like he looked. A fat, stupid, sloppy-looking piece of shit, pig fat cop. It was 5'9" or something, and probably weighed 230, and it was all flat. So I expected him to act like that, and he did. I knew he wouldn't like me, Jose. Just physical looks alone.
Hey?
Well, I knew this cop would hate me just the way he looked and the way I looked compared to him. Yeah. You don't even have to, you just know. And they start. And you get reassured that you were correct, that he hates you just because of the way you look. But we left out of there quick. But anywhere else I ever encountered cops down in the States, it was all good. All good.
I'm gonna jump out, Russell.
Yeah, I got it too. Have a good one there.
I'll see you later, bro.
You too, man.
All right, man.
Paki, you're supposed to be gone. Gone to Pakistan, not able to come on here like this. You are gone now. Why are you here? You must reboot your internet service. It is not. Oh, a loud noise. Reboot your service. It is not coming through. Please.
Where is he? Come on, he goes. Honest, get in here.
Yeah, it sounded like his mic was on, but
Yeah.
nothing coming out of his mouth. But maybe he lost the connection because he's supposed to be not in Pakistan or something.
Didn't he go back to Pakistan?
Well, here he is. Maybe he can tell us. Are you ready to talk now? Please.
Honest. G'day. G'day, mate. How are you, Honest?
That's my nigga Packy.
Packy.
I thought we was gonna speak to him until he got better connection. I would assume over there in Pakistan the connection is horrible though.
I don't know. I don't know how good or bad it is over there.
We are trying very hard. You should not insult our party. We
I
have
hear
just
you.
as good equipment as others. We are just trying very hard. Please leave us alone to do this. Well, half of them's there. On, off, on, off. Yeah, I would imagine he's having some connection problems.
Yep. Packy, talk to me, your wife. I miss your voice, Packy. Oh, you're talking. I can hear you, sort of. I sort of can hear you. A little bit of a squeal. Oh, this sucks. Bad connection, obviously. Maybe you just need a new microphone, Packy. Is the internet connection there very slow?
Well, I guess poor Packy can't get a connection. How are you tonight, Suzanne?
Um,
Or is it
oh,
morning where you are?
I don't know. I don't know how to answer that question right now.
Oh, so you might be under the influence of something.
Not at all. No,
No, nothing.
no,
Oh,
I'm not. I had some coffee and some hot cross bun. No, I mean crumpets. I had some crumpets and coffee.
oh,
If that's what you call under the influence of something, yeah. So I get you.
oh no! I was just wondering. You're saying that you don't know how to answer that question, so I thought maybe you're in a state where it could be
No,
difficult.
no, not in. I'm just in a bit of a downer today. A bit
Oh,
in a bit of a funk. I don't know. Got to get out of this rut I'm in. I gotta start living my life again. You know, it's very hard when you stay home too much. It's very hard to start getting out and about. You know.
thinking you're missing life and there's something better out there. And I'll go
Yeah,
do
there
it
is
before.
something better out there. I am missing life, but I just can't be bothered living life right now. I don't know why.
I guess
A
you
lot
gotta.
of us on here are not living life to our fullest, you know.
I guess you gotta ask what you need to be content. What you would do to make yourself feel satisfied, content. Instead of looking for an impossibility.
Yeah.
What is it? Just because it's repetitive day to day? Gets to that point where it's like same old every day.
No. I just don't care about. I don't care about competitivism, you know. I don't care about stuff. I just live my life as I see fit, you know.
Yeah, well, there's no reason to live a life to impress somebody else. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of people like to impress people that don't really matter in life. You know, they're not going to make any difference in their life socially, economically,
Yeah.
emotionally, or at all. So
I know. I just.
it's how content you are. People that want to show off is because they're
I'm
trying to
content.
be
That's
something.
it. Yeah, I'm just content with my life just the way it is, and I'm too content. And I know I'm too content, you know. But I need to get out there and start living, because when I do get sick or something does happen to me, I'll say, why didn't I do this and why didn't I do that? You know?
Yeah.
Why didn't I live my life to the fullest? You know? Why didn't you'll look back and you'll say, oh, what, when I was well, why didn't I do this and that and this and that, you know? So,
Yeah.
but at the moment, I can't really go out a lot right now because I'm saving to go to America right now. So therefore, I can't really be going out a lot and doing a lot of things. I can be going down the beach for walks, I suppose, and getting out and about and going down the jetty, seeing how many fish people are catching and stuff like that in general. Instead of spending money, I could be like just going out and doing some exercise and getting fit for when I go to America. But I'm just staying home and being lazy, you know?
Well, you can always focus on, letting her go living this way until you go to America.
Plus, I've got a teenager that
big focus.
looks at the internet and he tells me, no, he's not coming with me, but I want him to come with me.
Yeah. Why doesn't he want to come with you?
I could actually put my foot down and say, you're coming no matter what anyway, you know?
Why? What was the reason they don't want to go? Or he?
No, he's just 16 years old. You know, 16-year-old boys, they want to start living their own life and start, depending on themselves in some ways, you know?
Yeah, at 16, I didn't do much with my parents, that's for sure.
Exactly.
I mean, as far as, nothing really. I had a car then, so I mean, You might spend nights in bed at home, but otherwise,
Yeah.
nope.
Oh, angry as Bronzy. I was wondering who that was. Sorry.
Who?
In another hangout that I'm in, there's this girl called Bronzy that I know, and she left hangouts for quite a while, and she's back. So, but she's not joining the call though. But she used to join the call, but she's not on the call right now. But she might join the call. I don't know.
Well, I think I have to step out for a minute. Okay, I'll talk to you a little later.
Oh, you're leaving? Okay.
Why? I gotta go to the. I gotta go to the can.
Okay.
Pollinate.
I'll stay here and wait for you then.
Hey, Suzanne.
Hi, Russell. You know you got the same name as my father.
Oh, two L's or
That's my
one?
father's name. Yeah.
A lot of spelt with one L, but mine's two.
Yeah, my dad's name's spelt with one L.
Yeah. So in your part of the country, like, you know, you see on these chats where everybody's constantly calling each other a fag, like 24/7, everybody. Do they talk the same way down in Australia too? Because you see, when I was growing up in my time,
Young people do, older people don't.
Yeah, because in my time we just didn't use it. We used to use that word like to describe people who were interior decorators or people with limp wrists or kind of spot. You know, somebody talked like that. They were pretty faggy, but you know, it just wasn't used like all the time for, you know, like in any spat that you had with somebody. Oh, you're a fag. Yeah, you're a fag. You'll suck my balls. And you know, I don't know. To me, it's irritating. It's just like, why don't you shut up with that shit? But I guess that's just the way people talk nowadays. I don't know. It's just consistent. Like if you go on the chat, that's all it is. You're a fag. You're a fag. You're a bigger fag. No, shut up. I just wondered if it was widespread throughout the world, English speaking.
Yeah, well,
Like you say, it's the younger people thing. I think.
it's like that here in Australia, but it's sort of always been like that everywhere with the younger generation.
Yeah.
As you get older, you learn to curb your language, you know?
Yeah, I just.
I just,
Oh, there's an echo going on.
there's an echo going on.
Is there?
Yeah, gotta be coming through
Gotta
here.
be coming through here. So.
Maybe it's me because I can't hear the echo.
Yeah. That's the way it works.
That's the way it works.
If you got external speakers.
If you got external speakers.
It's my laptop. I'm just going through my laptop. I can't, like, I get sick of wearing my headset, you know? It's annoying.
Yeah, but if you don't,
but if you don't,
that's what it's doing now.
That's what it's doing now.
Yeah. I'll hang up and come back.
You heard that echo, eh, Jose? Pretty bad.
Yeah, I heard that. I think it's going to be.
It's the same as feedback, you know, when they don't use their headset, they don't understand that the external speakers go through the mic like their voice with applause. That's all. Feedback. One of the things you learn in audio engineering.
Yeah, what was that feedback anyway?
What was it?
Yeah.
Oh, well, it's just, you know, it repeats. Put a mic up to another mic, you'll get whine squeal where it's just, you know, the frequencies are, but with this, there's enough of a gap, it doesn't get into the distortion. There's enough of a delay. So it's just like a loop tape, actually, where you're repeating what you've just said. I used to use that before digital delays for, you know, reverberation of your vocal, so it sounds like used to have loop tapes where you get a repeat like that, you know, cold. Yeah, with Jose, where I was just talking about how much they use fag all the time to derogatory.
Yeah.
Cut down.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about. I lost what we were talking about for a sec, so you've just reminded me.
Well, I think me and Jose already talked about it, Steve.
Yeah.
But I went back to the chat, and that's all I saw again, so that's why it came up again, right?
Yeah.
Especially like that Joy and who else? Donnie, he does it. Oh, you know, every fucking sentence. That's all that Joy ever says. And the others too.
He's a fucking weirdo, Joy.
Yeah, I mean, he sounds sane sometimes and talks like this big guy, and then his wife comes in there and he almost crawls under the rug, shaking.
Right.
Yes, sir, yes, sir. Oh, yeah. But he talks in a different way, and then he's always coming on to the girls with, you know, whatever slag kind of attitude.
I didn't even know he was married.
Oh, well, that's
I thought he was single.
Off that he's not. And then his wife comes in there. You should see him turn into a snail. It's
all right. Well, I'm not going on the camera for him. Then he asked me to go on camera. I thought he was a single guy.
Well,
he came across as being single. Yeah.
But then when Babushka comes behind him, what you do? Don't be talking. What do you mean? Get in the room right now. Beat you.
Babushka, eh?
Big Babushka come in. Joy, what you do?
Big Babushka, eh?
Is that your alter ego? Are you trying to pick up girls? Get out. I give you shoe, bomb.
You're a killer, Russell.
Joy, I didn't know you was married, mate. Because he asked me to come on camera, so I automatically thought he was a single guy asking me to show my face on cam, you know? So
you know, Susan, Russell, this Joy guy, he doesn't know me from a fucking hole in the ground. And one night he says, you know, Jose, I don't believe any of your fucking stories. You know, I think you're full of shit. This guy doesn't fucking know me from a fucking hole in the ground.
Well, like he doesn't know me.
He tells me that the stories I've told are all full of shit.
Well, he doesn't know me from a hole in the ground. He starts, you're a thug, you're fucking this and that. And it's just like, I just wish you were about 3 inches away from my nose to say that. But on here, it's just so futile. Like, shut the fuck up.
Everything that I fucking speak of here is the fucking truth of my life.
Jose, you're full of shit.
Nothing less. Nothing less.
Jose?
Yeah, Tommy.
You're full of shit.
Tommy, I know.
Jose?
I know you're joking.
Jose, your fucking hockey team's full of shit, too. Your hockey team is full of fucking shit.
I know my hockey team's full of shit. They choked.
No, they didn't.
Russell,
they didn't, Jose.
I believe you, Jose. Well. That's all that matters. I believe your stories.
No,
Russell,
hey, they went 3 overtime games out of 4. You got to give them credit. They went against the best team in hockey.
Russell, don't get me wrong. Jose is one of my closest friends.
Yeah, Tommy.
What's that? Oh, I know
Jose
that.
is cool. I think he's one of the coolest people here.
Yeah. Sure. But no, Jose, they got to be proud. I mean, they went to overtime each game, except the one. And, they're against the best team in hockey, whatever. And they didn't make them look like the best team. They played them hard. Close. Could have been anybody's game in those stupid overtime games. It was goaltending. If they would have had a better goaltender, they could have won the overtime games. That's the way it goes. And that's a good way to put it.
I hear you.
Well, that's what Don Cherry says, Jose. And he's not usually wrong.
Yeah, well, you know how Don Cherry is.
No, but he's not wrong about hockey. He's not wrong about hockey. He might be wrong about other things, and people says stuff to piss him off. But as far as analyzing hockey, he's not wrong.
Yeah.
Hey, Russell, what part of Canada are you from?
West Coast, Vancouver.
Oh, you
BC.
in Canada too, Russell?
Yeah, I'm in Kelowna, Okanagan. It's in BC,
Nice.
desert part.
Nice.
British Columbia, huh?
Yeah. Lived all over the province, actually. Worked all over the province, worked all over Alberta, lived there too.
Yeah.
Running all the trains in all sorts of different areas up and down mountains.
Here he is.
So I see him quite a bit of it.
Mouth. Here comes the mouth, Russell.
Oh, well, let him fucking hear what he has to say.
Let's see what he's got to say. This fucking guy from Chicago.
No, he's from
Chicago,
Russia.
A bad name. Give Chicago a bad name. What do you got to say there, fucking Joy?
I come from
Hello? Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can fucking hear
Yes, we hear you.
Who can fucking hear you? You have somebody talk with you against me, Mello?
Let's get it on. What's your fucking beef?
What's your beef?
Fucking
I
asshole.
speak my mind. Complaining like a little bitch.
Fucking dick.
Here he goes with his fucking attitude.
Russell, what up, G?
Johnny, speak up and be a man.
You heard what I
I'm
said.
using a phone.
You know what I said,
hear
Joy.
me?
You heard me.
Did you get offended because I called you a frog face?
But that fucking Joy's on here, Johnny.
Yeah, you're a fucking tough guy all the way over
A
there.
guy that
You
needs a
remind me
roundhouse
of
in the
that
temple.
fucking frog from Star Wars. You know, the fat one?
The guy that needs a George Foreman fucking right
You're
uppercut.
scaring RJ all the time. Every time you say something, a picture shows up, and we get all like, "What the fuck? Look at this creep."
It takes one
Johnny,
to know one,
speak
eh?
up.
And you are full of shit. And I told you straight up, I don't like you, man. So I told you, and you told me you could
I
never
do what
be
you tell me.
friends. And that was a
Don't
fact.
beat me, babushka.
Hey, Russell.
That's right.
Russell, shut the fuck up, you white
You
trash
too, you
motherfucker.
stupid fucking goof. If I ever
Listen,
fucking
you're
met you in
fucking
person, you
faggot,
stupid little worm, I'd
Listen to
fucking
this
carve your
fucking
head off.
clown. Listen
Well,
to
you
this
Boo, you
clown.
guys have
stupid
team
fucking eyes
up
on
to
you,
talk
stupid little man.
talk
Fuck
against
you.
me.
Fuck you, I'd
You
flick your
can't,
face.
you can't
Come
do
on,
it.
the
You
fucking
can't do it
circus.
on your own. You always got to have a fucking
Stupid
boy next to
fucking
you to talk to me.
You fucking big mouth wimp, you all go down the same, you fucking, ooh, fucking kick
What are you
me.
gonna do? What I mean,
Well, I
seriously, what are
can't
you gonna
because you're
do?
gone. You're in Chicago. If you were here, fuck boy,
Where?
steamroller your
Where?
fucking head.
What would you do, man? Come on, you're a fucking old fuck. What would
Fuck
you do?
off, you stupid little man.
Stupid Stupid little fuck.
You are. Go to Babushka there, Russian boy. She beat you up. Oh,
What the fuck does that mean? What the fuck, babushka?
I tried to be
white trash,
man here.
redneck motherfucker.
I tried to pick up all the women,
You're
and they
the
think
only
I'm big
person
stupid
that
man.
has kids and still a virgin, and that's a fact.
Fuck off, worm face. I'd sidekick your jaw right off you.
Motherfucker. Stupid ass motherfucker. And always these bet up fucking males. They always have to gang up so they can talk to me. Like, what the fuck, man? I ain't fucking afraid of you guys. And I always speak my mind. I always tell what I mean.
Give it a rest. Give it a rest there, fucking Joy.
Oh, man.
Little bitch. And you should change your fucking profile picture, Mello. You look like a fucking creep. Idiot. Like he found Russell and he was gonna, oh yeah, he told me straight up, man. Yeah, you know, I'm always making shit up. Yeah, you're always making shit up, man.
How would you know
You say the truth sometimes, but you're fucking full of shit too. You're not a fucking little kid to make up shit, man. I mean, I make up shit.
Tell me what it is. What it is. Give me an idea.
Most of the stuff you say, man. Most of the stuff you say.
Everything I say is fucking true. You
Easy
fucking
to get you in a lie, man. See, I listen to you, man. I listen to you, and you're just full of shit. It's on your face. Even your face says that you're a fucking little creep.
Hey, Joy.
Yeah, what's up, Ryder?
You know, I've always been a friend of yours, but I think you're wrong on the Mello, man.
No, I ain't fucking wrong, man. I'm not wrong. I'm telling you, Ryder.
You don't
you're
fucking
not reading
know me
and
from a
well.
hole in the ground, Joy. You don't know me from a hole in the
I'm
ground. You fucking
listening
idiot.
to you, dude. I don't talk to you, but I do listen to this shit.
You're a fucking idiot.
I know what you're...
You know nothing about my life, you fucking idiot.
Jose's a little creepy.
Well, I can't know about your life because you're making it
Then
up.
don't make
You're
no
making
fucking
shit up.
comment, asshole. Everything I
Yeah,
say there is the truth, you fucking goof.
motherfucker.
You
And a
fucking goof.
motherfucker. It's the truth. It's the truth. It's the truth. I'm a player.
Buddy,
I'm a
stop
player.
yelling, man. We can hear you. You don't have to yell that much, man. Just calm down.
This fucking clown comes over here.
You still
fucking
hung up with that
insults
fucking
me.
truth thing?
This guy insults me and says I make
Oh,
up
yeah.
a bunch of
Hey,
fucking
buddy,
shit.
did
Go
you
fuck yourself.
hear that
You make Chicago look bad,
your
you fucking
president
idiot.
signed that up for our vet?
The way they play with all the women, man. It's the truth. It's the truth. I'm a player. I'm a single man, but I gotta get under the bed when the wife pull in the driveway. It's the truth.
Why do you have to fucking make that voice, man?
Hey, Joy.
Sound like-
Joy, from now on, don't make comment. Hey, do not make comment.
Fuck up, Mello. You know what, Mello? I just
Do
don't want
not
to
make
talk
comment
to
to
you,
my
man. You just-
fucking name, asshole.
You know what?
If you fucking
your
mention my
voice is-
family name, I'll fuck you up.
What?
If you ever mention my fucking
What are
last
you
name,
saying,
I will
man?
fuck you up.
Who are you gonna fuck up, man? What the fuck?
I'll
What
fuck
do you
you
know
up.
about me, you little
I will
shit,
fuck
man?
you up.
Shut up,
You don't
Joy, and
understand
get
that.
off here.
Okay, now fuck you.
Oh
and
my
your
gosh.
family.
It really is on now. Wow.
All right?
Shut up and
Motherfucker.
get off
fucking-
here.
Motherfucker.
Andre.
You defile my fucking
Buddy,
family name,
get
I
out,
will
buddy.
fuck
Fuck
you
your
up.
family. Okay,
I will
fuck your
fuck
family.
you up.
Okay,
Hey,
fuck your
Suzanne.
family.
How
Fuck
are
your
you, mate?
family.
I'm
Get
doing
off, you
good. I hope you
stupid
are.
Russian piece of
I will
shit.
fuck you up.
I was
thank
like
you.
10
You
minutes
You
ago.
got
until
another
you
boy
started.
on your side, so you kind of manned up right now. What the fuck,
What's
man?
up,
Who
Creepy?
said anything about your
Joy,
fucking
why
family?
do you
All right.
dislike Jose so much, mate? What's he done to you?
Don't mention my fucking last name anymore, you fucking
Mellow,
goof.
fuck your Mellow
All right.
family.
He's
Okay,
a
there you
goof,
go.
that's why,
I'm gonna
Suzanne.
fuck
He's
you
a
up.
stupid Russian
Fuck
goof.
you up. What the fuck
That's
are you
pussy
what the
whipped
fuck are
and
you
his wife
saying? You're gonna
beats him.
fuck me up. You're gonna
He's a
fucking
big
eat
noise.
shit.
He's a
Do
big,
you live? Hey,
stupid
Joy, do
noise.
you live in Chicago?
Yes,
No,
I do.
Fucking piece of shit.
Oh, okay.
Nothing but a noise, that's all. Anybody that suckles like that to his wife, help me.
You expose the character of what you are, you piece of fucking shit.
He's just a rat.
Why
Buddy.
you guys have to gang up on always one guy and then like little fucking
It's the
kiddies?
truth. It's
like
the
did-
truth.
on the
Where did
playground.
Vargas go?
They
Vargas
always got
bailed
to
out.
gang up on one guy.
The
You don't
truth.
fucking intimidate.
I'm shocked. Hey, when the hell did you and Jose have beef, Joy?
Yeah, I
He's a
didn't even
goof,
say.
Armando. You know that.
I
Yeah, what
didn't
happened
fucking
on that?
mention this fucking prick for a while until 2 days ago about his picture. That's when he got pissed off.
Hey,
Okay,
Joey,
what is-
man.
What's wrong with his picture?
Hey, man.
He looks,
fucking
he
insulted
looks like that fucking frog from Star Wars, and he's creeping people out. So I had to say it, man. I spoke my mind, and he got pissed off.
I don't get mad if I repeat that. He looked like the fucking frog from Star Wars, man. It's the truth.
Buddy, come on, man. What the fuck is that? Why you always have to fucking make that fucking stupid noise?
What you mean? What you mean you talk like this? You don't talk like this.
Yeah.
That's the way Russian talk, not everybody
Russell,
else.
you're a
What
white
you do?
trash little piece of
You
shit.
shut up, stupid Russian boy. Your wife
The
talk.
only person that
Hey,
I know
Babushka.
that has kids,
Babushka,
his
she
own
call
kids,
you.
and he's a
Go
virgin.
back.
How does that
No
happen?
sex talk on internet.
Tell me, how the fuck do you have your own
No
kids
sex talk
and you're
on
still a
internet,
virgin?
you stupid fucking man.
Uh-oh.
How
Why you
does
talk
that
sex on
happen?
internet? You're supposed to be married. Come here, Babushka says. Get kicked.
That's only funny to you and the fucking buddy, two fucking idiots.
Hey,
Shut
Joey,
up,
why
you wart.
you trying to make all the women think you single, double D, dirty
Yeah.
dog? Now?
Oh, me being
Everybody
sexy,
knows
man.
I'm
What,
married,
look
you
at
little
me.
shit, man. What the
Oh no,
fuck you
Babushka
talking
come
about?
in.
Why you trying to be
She
the
used to be
player,
talking to
dog?
women. Oh no, she kicked me in the face.
Are you getting? Oh, whoa!
Tell him,
What is
Joey,
this?
tell
Are you
him,
guys
man.
jealous or something? The way I talk to women?
The fucking truth, man. It's the
What
truth.
is it? Why you hung up on that?
No, you
Why,
sound
are
like
you guys
Putin.
fucking-
Nobody wants to talk like
You
you.
have some
stupid
kind of
man.
agenda against
Who
me?
wants
The
to
way
talk
I
like
talk
Putin?
to women?
Why you
Russian
fucking
Olga guy.
talking to DeMello like
Stupid
that?
Putin, man. Nobody like talk like Putin like you.
You got
Vladimir
it.
Putin, you.
What the fuck?
He coming from fucking Chicago, man. I'm a fucking German, man. I'm fucking American. Fucking, it's the fucking truth, man.
That's right. I like my pizza fucking
No,
thick.
he's from Bosnia. He Bosnia Herzegovina,
I like my
where they
pizza thick.
do genocide
You know what?
on people. He
Russell,
kill you.
It won't-
Kill you, kill
I'm
you.
from all over, dude. I ain't fucking
Ramzan-
stuck in one motherfucking
Ramzan-
place like you, dude. I'm
Ramzan-
42.
Ramzan-
Listen, fucker. I'm 42,
Miroslav
but I lived
Ramzan-
fucking 200 years. You stupid little shit.
40
Okay.
Stupid man.
Did you
Go
ever
back to
actually?
Bosnia.
Do you
Where's
still
that
live
Albina?
at your parents' house?
fucking motherfucking shit.
Did you ever went to maybe another city from the city where you live at?
Who you
It's
talking to?
Fucking
Russell.
Oh.
Yeah, Jose, you should have put up a pretty picture like Joy did, man. What the fuck?
Look at that motherfucker. He looks like
I'm
some
not talking
fucking.
Russian
He
scum,
looks
you
like
stupid.
some. Hey, he looks like
You too
one of
far
those
away.
fucking characters
Otherwise,
on
kick your
motherfucking.
head right
Listen,
off
buddy.
shoulders.
Buddy,
Joy.
Are you
I
Big
know
Bird's pimp?
the way I look.
Are you
I have eyes.
You
I
look like
see.
fucking Big Bird, man.
All right, I can see the way I look.
Chicago. Let's go to a Cubbies game.
Hey, Ray, of you're queer.
Cubbies game.
Yeah, they won the World Series last year.
Yeah, the World Series. That's the T-shirt on that picture is actually the T-shirt from World War Series.
Yeah.
Joy gonna come up here and fucking tell DeMello what the fuck the deal is, man. Fucking truth.
What? Oh my lord.
All right,
Russell.
you know, Suzanne,
I can't
that's
even argue
he's
that.
actually, you know, that truth thing that he's saying. Sometimes when I'm I have my ups and downs, I actually can, you know, stop speaking the right way, like even my own fucking language. So he got hung up on that fucking one
Hey,
word.
It's all right, man. I
And
just
he's
thought it was.
fucking making fun of it.
But
But you know, buddy, I know why you're upset. You're upset that I always fucking support Lyserge, and I will always. Listen, I'm gonna tell you this. Me and Lyserge are like we're not close friends. Period. But we
I know
are.
you want to. I know you want to suck
He's
him.
not a dude that probably you know be my best friend. But I'm gonna tell you, whatever Lyserge says, I agree with him 80%. 20% I disagree. But for example, he doesn't have jokes like I do. You know, he's not a pervert as I am, and you know, so that's why we can't fit there. But honestly, I can come here and listen to Serge, and actually, he's like a fucking professor to you people, most of you.
Wow.
You should live with them. You should move in with them.
You know, and you should learn something from this dude. And actually, I think that you guys understand that he's actually much smarter than you are, and you guys know that he's telling the truth.
Hey,
no,
Joey.
No, you don't want to fucking.
I agree. You all shouldn't be on poor Lyserge's case so much. I agree.
Yeah, they make fun of him like, you know, and actually the guy is fucking amazing. This guy is a fucking
I don't think
Google. He's a Google. If you want to know something, you
if
Google
he stops sniping,
Lyserge.
you should stop sniping.
I'd like to make a reply to that myself. Hey, Joey, let me tell you something. When somebody says, like, they want to, you know, my kids should be taken from me and shit like that, they can eat shit. They can eat shit and die for all I give a fuck.
Yeah, that's fucked up, man.
He didn't
That's
say
fucked
that.
up.
And everybody, when somebody says everybody in the States, he doesn't care.
And the
if they all
motherfucker
die.
ain't never brought one fact up here, and you think he's smart? He's full of shit.
Yeah.
Hey, buddy,
When
by
you make
saying
statements
that,
like
by
that,
saying that, you're lowering your fucking IQ and I mean, period. Because
Anytime
you know the dude is fucking smart.
I tell
He's
you what,
actually, you know what?
here's the truth of the matter. You're not going to talk over me. I'm going to talk too. And here's the way the deal goes down. Anytime you want to test my IQ with that little fucking socialist piece of shit, I'd be willing to do it any motherfucking day of the week.
I agree that he should never, ever, ever, ever say Americans should die. Ever.
Fuck him.
No
He
one
wants
should
all
say
Americans.
Hey, you know what? He does it. Suzanne, listen, the way he says it, he says that when he's angry, he says that when he's like raged.
He said 3 or 4 times in a row.
He never stops talking somebody's eloquent. Because Buddy
times in a row. He said 3 or 4 times in a row that he wants to die.
He would never stop.
I don't give a fuck about Lyserge. I don't give a fuck what you support.
No fucking way. Buddy doesn't have it.
How many times?
One word that I said, the fucking Buddy didn't fucking say something on top of my word.
That's
Buddy,
right.
you gotta learn some manners.
Hey, you heard what I said.
3 or 4 times.
Just
And
like
this
you
kissing
wanna
out
always
ass
talk.
just because you agree with somebody and hate somebody else.
Hey, check out this awkwardness. Hey, Joey, all that ass kissing you just gave Lyserge, right? Gave the courage of this fag saying, yeah, I agree, Lyserge is brilliant. Then he says, I am anti-American. Are you anti-American?
Of course not. What did I just say? I says this: 80% what Lyserge says.
You don't need to tell
I
me
agree
nothing.
with him. 80%.
You don't got to tell me nothing. The reason you're with Lyserge is because you're anti-American. Because you're anti-American.
See that's why are you fucking doing that? Why are you making shit up when you know that that's not true?
That fact was far more
that's
honest
not
than you.
true. You don't know nothing about me, dude. Okay,
hey, you're
I
anti-American.
bled for fucking this country, so you just don't
That fact told the truth. That fact told the truth right there. You niggas are anti-American. That's why you stand together.
Fuck you gazillion times, dude. I don't understand that shit, man. You know that fucking I would die for this country, right? I would rip my fucking heart out right now.
You're a lying motherfucker. You would not.
Well, yes, I would, motherfucker.
I wouldn't even die for my own. I would
every
not go to
fucking
war for my
American in this country,
never.
I would fucking give my life if need be.
You're full of shit.
Okay, not like you pussies, you know, saying and putting fucking words in my mouth. That's bullshit.
Yeah, while you sit there popping pills every day and ain't working, you want to tell somebody that's been in the military.
Pills. What the fuck are tell
somebody?
Okay, hold on. These attacks that you have.
But
these
see,
are
you ain't never been in the military. You don't know a fucking thing. You don't know a fucking thing about fighting for your country. You're a fucking loser.
Vocabulary in their fucking
in Chicago,
brain.
you don't have a fucking clue.
Use 80% of the low, you know, like popping pills.
You ain't nothing but a pill popper. That's all you are, a fucking pill popper.
Hey, Joy.
You don't have a fucking clue about what it is to fight for your country. You ain't nothing but a fucking moron liar.
Hey, Joy, how old are you?
I'm 42.
He said he's 42. I remember that, yeah.
You're too old then.
Yeah, and you're asking girls to go on cam and shit like you're a single boy and you got to fucking hide under the bed when your old lady pulls in. You're a fucking real winner.
Oh, come on.
I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, man. Everybody knows. I specifically said that gazillion times again. I do this for fun. And if somebody doesn't understand that I'm sarcastic, he's a fucking moron. And I'm going to say that again.
I'm having fun right now.
If I wanted
right
to go
on, buddy.
do something
right on,
the
buddy.
side,
Speak the truth.
There are sites that I can go and do that right now. Especially here in Chicago. You can go and do and change a girl every day. Three girls a day, okay, for free. Because people want to fuck. So if I was going to do that, I wouldn't come here and fucking talk bullshit. I just talk bullshit and have some fun here. I come here to have fun debates, but I don't come here to fucking spread hatred, like real hatred, and attack people for fucking nothing. But for example, if I want to tell something to Mello, I tell something to Mello, and I do. Okay, but you don't have to gang up on me because I said something to Mello. And when I when I defend Lyserge, I don't
it's not mellow. First of all, it's not mellow. First of all, it's not mellow. First of all, it's not mellow. It's DeMello. Get that fucking straight.
It's mellow. Fuck you, mellow.
It's DeMello. Get that straight, asshole.
Mellow.
All right.
Mellow.
And you're not going to defile my fucking family name. You got that?
Mellow. Fuck your family name. Oh, buddy, did you know that President signed that
Jose, just go out and kick
something
the
for
bag for a while. I know how
did
you
you see
feel.
that?
You hear me, punk?
Just punch
Buddy,
the
did you?
bag for a while there, Jose. We'll get the pressure off.
Buddy, what happened with the president?
Oh, he signed some kind of
executive order.
Yes, another executive order for veterans. But do you know about that, buddy?
Trump. Right on. Good man, Trump.
Okay, good man, Trump. Okay, hold on. Does Buddy know about that? Buddy, do you know about that?
So he's given. What's he giving to the veterans?
It's just like more of benefits and simply.
Well, that's
something
good.
On top. Yeah, that's good.
They
but I'm going to
deserve
tell you
that.
something. See, that's the thing. The right wingers, conservatives, bigots, they know. Some of them know, but most of them don't. That actually that bill was put in by Obama administration, but it takes some time for that bill to pass. And finally, it came to. It came at President's Trump desk to sign that up, and now it looks like he did it, which he didn't. Okay.
You don't know whether
Obama administration.
And where's your proof that Obama did that? You don't know that. You do not know that.
What do you mean, my proof? It's in the bill that we're talking about it.
Maybe Trump pushed it through faster. Did you ever think of that?
No, I don't think of that because Trump is a motherfucking moron.
Yeah, well, it's obvious you're on Hillary Clinton's side and you love Hillary.
I'm not on Hillary Clinton's side at all.
Rocks now.
I'm just not on
Well,
his
if you're
side.
against Trump, you're for Hillary because Hillary would have been president.
I'm just telling you again, Suzanne, don't say that I'm for Hillary because I'm not.
Can I say something?
Bernie Sanders supporter.
Well, Bernie wouldn't have done anything for America anyway. Bernie
Trump
was
is
all
our president.
I'll give you this for free. I'll give you that
would
for
not
free.
do anything
You
for
don't ever
American
get
people.
anything for free.
Trump is for all.
Choice for Bernie is because Lyserge is for Bernie, right, Joey?
Yeah.
No. Don't say yeah. No.
And Suzanne, the more you learn about these characters, the more you just wow, you don't like to be talked over, but you want to talk over everybody. That's kind of weird.
What the fuck are you talking about? I'm just saying, no, it's not because of that. I was a bird before I knew anything about Lyserge.
Do you have
I don't even know. I don't even know the Lyserge is for
Joy, do you have your hearing aid in? Do you hear when I'm talking?
Joy wants Nolan bad.
I hear you.
You notice that? He does.
Yeah, mine does.
Wants Nolan.
He wants Nolan.
Nolan.
Yeah, what's up, Ryder?
Nolan is good. I like Nolan. I like Nolan. I like everyone. I like everyone.
I like everyone too, but I hate that motherfucker.
Yeah, he's a dip.
Why would you hate Lyserge, man?
Why?
Yes.
He hates America.
Hold on, guys.
The only person I dislike is Bulldog.
Okay, hold on a second.
Lyserge is bad as you hate Bulldog or work.
Oh, no, you don't. I would like literally. I would ship Bulldog.
I don't even hate Mello. I don't even hate him.
I would literally ship
people that I
Bulldog
hate. I could actually really fucking do bad to them. Like
I wouldn't hurt Bulldog, but I'd ship him to Syria.
Who's that Bulldog that used to come?
That horrible dude. Yeah.
Yeah, he was horrible.
Okay, so
where
DeMello go?
I don't think Lyserge or Bulldog is bad, but Bulldog
DeMello probably he went out because
Bulldog gets old real fast. What's up, Ryder? What's up?
I was asking if you heard from Mark White from Philly lately.
Nah, man. No. You talking about that Mark dude that jumped in here sometimes, right?
Yeah. He was a pretty decent dude. He was from Philadelphia.
Yeah, where has he been? I hadn't seen him in a while.
I sent him in the invite. He'll pop up. Up.
I mean, it's a sad thing that we can't share as much as we would like here because, like I said, I think that we became friends, about 20 or 30 of us here, and it's like pretty much we're all regular, but we can't share a lot of stuff. Like, for example, a lot of people would share so much as I would do, and it's good to listen to other people and their issues and problems.
If that was true, Joy, the stuff that you've heard Lyserge honestly say that he believes in here, then that just makes me know you have to be as whacked as he is.
80%'s a lot. Too much. It's 80% too much.
So now you're gonna tell me how much I'm supposed to support this?
No, I'm just telling you, if you agree with the things that he said in here, then you got
80% of the things he says I agree with.
So you just talked over me again, but you don't want to be talked over. I find that's
not it. It's like, for example, if I'm talking and then you're not stopping to talk over me,
I can just keep spewing off bullshit too, so you can't talk.
You can't talk like a little kid, man. All right. For example, like right now, you can't just say stuff like that. It's just not mature enough. That's why I want to know your age. I'm asking you. Didn't you ask me like personal questions? And I told you that you know what? I've been in this fucking YouTube for about
You're just spewing off fucking dumb shit. Okay. You're just spewing off dumb shit.
And you asked me.
I've never asked you a damn thing because I don't give a fuck.
No, you motherfucking lying piece of shit. You asked me personal shit, and I answered you. And when I asked you,
what I'll bet you.
You're fucking hiding that like it's a national secret.
What I'll bet you with everything that I am, Joy, you would never say that in real life, brother.
Say that again. I didn't hear you.
You called me a fucking piece of shit, didn't you?
See, that's what I'm saying. That's what you hear.
Did you fucking call me a fucking piece of shit?
What you want to hear.
Did you just call me a fucking piece of shit?
And fucking
pretty much.
Yeah, and ramble and mumble about
my
shit.
reply to you is
you take
that
that.
you would, hey, so my reply to you is
take shit out of context. You always pick and choose.
My reply
what you're
to
gonna
you is,
take,
big boy.
and then you give an answer for that. You don't fucking listen to the whole thing that I said.
My reply to you, big boy,
I know how I did it. But I just didn't say, hey, I didn't just come here and say,
big boy,
hey,
you big boy is that you'd never say it to my face.
You're a piece of shit, and that's what you hear. All right, no, I didn't
you ain't
say
gonna
that,
say
man.
it to my face.
There was actually
you ain't gonna say it to my face.
Was included in about 20 other words.
I tell you what, let's go ahead and run with it. Let's go ahead and run with it just a little bit.
Kids talk, man. And
Play
I told
around
you
with that a little
like
bit.
a
Let's play
kid.
around with that a little bit.
And I asked you fucking your age, and you don't want to fucking tell me your age. I'm just wondering how old are you. I just want to know.
Goddamn motherfucking moron business, you pussy, and I fucked your goddamn mama in the ass, motherfucker. Now what you gonna do about it? I fucked your mama right in her fucking mouth, and I loaded my cum in her fucking stomach. Now what you gonna do about it?
I just don't give a fuck. You see, I don't get offended.
Well, then shut your goddamn motherfucking punk ass fucking mouth, boy.
Listen, you fucking white trash redneck
you heard
trailer
what the fuck I just told you. Now eat dog shit.
I don't give a shit. Okay, fuck your mom too as well. All right, do the same thing to your mom. That doesn't affect me. Period. I just want to tell you that us telling each other. Can you just fucking stop for 1 second, man?
Shut your fucking mouth.
Me telling you shit and you telling me stuff really doesn't offend me as much. All right, just like what offends me is when I'm honest and when I tell you something, my personal shit, and then when I ask you a simple fucking question, hey, buddy, how old are you? I'm hiding that like a little bitch. How would you do that?
You fucking motherfucking piece of shit. I fucked your fucking mama. That's the truth.
Kids talk like that.
Yeah, how's that feel, motherfucker? Now call me a fucking piece
of puberty, man. Like you're in just fucking puberty.
Call me a fucking piece of shit.
Piece of shit.
I fucked your mama in the ass.
I fucked your mama in the ass.
Yeah.
In her eye socket.
Yeah. I couldn't imagine that. Yeah.
That's disgusting.
You can have my mama any day you want.
You see what I'm saying?
Hey.
But you see what I'm saying, buddy? That doesn't fucking affect me at all. You know, you calling me piece of shit doesn't affect me at all. And you know what? And listen, you getting offended, me calling you piece of shit.
4.5 millimeter
you're a little bitch. You know, only bitches fucking get offended if somebody calls them fucking piece of shit. Why would you get offended?
Let's roll with it, dog. Come on, dog.
Rolling,
Let's roll
rolling, high.
So how old are you, buddy? Are you gonna answer me or not?
You come up here like you some fucking motherfucker.
How old are you, buddy?
You ain't fucking shit.
Why don't you just tell me your fucking age, motherfucker?
Fuck you and your motherfucking mammy, boy.
I hear you.
None of your motherfucking business.
All right,
you tell him, buddy.
That hurt. That hurt me.
Now ask me something else personal. What kind of fucking? Let's say, what color panties your wife got on right now, boy?
I don't give a shit.
All right. Are they full of my cum?
I don't give a shit. I don't know what color panties she has, man.
I've been fucking your old lady, man.
Why?
When she
Not
leaves
because of you. I don't give a shit about you, but because I'm cool with Crystal.
Yeah, you cool with Crystal, man.
Oh, so you see, Star, why you brought me here to begin with? I don't know, Star. I'm sorry I did.
I keep calling somebody.
You're all right, Joy. I like you, Joy. I like everyone.
You too, Suzanne. I like that piece of shit buddy too, and he knows. He knows that motherfucker knows that I like him.
I like you, man.
We can fucking fight. We can tell each other shit, and he knows that.
Okay, Joy.
You come up here like you somebody from the hood gonna jump on to Mello and fuck with him.
Listen, the Mello and I, that's totally different issue.
Mello for no reason.
No, we have a reason.
What did you call him again? I forgot. It was something weird.
You've been doing this for months, Joy. You've been doing this for months. And the reason you do it, I know exactly why you do it. You want to show Lyserge what a Billy badass you are, and you got his back, and you're going to always take care of him.
No, that's not true. When did I fucking jump on your ass? When did I jump on anybody's ass? And always when I jump on somebody's ass, do you see how much I take? Do you see what kind of
you came up here and invited it, you moron.
I say I'm all game. I am all game. Okay? And even you, Russell, you know, me telling you about that
get your brother Nolan on
like all that shit, bullshit. You know what? That's all me fucking joking around. If I didn't like you, I would not even fucking talk to you. Like, for example, for example, that Mello guy
really hurts for me.
I never spoken to that guy.
Really hurts for me.
We actually had a discussion about this about a month and a half ago.
What?
Hey, you're anti-American. You're a piece of shit, man.
Yeah, no.
If I was anti-American, I would fucking cut my dick off right now.
Copy photo.
Wow. Does that prove you're an American if you cut your dick off?
Buddy, I you know how much I love this country.
Hey,
He lives in America. Why would he be anti-American?
Listen to the way that this guy proves he's an American. He wants to cut his dick off. You're a sick motherfucker.
Yeah, he's as bad as Nolan, you know. That's too bad.
Why don't you just go join the military and do something for your country and just leave your dick on?
He's too old.
Yeah, right on.
Yeah, 42 is too old to be in the military.
Yeah.
Yeah, over the hill at 42, huh, Joy?
Yep.
Washed up
to be in the military, yeah.
Honestly, I'm gonna tell you something. I think I never been in better physical condition, but I remember than now.
It ain't working though, so you can work out your muscles all you want, but your fucking brain dead.
I exercise so much that I kind of shaped up. I have really good stamina and everything. So now working, it's helping me out. But you can't spend so much time on the computer too. I mean, I do spend time, but I do play a lot. You know, you just have to. You can't sit around, you know, behind the computer and, you know, talk shit.
You're just a great guy, Joel. You really are. You're just a great guy.
You're too old for military, but you're not too old for the police academy.
Yeah, 35 is cut out.
How late?
35.
What are they? What's the age limit in the military?
Probably the same.
18.
No, it's 28.
No,
I think.
Shit, they know old cops where I live. They're all young.
Here in Chicago, it's 35 for the cops.
Wow.
Cops around here look like they're in their 20s. Easy, all of them.
Most of them are like in their 20s.
Desk ones, like there's older ones. I've seen older ones.
Older ones.
I've got older cops where I live.
Yeah.
In the last several years, we had a lot of new cops because so many cops went to into retirement, and basically our police force has changed dramatically in the last several years. It became much younger police force. I mean, we're talking 20s, you know, 30s are tops, most of cops. You know. And only older cops you're gonna find are in a police station behind the desk, like taking
or campus police.
Yes, I want to suck your toes, Star. But they have to look pretty. I only like pretty feet. Love pretty feet. If you don't have pretty feet,
what's ugly feet to you?
Hey, I
Ugly.
got a question for you,
Ugly
Joy.
when they're ugly. You know what I mean?
Why do you come up here and think that you got the right to ask me anything about my motherfucking life?
Buddy.
Everybody's curious about everybody's lives.
Yeah, motherfucker. And I tell you, see, he's just like sometimes you know, I can tell that he's bipolar a little bit.
I can tell you're a two-faced piece of shit. The reason I'm asking you is because I already know why.
Why?
You fucking tell me. You've been asking me that for days and weeks. Why you keep wanting to know, man?
I just want to know you, motherfucker. That's why.
Yeah, well, how does that help you know me?
It just
I like knowing things about you, buddy. I like to talk about you.
Yeah. I
find out.
Other people ask it for different reasons, and I don't have a problem with it. But I know what that piece of shit Joey really wants to know for.
Why?
See?
Wow.
Why?
You fucking know why, motherfucker.
Why? Tell me why. Why do you think I want to know?
We want to
go tell your fucking mammy why, boy.
Just so I know about you, dude.
Yeah, you do now.
Go tell your mammy.
Okay, and that's like, I swear to you.
I want to know about you, buddy, because I love you.
That's the only reason.
But Joey, I know why you're asking. I've watched you do all the personal questions to everybody. What you do, and it offends me. So don't ask me no more, okay?
I'll ask you again. How old are you?
I fucked your mammy.
Well, she wishes.
You know, I mean, I've already told you don't fucking ask me no more because I know how you work.
No, buddy, I don't think you do.
I think I do. I've seen a million morons like you.
And Suzanne, she's such a cool gal that you know, she understands. She still wants to be friends with everyone, of course, and it's really nice to be friends with everyone.
Hey, I'll try to help you out one time, Joy.
For example,
I'll try to help you out one time.
You know,
all that
Suzanne,
shit you do and all the reasons you do what you do.
That I've been like so open about it and so truthful about that. I just want to know his age, just because I want to know his age.
But it's none of your
nothing else. Nothing else.
Okay, well, I want to know. Okay, that's fine. I want to know what color fucking panties your wife's got on right now.
She always has different, and she wears those nice from Victoria's Secret.
Can you put her on? Can you bring her to the internet and let me talk?
Like honestly, I get sometimes jealous.
Whoa! Hey, you want to know my age? I tell you what. Here's the way you'll know my age.
Underwear when you go to work.
You'll know my age. Go get your wife. Go get your wife and bring her on this internet. I want to talk to her.
No, don't corrupt her.
There's an echo.
Huh?
I want you to bring your wife to this motherfucking
There's an echo.
Hey, buddy, don't corrupt.
Oh yeah, I asked her to join. She doesn't want to.
You're a liar. You didn't ask her. You hide it from her.
Listen.
Oh, your wife.
I swear to you, I asked her to join. She said that she doesn't want to. That we're too dirty. We talk too much shit.
Liar.
Okay, motherfucker.
Your wife doesn't know, Joy. Come on.
Yeah, I let her watch, and she says that we're disgusting, and she would never join.
Bring her in. I want to ask her what color panties she has on, Joy.
I'll tell you, man.
I want to ask her.
She doesn't want to. She really doesn't want to. I really did ask her. I actually asked Armando before I was going to ask her to join. But you guys going to ask okay. And Armando says, no problem. But then I asked her to join, and I let her see the shit.
Joy, shut up. Somebody's echoing like crazy.
You got a fucking echo, man.
Yeah, somebody's making an echo.
Anybody's got like any speakers?
YouTube page. Somebody's got. It's probably Buddy. He always does that. Right, Buddy?
Dave is 47. Dave, you ain't 47, dude.
Hey, Joy, I'll tell you what. You want to know how old I am, man?
Yes, I really do.
Here, and let me talk to her, and I'll tell you.
Wow. Wow.
Prove to me you're not a liar, and I'll tell you exactly how old I am.
What do you mean? How do I prove that?
Bring her here and let me talk to her.
I want to see
Who, my wife?
Victoria's Secret pen.
All right, I'm gonna start muting a couple people. Hold on a second.
I'm telling you, dude. First of all, she ain't here. She's at the hospital with her mom. And she says that she does not want to join this chat.
Okay. That must be you, Suzanne.
Is it me? Wow. Okay, I'll leave and come back.
All right, unmute yourself now, Shotgun and Joy.
Why, that echo was Suzanne?
Yeah, she didn't know it though. She's coming back in.
It's way better now. Yeah, it's perfect. That's okay, Suzanne.
You gotta unmute your mic, Joy. Unmute your mic, Joy.
Joy, unmute. Ryder? Who's got the control?
He doesn't know.
Was it me or wasn't it me? Was it me?
Okay, can you hear me?
Oh, wait, let's see if I got... No, I don't have the control panel. Who has it?
I can hear Suzanne.
You do, Shotgun?
Shotgun.
There's Suzanne.
Who's got the
best panty?
Okay, good. Okay, cool.
Yeah, but just anytime you want to know my age, bring your wife on here. Let me talk to her, and then I'll tell you.
I'm just telling you, dude. She does not want to come here. I swear to you.
Stop your dumb shit. If you're
just
a man,
get her to say hi, and that's it. And she can go hi and bye.
I asked her 3 times, and we got in a fight once because of it. Okay,
take up excuses because you're a liar. I want to talk.
Some people literally don't want to be on here because it's.
I don't understand, buddy, man. If I'm telling you that's what happened, that's what happened, dude.
Here's what you also told me. But you're a liar because you told me that you had to go. You had to go because your wife was pulling in the driveway and she didn't know you were ever on the internet.
No, here, she does not like me.
Okay, so there you go. Which way is it? Is it one lie or the other lie? Which fucking way is it?
Idiot, man. Stop calling me a liar, man.
You gonna come on here?
Right now, can you stop talking so I can answer?
Everything from your fucking wife?
Can I answer?
Give me a break. You're a goddamn 12-year-old kid.
Well, I'm calling you that, so don't use that, against me. But I'm telling you right now.
Buddy, do you really want to meet a 12-year-old kid that's on here? He is really, really bad, and he literally is 12.
Well, now Joy's 12. It expects a fucking grown-up man to believe his goddamn lies.
There's a couple things. Joy, you saying that your wife doesn't want to jump on here. You're trying to make it seem like it's a bad thing to jump on here. I'm pretty sure she thought you were a fucking bozo when you were sitting there typing on Newsmax, right?
I don't know what you're talking about, Newsmax, man. What
do you mean? You don't know what I'm talking about, Newsmax? Remember when you were in Newsmax?
I was in Newsmax for a month.
Bring back my phone.
Whatever. Remember when you were in Newsmax and you were typing your ass off on YouTube chats?
Yeah, for a month I was in Newsmax.
Well, you were bouncing from different. I mean, you were probably in Al Jazeera, you were probably in TYT.
No,
but you've been chatting.
I was in TYT originally, and then I jumped
so
from
how long
TYT
you were in TYT for?
Newsmax.
You see how you're trying to make it seem? You're trying to make it seem like you're not some kind of herb on fucking YouTube chat. Like, what do you think you're doing?
Well, I don't understand your question.
Didn't think you were a herb. You didn't think you were a herb when you were on TYT, texting there in front of TYT. You didn't think she didn't think you were a herb.
She didn't think what?
Bring back my pony to me. Don't trust.
Dude, is there an English barrier between us? I thought you spoke English, nigga.
I don't understand what you mean.
You're just
no,
playing.
that's too
I understand your question, but I don't understand what you mean.
You think you're a fucking player. You come on here and you spew all this bullshit, but really it's all lies and bullshit. And then when somebody says, okay, prove something, you can't fucking do it. Just get your goddamn wife. I want to talk to her.
I just fucking told you, man. First of all, she does not want to talk to you, and she does not want to join this chat. Simple as that.
You're on it.
Do you understand that? I told
Does
you
she
that.
know you're on it?
She doesn't. She's a fucking. She doesn't like me being on here when she's home. Simple as that. So when she comes home, I get off.
There you go.
You're the worst kind, Joey. You're the worst kind. You're a player.
And you know why? Because I let her read what. Listen, I let her read what we say here, and she was watching it, and she said that we're fucking disgusting, and that she would never join that. And then I had a fight because I asked her one time, "Can you please just join with me?" Because there's like several couples, several other couples here, and she said, "No fucking way."
Someone said they don't drink tap water, and you know what? I said I don't. Oh, and then you know what I said? I said I doing spring water.
Hey,
I meant to say I'm drinking spring water, but I said I'm doing spring water.
I can see why your wife would not want to jump on here.
I just told you why.
Well, I could also see you being on here, right? And when your wife comes home, you get off. But I know when you're sitting there eating on the dinner table, you want to jump back on, you fucking idiot.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, but I told you I like it here. This is my. Listen, this is the best thing ever. I have friends that I don't want to do with you. I don't have to tell you, get out of my house or stuff like that.
Why are you painting like this is a stupid thing to do? That's funny to me. That's just funny to me. Like, you do things that offend you, you know?
You come over here making everybody believe you're telling the truth about everything, but you're a bold-faced fucking liar, and it just pisses me off. And you got the nerve to ask me my age? Fuck you, man.
All right, buddy.
Be real with me, and maybe you'll find out some shit if you got to know people's what. But it's always bothered me, somebody just determined to find out something personal. Why is it so important to you to even know my age?
True.
Because we're becoming friends, you fucking shit. That's why. If you don't want to be my friends, just say it so, and then we're never going to fucking speak again.
Okay, you ready?
Yes.
Fuck you and the horse you rode in on. Carry your fucking ass out of here.
Okay.
Buddy has a way.
That's it. I guess that's it then.
That's it. Bye, motherfucker.
I guess we're through.
Yeah, we're breaking up, bitch.
We're breaking up. We're breaking up.
Hey, Joy. Hey, Joy.
Nah, Joy, you're all right. You're all right. Just don't ask me personal shit, man. You know what I mean?
You asked me how I got here.
Is that Joy's not
you know
smart?
that I never fucking told anyone about how I came to this country, but you were the first fucking person that I ever told about me the way I came here. The first person. And when I ask you your age, you get offended by me asking your age? That's not cool.
I didn't ask you to tell me anything about your life, boy.
Yes, you did, and you were preparing to. You actually asked me how I came here, the way I came here.
It was a topic. It was a topic. That's not nothing personal.
No, you wanted to know exactly about me.
Hey! You're confusing something, aren't you? You're born in is not really considered personal.
That's not it. No, you wanted to know exactly a few personal things.
I don't give a fuck where you're born, Joy. It was just a topic.
Bring back my body to me.
I think you know that I got you figured out and why you're really asking, right?
I'm asking you your age because I've always wanted to
Why
know
don't
how
you
old
be
you
a
are.
man? Why don't you step up? I tell you what, you want to earn my friendship? Right now, tell me why
No.
you're so determined to know my age, because I know exactly why.
I'll tell you why, buddy. He wants to know whether your ass is sagging.
Hey, but my ass ain't sagging. I can tell you that. I'm in good shape, motherfucker. I know exactly why you keep asking me week in, week out, every day, da-da-da. I know why. You want me to tell you why?
Yeah, listen.
You want me to tell you why, Joy? He must have had to run in there and act like he's not on the internet real quick.
Yeah, it's early morning in Germany. Tell by John's windows.
Yeah, he had to run in there. Yeah, see his wife pull in. Time to go.
Joy, where are you? Come here.
I know exactly why he keeps asking me my age all the time, but see, he'll never be man enough to come up here and say it.
Why? What's he gonna do? I never mind.
Joey's one of them people that tries to find out personal information, so when he's hitting on all the girls, he can already tell the girls, oh, you don't want to get with him, or he's married, or he's old, or he's young, or fat, or bald headed. I've watched him do this for a year and a half. He's a fucking moron.
Exactly, I've seen it too. Yeah. Pretty lame, eh?
Yeah, but he thinks I'm stupid enough, like some dumb fucking kid. He comes up here. It's just because I want you to be my fucking friend. It makes us a friend if you tell me how old you are.
Yeah. Yeah, we've seen it all before.
I just don't like people who hide behind a big lie and then come on here and act like, they're really, their game's really working. It pisses me off.
Well, that's it. That like there's this big alter ego, and then you hear in the background, what you doing? Oh, I gotta go now. Help!
I've actually heard that. Heard that.
I have too. And he just the way he acts, he goes, "Oh, sorry, dear. Oh, no, I won't do it. No, that wasn't where I was on. I wasn't on that site. No. Okay.
Exactly.
Oh, yeah. Okay. I gotta go now. See ya." Just whimpering and everything. It's pretty disgusting.
I like Joey, okay, and everything. We kid around in the YouTube chat and stuff, but I mean, when he starts running this, and I know why he's really doing it, it pisses me off.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, maybe that's the way he entertains himself by coming on there and calling you names and, oh, you're a fag, suck my balls, and all this. It's like, yeah, okay.
Right.
I've heard that for 500 million times,
I didn't want to go there, to be honest with you, but he called me a fucking piece of shit 3 times in a row. I said, all right, do it one more fucking time, man. Well, and that's when
and he says,
well, there you go.
Mellow, like he knows that calling him mellow is going to make him mad because, it's probably, some people are pretty upset about that, you're derogatory, my family name. So he keeps doing it over and over, It's like, yeah, whatever, you stupid fuck.
Right. Yeah. Mello left, I guess, after he did that.
Oh, I bet you he got him. I bet you he was hot and mad. He probably had to go out there and kick the tree or something.
Does when he gets real mad, he'll leave and go cool off, which is smart. I mean,
sometimes I'll go out there and kick something, but I don't like. And I'll rip my hamstring or something and be like, "Oh, you fucking old bastard! You can't do that anymore."
Right.
Just for a joke, though. It's nothing like. But no, I probably just got a little hot by that. That's why he cut out.
But anyway, it's still, man. I have not seen it rain for 4 days. When I say rain, it's pouring outside. It's been pouring cats and dogs for 4 days straight here, man. I haven't seen this in a long time. I mean, It'll rain a day.
Armando, why won't you get rid of P Mars? He's just a bloody troublemaking idiot.
Who, P Mars?
Yeah, he just posted something that's really ancient and old, right? And like, because like he was giving me hell, so I said for him to shoot himself. And then Kayla says, I stalk her, which I never ever have, and I never ever would. I was watching back an old video that we did a long time ago when I was actually her friend, right? And I heard her saying nice things about kids with autism, right? And then she goes and runs my son that's got autism down to my face.
Wow.
And then she expects me not to dislike her when she turned around and told me she hates me, literally. And then she tries to say, oh, that's not me hating you. I don't hate you, but I really don't like you very much. I thought, oh, that's okay. You don't have to like me. But you know what? You don't need to, like, start calling me Hosanne for a starter. Like, you know, and now she's got other people calling me Hosanne, right? And that's fine.
Right.
I don't mind that at all. But to repost stuff, P Mars is reposting stuff that has nothing to do with him, really. And he got involved and he didn't need to get involved. You know what I mean? And now he's reposting stuff that Kayla said that I'm stalking her, which I never was. I was actually listening to a guy's voice that I missed, right? On Hangouts, right? Because he's no longer here. And I was just listening to our conversation back. I had nothing to do with Kayla. And then I just came across that and I said, oh, you stick up for children that have got autism and then you go and run a child down that's actually got autism. You know, and she didn't even have to bring up my son into the conversation. And it really, you know, and then I thought, you are an absolute hound dog for saying that about my son, because I don't bring up anybody's family or anybody's children or anybody's personal lives into any conversation, you know.
Usually don't go as low as I went with Joy, buddy. It's the way he did what he did, and I know why he was up, you know, asking me what he was asking me on top of that.
So some people like to use their age against you too on here as well, you know.
Well, I say I've known Joy 1.5 years or 2 years. I mean, are you really going to come up here and try to run that game on me too, Joy? I mean, come on, man. You know, Number one, it's just a little childish game I play about my age. I couldn't give a flying fuck who knows how old I am. I don't give a fuck. The point, you know, actually, it's kind of neat that I even do what I do, because then it makes people like that, you know.
I fucking know that. You know that? I fucking know that. I knew that about about Buddy.
I don't care. It's just a little game I
know
play.
you don't. Right. Yeah. And I always knew that. That's the reason why
I like them both of you. I like them both of you. I don't like P Mars. Number one reason is because he taped my conversation without my knowing. Number two, he keeps reposting that crap about me.
He might love your accent.
I don't know, and I don't care, but the guys were asking me private things about my private bits and stuff, and I was really embarrassed and shy about that. And he posted that on YouTube, man. That's really bad. You know,
there's kind of a golden rule, Suzanne. If somebody keeps asking you real personal stuff, you can almost
I didn't answer it. I just didn't answer any of that. But you know,
they're asking for an ulterior motive, not because they're wanting to get to know you, because they're falling in love with you.
No, I know, but I'm just saying the fact that, you know, that the guys would, you think he could have the common courtesy not to post it on YouTube, because they're asking all us girls about our private bits, right? And like, you know, you think that they wouldn't put that on YouTube.
Hey, Shotgun, are we still meeting tomorrow, by the way, or is that delayed?
That might be delayed because of not only because
no, it's a good thing, and I'll tell you why. I met a lawyer today about all my stuff going on, you know, over there and everything. and I got to go down to the clerk of court in the morning to the estate planning department and become the executor. So I've got to do that in the morning. I was just going to tell you. So
we'll work.
And plus, it's not just raining; it's pouring. You know, I think you might not want to get out in that pouring rain. So you just let me know, man, and we'll do it.
Yep.
Hello.
Hey, HP, man. How you doing, bro?
Packy, what's up, man?
Packy.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Packy, you okay, man?
Yeah, I'm good, buddy.
Man, I've been worried about you over there in Pakistan, man.
No.
Do you like it or do you hate it? Do you hate it or do you like it?
Oh, that can only be Packy.
Come on, Packy. You're all right, mate.
What's up,
Come here, I'll give you a hug.
Hey, buddy.
Thank you.
I'll give
just
you a
made my
hug.
night, man. HP just made my night.
You miss us that much, mate. We miss you too.
Dude, it's not about missing. It's about Lyserge.
Oh,
man.
What about Lyserge?
Everybody's bashing Lyserge.
Oh, I'm not. I'm friends with Lyserge.
That poor.
And you know what? I'm gonna tell you something too, Packy, man. I broke my promise, and I just realized I broke my promise when I came in here today. Velvet nicely asked me, I thought sometime yesterday, I can't remember when. She asked me real nicely for me to please try to be nice to Lyserge, and I told her I would, and I kind of was a little mean to him today, but I'm gonna practice being nice to Nolan, man.
Yeah, but I just thought that the conversation was very intense, so I should bring something.
Yeah.
So.
It was very dense and dark.
But
are you okay, man? You don't have any I mean, you're okay, right, man?
Yeah, I'm okay.
Oh, I thought you was upset, mate. I thought you hated being in Pakistan.
Oh, fuck that, Packy.
No, don't fuck me, shotgun. Don't fuck me. Because I'm already fucked over here. Too many Muzis around me. Too many.
I went for advice the other day. You turned me away.
No. So what's going on? How's my Lord Vargas? Armando?
What's up, Pac, man? What they do, man?
Hey, Armando. My Lord, it's so good to hear your voice.
Hey, you okay over there?
Yeah, I'm good, buddy. I'm really good, buddy. Why are you guys laughing, man?
Because you sound good.
I'm good.
You sound like you're still the same, Packy.
Yeah, I'm still the same. I can see.
Tootie,
I can
miss me when I'm gone.
Yeah, man. Tootie broke my heart.
Gone.
Tootie broke my heart.
Who did?
Tootie.
Who's Tootie? Who's Tootie?
John Tudor.
Oh, John. No, how?
Yeah, he's in LA, but he refused to meet me.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I refused to meet him for dinner.
Yeah.
Oh. That's sad.
So what's wrong? What's wrong with going for a dinner with me?
I would go for a dinner with you if I was in LA.
Already?
I really would, yes.
I would love to take you for a dinner, Suzanne.
That's sweet.
So when are you coming to LA?
When? I told you I didn't even know you when my daughter asked me to go to America. So she already planned, and I already planned to go to New York because I've always wanted to go to New York. So I was supposed to go to New York last time, but my friend would not go to New York, so I had to miss out. So now we already got our tickets for New York and Chicago. So
it's okay. It's okay.
Maybe next time I go to America. Maybe next time I go to America.
Yeah.
No, I will wait, Suzanne. I will wait for you.
Packy will only serve you Punjabi goat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No Punjabi goats. I need the Australian ones. Hey Ray, would you like to? Hey Ray, would you like to go on a dinner with me?
Bring back my bunny to me. La la.
I think Ray is gone.
Ray, has he gone? Ray of sunshine.
Suzanne, where you going to New York?
The world.
Okay, I have
in 3 months' time.
No, I'm here.
Okay, hold on just a second. I've got a request.
New York City, so we're gonna have to touch base before that. Send you the places.
I just need to say one thing real quick. I got a request in the chat room. You motherfucker. Okay, I'm done. Go ahead.
No, buddy, stop bashing Joy now. That's not nice, buddy. Go easy on Joy.
Man, I was really just playing with him, and he kind of.
No, I
did get triggered for a minute. I did.
I think Joy and Lyserge are lovers.
They are.
Are lovers in disguise, but they kind of love each other. Isn't that Joy?
Yeah, they're anti-American. That really bothers me too, man.
Maybe that's the thing which creates the love.
You can be anti-American, but you don't have to hate the civilians in a country. They don't have anything to do with, like secret operations,
But still, buddy, don't go full throttle on Lyserge. He's too all alone.
I know, bless his heart, man. Yeah, he's in the YouTube chat right now, man. Lyserge, man, I miss you, brother. Will you please come up here and let me do a formal apology in the name of Packy?
Yeah, in the name of Packy.
I miss you too, Lyserge. I miss you. I wish I could hear that song, Nolan.
Lyserge, Packy, please. See, Packy, please ask him to stop. He's being mean to me. He's calling me a liar. I want to make a formal apology to you, Nolan.
Come on, Lyserge. Come up in here, mate.
Come on,
mate. I want to hear your sexy voice, Lyserge.
I want
Keep
to
this mouth going.
Nolan.
Come on, Lyserge. Come up in here, mate. Oh my gosh.
Lyserge.
He's calling me a liar, Packy. He's calling me.
No.
Hey, somebody's got a real bad echo. Who is that?
Blow hard.
Probably you, buddy.
No, it's not me, man.
Oh, that's cool.
Hey, Ray. Ray.
Yes, sir.
Ray.
It was Suzanne, but she's got it muted. Okay.
Oh, cool.
Oh my God,
Packy, what's up?
Oh my God, you guys made her leave again?
No, she'll come back. She's coming right back.
Okay. Hey Ray, would you like to go on a dinner with me?
No, man, I'm full.
Nobody wants to go on a dinner with me.
Take buddy with you. Armando, take Armando with you.
No, Armando's my lord. We don't take our lords on a dinner. So we don't sit and dine with our lords.
Hey,
the Lord.
Hey, Packy, Lyserge just said.
Packy.
Okay.
You You know that little style you just pulled on Suzanne right now?
Uh-huh.
Well, that's how you act with women in real life. You don't have to be so nervous.
Really? I was nervous?
When women
No,
are
as a matter
around,
of fact,
you
you
stutter too much.
wasn't. That's the first time I ever seen you non-nervous.
But I'm
He
never
lied.
nervous, my lord. But I'm never nervous. I would love to take Tootie on a dinner.
Tootie. You see, no.
My lord.
No, you don't take Tootie out for dinner. You don't take
My
Tootie
lord,
out for
I
dinner.
cannot take you on a dinner because, my lord, lords
Fuck
and
out of here.
servants, they don't dine together. They don't dine together.
You
They
can't.
never eat together.
Hey,
So my lord's
tell you
gonna
what.
eat. I'm gonna stand right beside
Tell
him
you, if we
as a
would ever eat
servant.
together, if we would ever eat together, I bet you I'll be paying for the food that you eat. You're not gonna pay for my food.
No, my lord, my
Never.
lord, I cannot eat with you, my lord. I'm just gonna stand beside you as a servant. As a servant.
He wants to have supper with Tootie.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, John, would you go on
That
a
doesn't
dinner with
offend you
me?
guys, though. That doesn't offend you guys when your food is paid for. It offends me for some reason. I have no idea.
No,
I'm just
no,
stupid like that.
no. I always fight with other people for paying the food because it's an honor. It's an honor to be paid for their food.
Yeah.
John,
Yeah.
John, would you like to go on a dinner with me?
Oh, sure. But I need
Oh
some.
my God, John, you just made my day. It's day over here. That's why you just made my day. At least somebody wants to go on dinner with me. At least.
Well, all I can say is fuck you, Packy. You never asked me.
You're too old. You're too old for going on a dinner with you. I'm not gonna go with an old man.
What, I don't eat?
You eat, but your fake teeth. I don't want to see that fake teeth munching those food and stuff.
I don't have fake teeth. What are you talking about?
Oh my God. You go on a dinner date with Buddy.
I'm insulted. Really insulted, Packy.
Don't worry, shotgun.
Don't worry, Packy. We're gonna get together. We'll probably eat something and grab a few cartons of cigarettes or something, man.
Buddy. I wish I was there, man. I wish I was there.
It's pouring down rain here, Packy. You need your umbrella.
Yes,
Yeah, you
I
need
heard
your
there was a
umbrella.
storm. I heard there was a storm in North Carolina.
It's been pouring down rain for 4 days consecutive. Look, man. I could drag the mic over here right now. Open up the door. It is pouring right now. I haven't seen it like
pouring. Still pouring,
yeah,
buddy.
man. Right now.
Shit, man.
I can't believe it, man. I hadn't seen
Really?
this in years, man. Being as I'm only 29.
Oh shit.
Just be safe, buddy. Just be safe.
Yeah, I mean, man.
Peggy, I asked you.
Yes.
I asked you.
It's not raining. It's fucking pouring. You know.
I wanted to ask Packy advice on my relationship with Sean, and he did not respond.
When?
Yesterday.
No, I wasn't here for the past 2 or 3 days. But
yeah, he hasn't been here. He went back to Pakistan.
Do you need to ask him in private, Shotgun, or you need to ask him again?
I don't give a shit.
I think Sean is an awesome woman. She doesn't has a seductive voice like Suzanne, but she is awesome. She's a professional. She's kind of independent, so you're gonna experience some sort of an assertion from her. But I think Sean is an amazing woman. Kind of too good for you, but consider yourself lucky. That's all I can say.
Hee
Consider yourself lucky.
You're lucky, Shotgun. You have a nice woman there.
You can't.
But
Becky's too funny. That's why I ask his advice.
but see, Shotgun. On a serious note, Sean is a very nice woman. Original, authentic. Uh, uh, it's kind of hard to realize that you guys knew each other for a very long time, but it's kind of like but it's for good. See, when it happens, it happens. And Shotgun, you're too old for her, but still, love is blind. So I think she's blind right now.
Hey, Packy, what do you think I look like?
No, honestly, Shotgun looks really nice until or unless he takes out his fake dentures. So, no, Shotgun is in very good shape, to be honest. And Shotgun has no gray hair. That's like that's kind of like hard to believe, but he has no gray hair. No, honestly, Shotgun has no gray hair. I think it's the Italian genes, I would say. That's why.
No, I don't have Italian genes.
Oh, but you said that you were Italian.
That was David.
Oh.
I said that when I was living in New York City, I lived with Italians and Jews. But me personally, I'm Scotch Irish.
But still, Shotgun, I'm really happy for you. So when you are going to Wales, you're going to Wales? You're gonna move there or what?
No, I'll take a visit there first.
Oh. I would say, Shotgun, keep your options open. Suzanne is gonna be in New York soon, so you should you should keep your options open.
All right.
Man, you better take it, man. You have had it now, boy.
Yes, that's why I go to Packy. He gives me the unvarnished truth.
Cause as far as I know, Suzanne just dumped her boyfriend Bulldog, so she's single now.
My boyfriend Bulldog. You're funny, Becky. You're funny. I thought Al was my boyfriend. Now
I forgot. A lot of men were chasing Suzanne. So, but currently she's single now. Al, who is serving time in Guantanamo Bay, Gitmo. So he's under protective custody of the United States Army. So.
Well, I think Suzanne should show a pic of herself.
I should show a pic of myself.
Yes.
I was on camera just the other day.
Yeah, she was on cam. Hey, did you ever get your hair done, Suzanne?
I'm doing Friday.
Oh, okay.
I'm getting it redone on Friday. Yeah. Here who I am.
Oh.
There you go, Shotgun. Look at that boy. Oh, wow. Nice.
I like hair.
That's a you're a hot tamale, girl.
Kamali? What's Kamali?
She's a hot tamale.
Tamale, like the Mexican food tamale?
She's a hot tamale.
Is tamale the Mexican food?
Yeah.
Hey, John, I hope you're not fapping. I think John is fapping right now. No, John, no, we can hear something like
I'm on you right now, or so help me. I think I heard it too, man.
John, are you really? Are you really? Are you really?
What in the what is that? Oh shit, man. God, no, man.
No.
God, no, man. Come on, man.
Oh yeah. Right on.
Hey, John, why didn't you have my back, man, when Joy was jumping on me, man? You mic'd out. You let him martyr me, man.
No, you're you. I didn't need to step in there. You had that. Thanks for that,
buddy.
Thanks for
we didn't need no help.
Now, John.
Thanks for
Look, you got your window open.
Huh?
You got your window open. I thought it was real cold there.
It was real nice and warm yesterday. And huh?
Hey, help me analyze why I get triggered like that so easy, John.
P-Mars, you're just an idiot.
A what?
Is P-Mars?
An idiot.
Is P-Mars here, Suzanne?
Yeah, he's here in the hangout. Look what he wrote. Lol, Suzanne, I love how dramatic you are.
Oh. Now I'm trying to figure out why I get so easily triggered, John. Man, let's diagnose it together.
I told P Mars to shoot himself once because remember he posted my bloody the guys talking about pubic hair and stuff, and
really?
they said, "Oh, are you grey down there too?" But I'm not even grey, as you saw. I'm not grey at all, and you know, and I said I'm not grey. That's the only thing I said is I'm not grey, and he tried to say I am grey. So. In the other hangout, he just said that in the other hangout. I should copy and paste that to show how much of a butthead he is.
Yeah.
He said you were mad at me because I recorded you talking about your grey pubes, remember? And you know what? I said I wasn't grey. So therefore, I'm not grey. Therefore, he's trying to say I am grey. But the thing is,
Hank.
he's most probably more grey than I am.
What's going on, guys and gals?
G'day.
Hey, man, how's your car? Still running okay?
Yep. Still
yeah,
running
exactly,
okay.
Russell. That's cool, man.
I just have to bleed the coolant system every fourth of tank, but that's no big deal. I got that shit all set up for now. I mean, I'm actually off tomorrow. I need to go get up early and actually take it and have it pressure tested once again.
Yeah. Do that, Hank. Do that.
So what y'all talking about?
Suzanne was talking about her pubic hair.
I was saying, no, P Mars was talking about my pubic hair, and I was saying I'm not grey. That's all I'm saying.
I found some gray in my beard this past year. One gray hair right in the middle. Now I've got every color in my facial hair. Every single color.
Red, brown, green.
Well, not green. I got the natural colors.
Okay.
Red, blonde, white, black, brown, and gray.
Yeah, cool.
So I've been driving for Uber in Dallas.
Hey, how is that working out, Hank? Is that working out good?
Dude, in one night, I made more than I make at Pizza Inn shit in a week. Like, I can't believe I said that.
Really? Wow. Well, you know, once
it was actually a 24-hour period.
I think Uber's still new, and I think it's going to get better, too.
Yeah, I I did like a 24-hour shift, and I took a little nap in between, so it really wasn't 24 hours. But I made $330
Wow.
in a day, or in a day and a night. Yeah, I was pretty happy. I put in my 2 weeks notice at the pizzeria. So, I had that setback where my engine blew, but I think it kind of all worked out for the best, because if the engine would not have blown, I would not have bought a new car. And I would have poured all that money into a car that was fixing to break down anyway. But the way it turned out, I got a new car, and it's nice enough where I can take it to Dallas and make some money with it. And I think it all worked out, man.
That's cool.
So it's not about the test, it's how you handle the test and how you come out.
Right. Hey, John, have you met Hank? Hank, have you met John? I don't know if y'all have met or not.
Yeah, we spoke a few times. I like John. He's a good guy.
Well, cool, man.
Yeah, John had some questions about Christianity. That's cool, if people are curious and got questions. That's cool.
Yeah, man. Yeah. So, Ray, you still there, man?
Ray's on the panel?
Yeah. You see that nice, I think that's the old Cream album cover. Yeah, he's up here, man.
What's up, Ray? Good to see you.
Feels like old times at Ridgemont High.
That's right.
Hey, all right, Hank. What's happening, man?
Oh, nothing. I'm just looking at my Uber account.
Nice to see you, too.
You too, man.
Yeah. So you started your own deal, huh?
Yeah, I said last year that I wanted to be my own business owner, and the way it turned out, I'll be filing a 1099. Just like you, Ray. Just like you.
Perfect. Yes, sir. I understand. Now, the 1099s, you got to declare those.
Oh, yeah, I know.
On your taxes, yeah. So sometimes maybe they won't give you a 1099. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Yep. Well, that's good, Hank. I'm happy for you, man. That is so fucking cool.
Yeah, I'll be glad to be done with the pizzeria.
Right.
Did you tell Ray about your new car too, Hank? What kind of car you got?
I got a 07 Dodge Charger.
Sweet. Sweet. Well, that's good. It's good to spend money on stuff that you want, and it's definitely good to enjoy making money doing what you like to do, too.
I do like driving.
Yeah. Yeah, it's good to cruise, man. I used to cruise all over the place. I say used to because, shoot, I just remember just a lot of cruising. You too, buddy, I'm sure, right?
Oh, man. 24/7, dude.
Yeah, cruising, man. Fuck, it was so much fun. Fuck yeah, man. I still cruise, but just like back in the day, though, man, it was some serious cruising,
That's right.
Yeah.
All the way down to the drive-ins, man.
Oh, yeah, the drive-ins. Those were kind of interesting, huh? The drive-ins.
Yeah, they were real interesting, especially if you had a set of wore-out shocks on your car. You could fucking see all
Yeah.
kinds.
Shit, man. How many, you go to the drive-in and you go to the snack bar, you got to get out and it's that fucking little building over there in the middle or something,
Right. Yeah, you saw the cars bouncing around in the parking lot.
Yeah, you're walking by cars, you can hear springs going, and and then people are backed up to the screen and shit, in vans and stuff and pickups. And then you go into the snack bar and people are reeking like beer and alcohol.
Yeah,
Shit.
man.
And you pick up some cheesy ass food at they always had shit food, huh? Fucking hot dogs and shit.
Yeah, man. And anytime you'd see the cars jumping, you couldn't see in the car because the windows were all steamed up.
Yeah. Yeah, man. Did you ever have somebody walk by your car and you're in there pumping away, man? Oh God! I always went. The best time to go to the drive-in is to go when a really shitty movie's playing too.
Right. That's right.
You know, seriously. Yeah, you never go when there's a good movie. Always when there's a shitty movie, man. You know that you'll be making out for sure.
Right.
Oh boy, the drive-in. Did you ever steal one of them little speakers that you hung on the window?
Yeah. I think everybody's pulled off with one of those in their window.
Pieces of shit speaker. Yeah, pieces of shit speaker. I remember I had an old truck one time, just said, fuck it, man. Just drove out and just ripped it out, you know?
Some of those drive-ins, man, I'd go up to the snack bar, I'd look over in the corner, and you'd see a stack of those speakers because I have to replace them every fucking day, you know?
Well,
some of them in there just be a pole, you know, with a wire hanging. You know?
Hey, there was lots of sex happening in those drive-ins. Let me tell you.
Yeah, I did
16 years old.
there, that's for sure.
For sure.
Yeah. Well, what else is there to do in there? You know, you can't watch a fucking movie. You can hardly hear it. You know.
Well, exactly. I mean, you can on the side, but there's other stuff to do between the movie or during.
Right.
Yeah, I was saying to Buddy before, you know, you.
Yeah, go ahead, Ray.
No, I was just gonna say, I was saying to you before, you know, you pull into the drive-in, you know, it's just one guy by himself.
Oh my
God!
like
3 or 4 of your friends laying down in the back seat, covered up with blankets. You know?
Oh right, that's right too. When they had those all-night marathons.
Yeah, man. Pay one admission. A guy going in there by himself. You know, hey, how's it going?
I remember going to an all-night marathon kung fu movie. Kung Fu Mama. Kung Fu Mama.
Yeah, you always, when you get ready to take a girl to the drive-in, you say, "So, well, look, these are the movies that are playing." And then when she goes, "Oh, that movie right there is supposed to be real good." Okay, well, we need to go to the other one over here. Then.
Yeah. Yeah, I lived down in the LA area, and you pick up the newspaper, you know, and you whip it open, you know, drive-ins, you know, and there's like, fuck, man, you name it, 15, 20 drive-ins pretty much, you know.
Right.
Within cruising range, and some of them were really badass, you know. Some of them were pretty fucking sweet, man. You know, drive-ins, yeah, that was really something, you know, really something.
They ripped them all down around our place. They ripped them all down because the property was worth so much in the areas they were located, and they just, you know, we lost them all. I can't. Around Vancouver area, there's probably about 7 or 8, and then they dwindled down. There's 3, and then there was none because, like I said, the property they were on was worth like trillions. So
yeah,
they didn't make enough money. Didn't make enough money off that property.
I used to get my pickup truck with 8-foot bed, you know, with a full queen size mattress in the back with sleeping bags and blankets, and you just back up, you know. Get a sweet spot. You're laying in a bed basically with your girlfriend or your date, you know. What a joke, man. Fucking
we come out there with the deck chairs
and all kinds of shit too. It was great.
Well, we'd even have deck chairs beside the car and stuff like that, and you put the speakers out, you know, and you'd have beer in cups, not, you know, in bottles.
Yeah.
And we just sit there, and, you know, if it was warm at night and that, you could sit out on the deck chair and just have the speakers are there on that post anyway, so just turn it.
I know, man. I mean, there wasn't all these regulations back then where you know, I mean, people were just
paid your money.
Drink.
Paid your money. It didn't cause trouble. You didn't get kicked out. I mean, if the cops got called to the drive-ins like North Van, it was because there was people riding down the other end that weren't in cars. You know, like we used to go down there at 12 and 13 and watch, you know, Beyond the Valley of the Dolls, because you just climbed over the fence and watched, right?
Right.
I got a
So
question,
that's
guys.
Yeah, man.
Should I go to Dallas tonight and make some more money? It's like I'm debating whether I should go or not.
well, I would. Sometimes it's better to, you know, make hay while the sun shines.
Man, if you ask me, Hank, I mean, you're not getting any, you know, younger, man. Absolutely, make money when you can, man. You know, I mean, I'll be 29 from now till they lay me in my fucking pine box. But I mean, I would go.
Don't be dangerous though. If you're too tired or nothing, don't push it because it can get.
No, I don't do that. I go to sleep in the park if I get tired.
Yeah.
Oh, are you saying because you're wondering because you hadn't had any sleep? You mean?
No, I slept till about noon today, and if I go out there, I can probably drive until about sunrise, until I have to pull over and take a nap for a couple hours, and then keep driving all day when I wake up.
I don't think I'd risk safety over one night's wages, man.
That's what I've been doing. That's how I've been doing it. Getting off of work at 10 o'clock, driving to Dallas after a shower, and then taking a nap at sunrise, and then waking up a couple hours later when it gets hot, and then driving until midnight, and then taking another nap, and then
How many
going to sleep and then
consecutive
come
days
home.
have you done that, Hank?
Oh, just one. I can only do that one at a time.
Okay, so you're saying you feel, I mean, if you feel like you're, man, you know, just, I mean, you know how you feel, just don't do anything dangerous. I mean, one night's wages isn't worth the hospital or something, you know what I mean?
Right, yeah. I'm pretty good at balancing myself, and when I'm over there in Dallas, I don't eat, and the less you eat, you know, the less you have to sleep.
Wow, man,
Sorry, I didn't mean to take it off the. Didn't mean to.
no, man, I
hijack the
mean, you
subject.
need to make money when you can. I mean, hey, if you feel up to it, yeah, man, I'd go for it.
It is a Monday night, though.
Oh, is Monday night not a good night to be doing it, or?
It's just not as much money.
Yeah, well, hey, you might want to take a break, man. Spend some time at home and recoup and relax a little bit, you know?
Yeah, I can do it next week. It's just the rest of my schedule is like completely filled up with pizza. So I'm probably just gonna take a break this week.
Yeah, don't burn yourself out, man. It sounds like you got a full schedule already, you know? Don't burn yourself out.
It's probably good advice. I'll just stay home. I haven't touched my computer in ages.
Yeah, I know I hadn't seen you on here very much. You know? I figured you were probably pretty busy.
I've been running.
I bet, man.
I've been taking no days off, no breaks.
Yeah, you know what, man? Okay, well, that last statement you made. Why don't you relax at home for a night, man?
Yeah, I'll try that.
And then yeah, man, relax a little bit, Hank. Out, man.
I did that once as a manager at a burger joint. I was working like 65 hours a week. And then the last straw was when I got called in on my day off to put up the truck that came in on her shift, and she told me not to clock in. I was like, fuck this.
Signal. That's a good time for me to fix the coffee. All right, I'll see how. Oh, there he is.
Did y'all hear that?
Yeah, we heard most of it, Hank. But yeah, man. Hey, you said you were working 65 hours a week. You know how many hours I was working when they hired me in to straighten out this plan over here?
Go ahead.
90 hours a week.
Oh, that's just It's wrong.
I mean, you know, I love what I do, man. So really, believe it or not, it wasn't bothering me. It's just, you know, and Crystal was in heaven too. She didn't have to put up with my fucking ass, you know. But I mean, you know, the paychecks were wonderful and all of that. But after about 6 months, man, I think my lowest hour was like 65 or 70 hours. But it's because the plant was run down in the ground. All the machines needed major work, and so after about 6 to 8 months, I got them all running really good in every department and got all my parts, you know, German machines. So I had to order all the stuff from Germany and let's see, and from around Italy, let's see, the Uteco presses. That was Italian presses, but it was mostly the German parts that I had to order and wait on. But yeah, after about 6 or 8 months, man, I think it was after 8 or 9 months, actually, I started tapering back to about 50 hours a week. And I felt like vacation to me then, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I did those 65 hours a week for about a year. But I wasn't making shit. And then she was complaining. I was the first assistant, and she was the GM. And she was complaining that I was making more than her because of my overtime. But she's the one calling me in. And I guess her fix for that, so I don't make more than her, she gonna call me in and tell me not to clock in? Bye.
Wow. Man, it's just still pouring down. Hank, it has rained 4 consecutive days. I'm talking about, man, it is pouring out here. I've never seen it like this in this. I can't remember it raining. So today was the 4th day. So, man, it was 4 full consecutive days of, I mean, it would stop for a little bit, but for the most part, it has been raining cats and dogs here, man, for 4 days straight. That's kind of unusual for my area, man. It usually only rains half a day or a day, you know. A heavy rain here is like a day or a day and a half.
Well, let's see where the drought is.
Yeah, man, look that up. Ronan said something earlier, like I was still supposed to get, can't remember exactly the way he said it, but, you know, still supposed to rain all freaking night long tonight too, man. It stopped me from doing all my outside work.
Let's see.
What are you seeing?
Looks like there's a pretty good drought. What is that? Oh. Let's see. Extreme drought. What's north of Florida? Is that Georgia?
No, I'm in North Carolina, Hank.
Right, but there, if you're getting lots of rain, then there's drought somewhere else.
Okay, I talked to Future Boy was on here earlier. He's down in Georgia, and he said it was getting ready. I think he said it was getting ready to rain there when I was talking to him earlier. But
oh,
yeah,
I'm under drought. I'm under moderate drought right now.
Really?
This is according to NOAA. Drought March 17. Let's see.
Yeah, Suzanne was saying that it's real dry where she is in Australia too. Real dry. Of course, that's kind of normal for there, I think.
See if I can save this image. Man, it's kind of nice to be on the computer again. There's P-Mars. So P-Mars.
Where's P-Mars? Down in the chat?
He's in the back chat.
Oh, okay.
He was. Let's see. Whoa, that's a lot of photos. All right, there's the drought map. We got new people on here.
Yeah, man. There's a few new people. Have you met Star?
Nope.
Yeah, Star's real nice, man. She is in Louisiana. Yeah, she's real nice, man.
Always like to see new people. New faces.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Let's see, 22 people watching. What? 23? That's awesome.
Yeah, man.
Oh, it doesn't say their name. Oh, yeah, it does say their name. Shout out to Jose Sexy Pose. Rupert Cow, of course.
Yeah, Rupert's in there too. I'll be right back. I'm gonna fix me a coffee.
Armando Vargas. Yes, yeah. Hello. Oh. Good to see you too, Rupert Cow. Always good to see you, man. I guess I will forever be known as a flat earther, even though I tell people I'm agnostic. I'm agnostic. I don't know. But people will never understand what that means. I would just trip the fuck out one day if somebody said, Hank Hill, the guy who believes that it's geocentric. Because that's really what I am. The guy who believes that it's geocentric. But no, can't have that. Who is that? Is that John? What you doing, John? John, are you in an attic? Are you up? That's a weird wall. John,
Yeah,
what you doing, man?
it's breakfast time here in Germany. Breakfast time. Looks like school started.
You're gonna have some good old-fashioned sausage, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, it's worse. Are you in the attic? That's a weird-looking wall you got there. Is it like, are you on the second floor or something?
What do you call it? I live. Yeah, they build out the attic of the house that I live in, and it's Dachgeschoss. In German, Dachgeschoss. Geschoss is the level, and it's the Dach is the roof. So
I got
it's the
you.
roof level apartment.
I got you. I'm not hating.
I don't know what they call it, attic apartments or something like that. It's a beautiful place. I mean, you can see outside the windows. I don't know how much you can see out there. I'm just ready there to finish breakfast.
Has anybody seen Ronan Canucci?
Who?
Where's Ronan?
Oh, I think he was here a while. I'm not sure. I'm over here. Can't hear you very well.
I was just checking it out. You're the only one around. You're the only one on cam anyway. You know what they say about big feet. What do they say about big feet? Bigger the foot, the bigger the forearm? Is that how it goes?
If you're talking to me, I can't hear you right now. There. I'll be right
It's
there.
okay. It's okay, John.
I don't know. I just want to say that.
Oh, got 7 thumbs down. Everybody give Armando a thumbs up. He didn't even have to do this shit. Numbers are dropping. Jose Sexy Pose got a pair of Gucci shoes. Little Green Kitty has a wrench. Imagine that. No, I don't like wrenches, Kitty. They're only good for posting links. I'm not going to edit anyone's free speech.
What's up,
T-Mars in the house. What's up, man? Good to see you.
Dude, did you see what's been going on with me this week?
No, I haven't seen it. I've been busy. What's up?
Oh my God. Antonio doxes me, right?
Oh, yeah?
Showed my house, phone number, address.
Oh, that's not cool.
What the fuck? He's like trying to, it's like some weak intimidation tactic, right?
It's just weird.
It's weird. I didn't even do anything, dude.
All you did was disagree. That's all you.
Pretty
that's
much.
all you did.
My big crime is I stream other people's hangouts, but I'm banned in all their fucking rooms, and so it's like I'm just critiquing because I disagree, and I'm making people laugh because I mean, it's funny if you're saying the Earth is flat. People think it's funny. What can I say?
Dude, I heard about that, and I didn't even care. You know, I don't think that shit's malicious at all.
Posting my a dress and showing my house. It's like an intimidation thing, I think. Like he's trying to get me to stop talking about flat Earth. Fucking Hillbilly sent me a comment today saying that if I keep making fun of flat earthers, he's going to send a video with embarrassing footage of me to all my neighbors. Like, what the fuck? People are fucked, dude.
I wouldn't even worry about it, man. I mean, I would if it was me. I would if it was me.
I'm not too worried about it, but I just think it's fucking weird. Creepy.
That Hillbilly guy's a trip, isn't he, man?
Dude, he's hilarious.
You met him before? That's awesome.
Yeah, I met Hillbilly months ago, man. I thought he was.
He fucking whistles while he talks, dude. It's hilarious.
Yeah, he's really he's pretty hardcore. I mean, in a lot of ways, you know.
It was so weird because one week we're friends, and then all of a sudden he hates me. Probably just because I talk to people he doesn't like, basically, or whatever. I never really did anything to him.
Somebody was telling me, and I can't remember who it was now, that they were on his side, and if you didn't agree with him, he'd just snipe you.
Yeah, that's pretty much how he runs his stuff. He doesn't really allow much to stand. Recently, he's arguing with this guy named Sly Sparkane about flat Earth. And in one of his videos to Sly's Sparkane, he shared his desktop. And there was fucking incest porn on the fucking desktop. Wow. So now, like, everyone's giving him shit for that. And I think he's lost a lot of fans over it. Because I think a lot of flat earthers are Christians. And they don't like shit like that.
Now, Hillbilly's the guy. There were two guys. Okay, there's one guy that's always sitting in his woodworking shop. And then Hillbilly's the one with the hat, right?
Hillbilly is just like an icon, usually it's just like a picture of a hillbilly with a hat. Yeah.
Yeah. And then there's another guy, and I can't remember his name. He used to come here every now and then. He's pretty hardcore Christian, I think, and was always sitting in his woodworking shop.
Not sure who that is.
Bye, Kitty.
So I'm not, but I know who Hillbilly is. He's funny. He stopped in here a few times too, but he's got his own stream or something, right?
Yeah. See, like I've been streaming his stream because it's just funny. So, and we've been kind of laughing at him, and I guess he's flipped out. He's had enough, so he's freaking out on me. But
now he's going to dox you now, and
they do the same thing. Like on his hangout, he'll make fun of me. He called me a homosexual. You know, they make fun of ballers. They're like, ho ho, they think they're spinning. Ho ho. You know, like I don't see what I do is different, but I think they have like one standard of morals if you're a flat earther, and then if you're a globe earther, there's another standard of morals that apply to you. I think that's how that works or something. So
yeah.
Well, how you been, Hank?
Yeah.
Good, man.
Cool.
Everything's good.
Yeah,
I keep trying to tell people that I'm agnostic when it comes to the shape of the Earth. I'm a zetetic agnostic. Look it up.
You were one of the best at arguing for the flat Earth in your day, though.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. But you know, I can't say I know the shape of the Earth. You know, and you know, you're gonna hate hearing these words, but from my primary knowledge perspective, it's impossible for me to know the shape of the Earth. So when people call me flat Earth, I'm like, it's okay. They're just ignorant. They don't know. So they keep calling me flat earther, and I'm just like, it's okay. It's fine. Just let it go.
Yeah.
It's not really offensive. It's just incorrect.
I never really gave myself that label. People were just calling me that, you know, because I'm a conspiracy-minded person. And I was kind of defending flat earthers, right? I was trying to argue on their side, so they just labeled me that. And I don't give a fuck, so I was just like, okay, I'm a flat earther. So I don't care what people think about me. I just like to, I kind of like to play devil's advocate and have conversations sometimes.
Yeah, I don't care what they think about me either. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, they always attack your job. It's such bullshit. I hate when they do that.
Well, they can't do it no more.
Yeah. Are you working at home now?
Ubering in Dallas.
Oh, cool.
Have I seen a NASA Earth cam? Yeah, I've seen those. I just don't think that they are what everyone says that they are. It's okay, guys. Just relax. I'm questioning cosmology. It's kind of like questioning religion, but it's cosmology, right?
Hey, Hank,
It'll be okay.
Did you see Trump talking to the astronauts today?
No. I bet that's a good one.
As far as I know, they were in space. Or either they were in a. In other words, there was no gravity in there when they were talking to him, and she would just let go of the mic, and the mic would be floating in midair while they were talking to Trump, because she'd start doing things with her hand, the woman, and the guy was standing on the wall sideways, man, at a damn 90-degree angle while they were talking to Trump. It was funny as shit, man. He's a big sponsor of the NASA program, so he was talking to him while they were in space, and it was time delayed, man, wherever they're at, and they were just talking about all the projects and stuff to do with NASA. But check that out if you hadn't seen it. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, I'll check it out.
Yeah, I think it's today. Was that nope, it was yesterday, so the 24th. I just type in Trump, NASA, and yesterday's date, and it should bring it up on YouTube.
Anybody who's just hearing this flat earth stuff for the first time, there's an interesting video that you can check out. It's an open letter to Neil deGrasse Tyson. And I think one of the channels that did it was ODD, which was a pretty good one. The original was something Dave. Can't remember.
I don't think flat Earth has anything. I could see geocentrism is more rational. I think
Let
flat
me
Earth
ask
is
a
crazy.
question, just because I don't know anything about it, man. I'm kind of old school, being as I'm only 29. So the whole debate is, they really believe the Earth is flat.
Yes.
Yes, some people really believe, and some people claim that they know that the Earth is flat.
And then they debate among themselves whether it's a dome or an infinite plane.
Okay, that's fair enough. I just wanted to understand it. I mean, that's a neat thing.
Kind of weird.
I personally cannot relate to it at all. I mean, I would be lost there. I couldn't even elaborate on it.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is that are the rest of the planets flat? Because there is a constant shape in all that we see. I don't get it.
Some people think they're flat discs.
Okay, so as the satellite,
does a flat earther believe in Mars?
Yeah, they believe in them, but they I don't know. They have some weird ideas about those things.
Right.
Usually they revert to, well, we can't touch the sky, therefore.
Yeah, I think if you would question cosmology, if you would question the shape of the Earth and the universe, you're gonna have to erase the whole thing, which I think you can do. You know that? I think it might be, man. It might be that whole universe is just a big facade, man. That's super dangerous.
Like,
they
that's why
can keep putting things in there.
They talk like simulation theory now and shit, because they can't even create a model or a map because it just doesn't fucking work, man. They have to have like 2 suns, a moon that's a hologram, and a fucking thing called Rahu that causes the eclipses. So their model's like fucking whack. So they're gonna just say like, oh, everything's a simulation and we're in the fucking Matrix.
So give me the floor just for a second, if you don't mind. Okay, so let's say that Armando hands me a substance, right? He says, I want to know what this is. I can take it to 3 different labs that have no idea what's going on, pay them to have it tested, right? It's empirical science. That's empirical science to have the substance tested, retested, and then tested again, right? Observable, repeatable, falsifiable, definite science, right? Now, let's take the planet Mars. Can it be tested? Is it repeatable? Is it falsifiable? So if I tell you this is certain about Mars, there's water on Mars, can the average person, can somebody give me a sample and I can take it to 3 different labs and have it tested?
That's the thing, though. That's the thing. That's the thing right there. That you're trying to complicate something that doesn't need to be complicated. You know.
Well, yeah, and the other thing is, I guess I would say to you, Hank, give me something a little bit.
You know. Go ahead. My bad.
Yeah, a little bit closer to home, because I mean, there's only select few people that would ever even be able to give you samples, as far as I know.
Right. So it's kind of like the high priest thing. The high priest says that he had a conversation with God, and he's telling you that God said to give your wives to him, and you should just take his word, you know, because he's the high priest. He wears the lab coat, you know.
Yeah, you know how that thought process raises up the eyebrow? That means you shouldn't do it.
Right.
That awkward shock value, that awe, you know, that gut wrenching thing that says you shouldn't do it, man. You should, you know, and that's what flat Earth is to me. You know, not for nothing. But I think if you believe in flat Earth, your mind goes flat.
Well, and I could ask, and I'm sure this has been asked 1,000 times. Okay, so wait, let me digress a minute. So, are one of you guys flat earthers?
No.
Didn't want to offend anybody, but I mean, if it's flat, so
That's awesome. That is, I always knew that you wasn't. I knew you were just trolling us.
I wasn't trolling. I used to be. I wasn't trolling.
Man, if you were trolling, Hank, we're gonna have to come up with a new song for you. I already got one for Lyserge. Nolan, keep that bullshit. No, but what I wanted to ask you, Hank. So if it was flat, then there's got to be an edge.
Can I just check my Facebook, and Antonio Subarats sent me a message a week ago that says "Run, biatch, run."
Oh my god!
Hold on. Now that we established those things, right? I think it's quite dangerous, these flat earthers using the Bible in order to validate their flat Earth.
Is that what they do?
Well, I mean, it's my judgment. It's an opinion.
Yeah, I think that's the best evidence for a flat Earth. That's the only thing.
Grab it. I think it's a unique book that you could actually do a bunch of things with that. I mean, you could tie that up to anything.
They say the devil can quote the Bible, right?
Right. He adds verses, though. He will probably says, the Bible says this, but I say this.
Yeah, that's really I don't even know how to relate to someone with that. I
think about it.
I don't think you were doing nothing wrong, because I saw your spirit through the whole thing. But I knew it was trolling. I knew there was an idea that wasn't common. And I think you guys were using that for like a shock value to probably start a conversation or.
No, man. I was really thinking, you know, that it was flat, and I never debunked flat Earth. Right? What I did was debunk the map, but I also debunked the globe Earth map. So both maps are debunked. Both maps are debunked.
Oh God, no way.
I got it. You're on the fence.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm agnostic. I have no way of telling. But listen, PMARS, it's really easy to debunk. When you take a look at Greenland, and it's the size nearly of Africa, and we know that Africa has 15 times more square miles, Your map is debunked, dude. That's what we got taught in school. That map is debunked.
Yeah,
Well,
but
the
that's
problem
because
is with the map is
that's
that it
because they're
doesn't
putting
actually
them
have to show
3D,
the
2D.
it doesn't have to actually show the exact perfect size of the map. You can't do it. You know what I mean? So
No,
it's
all the maps
like,
are
yeah,
not to scale because you're trying to make a
son,
3D object 2D. So the fact that
exactly,
they're an anomaly is actually proof of a globe. If it was flat, you can make a perfect
exactly.
map.
Because in visual, yeah, we see 3D, and you're looking at something in a 2D, and you're making it 3D in your imagination, but it's just not. It's confusing as fuck. That's the first thing I saw with
Yeah,
the whole flat Earth thing.
see, like
I
all
was
the
like, nigga,
anomalies.
it's
You're pointing out
I
all
was
these
like, it's just a
anomalies,
piece of
but
the globe Earth cut from the top.
they kind of look like anomalies. But when you do further research, like the boats on the horizon thing, that are
It was
like
a fun thing.
being able to
I think
see
it's all
further in the distance. Yeah, it shows the obstruction from the curve. Like that's. It's funny because they'll say this is evidence of a flat Earth, but they're actually showing evidence of a globe. But then they'll just say it's evidence of a flat Earth. It's quite remarkable.
That's what I saw too. I was like, nigga, that's a globe.
All right, listen to this real quick. This is Genesis 1:14. And Elohim, God, said, Let there be lights in the firmament of the heaven, and divide the day from the night, and let them be signs for seasons and for days and years, and let them be lights in the firmament of heaven. So I guess you got to figure out what the firmament is, and you can look it up. It's Strong's concordance number 7549.
Something physical to you, right? I don't think it's something physical. I think it's a solid foundation. You know, that's it.
Well, that
I don't think
scripture is it's a problem for
I don't think it's physical.
Globe Earth Bible believers.
Oh, right. I know they use that one a lot. They use the circle of Earth too. They use a couple. You know, but doesn't prove the flat Earth. But it does prove that people will gravitate towards that Bible in order to explain their nonsense, because I think the Bible is true. So whatever you have a lie in, you know what I mean? Like that would give it some kind, or I don't know, man. I think that's new age propaganda, to say the truth.
The question really becomes when you have something as obvious as a globe Earth, and you believe the Bible is true, but you believe the Bible is telling you the Earth is flat, a sensible person wouldn't say, oh, the Earth is now flat. A sensible person like Armando does would say, how am I misreading the Bible? Because we know the Earth is round. If my interpretation of reading the Bible says it's flat, there's something wrong with my reading. There's not a flat Earth. A sensible person understands that.
But it is geocentric, and I can prove that. It's real easy to prove. It's actually about to happen. What's going on is Orion is about to disappear from our night sky over the next couple months. And when it does, it's not going to disappear and come back 6 months later, like you would assume, the Earth going around the sun. It's actually going to go down for a couple months, and then it's going to come back up from the same direction whence it left. Now, if the Earth is going around the sun in a circle, how does that constellation disappear and then pop right back out where it came from?
I'll ask you the same thing I asked you in every flat Earth discussion. What did the scientists say? And then you're going to come back with the same thing you always say. I comprehend it, but I don't understand it. And you're not going to be any further along than you've ever been before. What's the point?
I've got simpler questions about it. Okay, since I've never been involved on any of it, so where did they ever get the idea that it was flat?
That's what people used to believe.
Because when you look out in the desert, a lot of this, if you look out, you can see really, really far. I mean, I love this one movie I saw the other day. Some guy said, I don't know, it was Thor or something, right? Old God movie. And the Thor guy says, well, I'll walk to the ends of the earth for you. And the girl looks back and says, well, that's only 6 miles from here. You know, that's what people used to think. They used to think that since you could only see to the horizon, that was a cliff.
Okay, so but in order for them
right, there you go. That's exactly what I think, and I think, and I think that mythology was brought out and distributed, you know, in the internet, and you just some people picked up on it, you know. Dude, there was a big shift. There was a big shift since 9/11.
It was just a bunch of. Go ahead, buddy. Sorry.
In other words, I agree. It's got to be propaganda because, I mean, where did they ever? I mean, come on, man. I mean, so are these the people who think NASA's lying about everything?
Of course.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
And space doesn't exist, and there's no satellites, and all cell phone towers are, you know, the satellites are a myth. Everything bounces off cell phone towers, and blah, 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 blah. We didn't send anything to Mars, and, you know, every single thing they say, all they have to do is go to Wikipedia or some other science, some actual science site, and find out exactly the answer to their question. And that's why I said to Hank, we're going to be right back where we always were, which is Hank's explanation is always, I understand the science explanation, but I don't comprehend
Actually, Richard, you've got to give an explanation.
And I'm sorry to say that in a rude manner.
It's not rude, but you hold on, buddy. Richard, you have to give the explanation why Orion doesn't disappear for 6 months while we're on the other side of the sun.
And you're suggesting that science doesn't have an answer for that?
Yeah, I am.
And
how come it only disappears for a couple months?
So how many times have I looked up the things you said, and they're always wrong? Why am I going to bother to do it again?
Dude, I've been observing. I've been observing Orion for the past year.
Dude, we finished that. Armando formed this room because we got kind of sick of the flat Earth.
Well, I got kicked out of the Hey, I was getting kicked out from everywhere. But hey, Hank,
I'll look it up, and what bothers me, Hank, what's always bothered me is when you say things like this, it takes me less than 1 minute to find the science answer that you claim you could never find. So that's why I say you're a troll. So if I come up with this answer in 1 fucking minute, what does that say about you, Hank?
Paraphrase what did he say?
Slightly, but it's okay to troll, man. I mean, that's not even that bad. Hey, Hank, let me ask you a question. So
let me Google. Does Orion disappear and why?
The Orion belt disappears, so that means we're not stationary, right?
No.
Well, I mean,
here's the deal. Okay, Orion disappears like from April to May or something. Like a couple months during the spring, Orion will disappear from the night sky, right?
Right.
And
I guess
the reason I have a problem is because if the Earth is going around the sun, then the night sky is going to be away from the sun. And if the Earth is doing 360 degrees, its point of view, its perspective is going to change 180 degrees in 6 months. So 6 months later, the Earth is going to be looking at the completely opposite end of space, but yet there's Orion's belt on both equinoxes.
And that says that the Earth is flat, or
no. Oh God, geocentric. Say it with me.
Geocentric. All right, go ahead. Get into it, though. That's the thing that you think I don't know all this occult shit on the Orion's belt disappearing and reappearing or whatever. Go ahead, get into it.
Yeah, y'all go ahead, man. I can't relate.
What you know about that? What do you mean geocentric? What does that mean?
Okay, I'm actually going to turn on my camera to give you an illustration, okay?
Yeah. Hey, but let me ask you something. All right. I want to know if you believe in the other planets and are they round? I mean, there is a common shape to everything we see there, you know? The sun, the moon, everything. Everything
debunking it.
Everything is a fucking ball.
the moon doesn't change in angular size. It changes like 1.5% on the horizon, but that's because of the distance. But it doesn't, like, if it was setting because of perspective, the moon would shrink, but it doesn't do that. It barely changes size. So that's showing that the reason the moon, we can't see it, is because it's being obstructed by a curve. It's the easiest way to prove that we live on a globe. And you can
The problem with
observe it.
Hank's explanation is it requires to be 360 degrees, but the Earth doesn't spin 360 degrees a day. It's a little bit under.
Oh.
People think that the Earth spins 360 degrees. Remember how he said if the Earth spins once every day, 360 degrees. It doesn't matter if it's pretty fucking close. Over 365 days, it's not close.
You're being nitpicking.
Fuck off, cunt.
Well, you are.
It's not nitpicking. He says that the world spins 360 degrees, and it doesn't.
Yeah, but
and you can easily find that.
You could round up.
No, it's not
round
close
down.
enough. It needs to be 365 degrees for his explanation to make any sort of sense.
All right, are you guys ready for my demonstration?
Yes.
You guys ready? Okay. See these three pillows on the couch? This represents the constellation Orion,
Energyless, right?
specifically his belt.
Stationary.
This represents the sun, okay? Now you can't look at the other side of space by looking past the sun because we can't see the stars during the daytime, right? So this is what I would consider January. So February, March, April, May. Get it? I'm going around my room, all right? So if this is January, then 6 months later, this is July.
That's only if the world spins 360 degrees, and the world does not spin 360 degrees.
How many degrees does it spin?
I think it's like 358.6 or something.
Okay.
It's easy to find.
Okay, well, I'm not going to argue that. That's close enough. I'll take that. Okay, so 6 months later, we're going around again,
Explain it to me.
and we're back at Orion, right? So if this, let's say this is the equinox, right? And then 6 months later, can I see Orion? No, it's daytime in that direction. So this is my night sky. 6 months later.
That it's spinning 365 degrees.
Well,
when it isn't.
358.6, brother.
Yeah, over 365 days is another 180 degrees. So it would be facing the other way, and you could see Orion.
What? Hold on. You said a year later, the Earth only travels 180 degrees around the sun? Is that what you said?
No, you're saying when it's on the other side, it should be facing the other way. When it doesn't spin 360 degrees, and it would still be 180 degrees, so it would be turned the other way. That's the fundamental thing you miss in that explanation, is the world does not spin 360 degrees a day.
Okay, 358. So this is what's going on, right? This is what's happening. 6 months later, bam. Okay? And then 6 months later, 6 months later, 6 months later, bam. Okay, is that right? Is that a good demonstration of what the Earth does around the sun?
No, it's not.
So 365 again.
Just think why there's 365 days.
The answer to your question, Hank, is it doesn't disappear. It drops below the horizon, depending where you are on Earth.
Okay, but it should drop for 6 months at a time because you can't.
No, it should not.
So you're saying when the Earth goes on the opposite end of the solar system, we should still see Orion's belt through the sunlight on the other side of the sun. That's what you're saying.
I'm lost, man. I'm fucking lost.
Listen, you were just spinning right now, and I know you dizzy as fuck.
Yeah, I got dizzy as fuck and almost tripped over my chair a little bit.
So are you?
No, what you're saying, what is happening is what's supposed to happen. It's overhead, and the sun blocks out your view. What's your problem with that? Why do you think you should be able to see it?
From equinox to equinox, it goes out a little bit during the spring, but I can see it right over my head, right?
Uh-huh.
And if it's 6 months later, we're halfway around on the other side of the solar system,
Uh-huh.
and the night sky that we were
And
looking at,
now you can't see it.
but in reality,
So what's your problem? The sun blocks it. It's overhead, and you can't see it. What's the problem?
He just dropped off the end of the Earth because it's flat. He'll be back in a minute.
but in reality, I can see Orion's belt for 6 month stints at a time.
No, that's not true. You can see it for much longer. It doesn't disappear for an entire 6 months. That's a load of crap.
I know, but it would if it was on the other side. If the Earth was on the other side of the sun.
Only if you're assuming that it's this little tiny pin directly behind the sun compared to where the Earth is. It's much larger than that. The whole belt is larger than the sun itself.
Okay, I'm going to do the demonstration one more time. Daytime, nighttime. Goes around. Daytime, nighttime, daytime, nighttime, daytime, nighttime. 6 months later. 6 months later. Where's Orion's belt? On the other side of the sun. Which we agreed that we can't see the stars during the daytime. Hold on, Richard. Let me finish. Hold on, Richard.
Okay.
Okay, so daytime, nighttime, daytime, nighttime, daytime, nighttime, daytime, nighttime, and shit, daytime, nighttime, and shit, daytime, nighttime. 6 months later, there's Orion again. But in reality, this is what I witness. January, February, March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December. January, February, March, April, disappears, and then it comes back. So instead of it doing
directly behind the
dude,
sun.
if you don't mind, let me finish. So instead of it disappearing for 6 months, what it's doing is it's disappearing for a couple months and then coming right back. That doesn't sound like something that's going around the sun. That sounds like something that zigzagged for a second and then came back. Now you can talk.
Well, if you have something directly behind the sun, now Matt, put your fist out, take your other fist and go around your fist. Now start with your two fists, pointing at your computer. Now, if you have something directly behind that fist and you're going around in a circle, you don't have to go all the way around to the other fucking side to see it. As soon as you have an angle to be able to see it, where the Orion is now not directly behind the sun, you should be able to see it. That's what you would expect. Having to wait an entire 6 months to get all the way around the other side of the sun is silly. Why would you think that's necessary? Take a basketball and another basketball and imagine you have eyes on that basketball. All you have to do is move that basketball a little bit in the circular path before you can now see what was behind the first basketball. Why is that so hard for you to imagine and figure out? Why would you think you have to go all the way around the other side of the basketball when, how about the point where it's a quarter of the way around?
Okay, my argument.
For Holmes' explanation to make sense, the sun has to cover 90%
now it's directly parallel to the sun. Why wouldn't you see it then? Now let's back up at half that angle. Instead of at 3 o'clock, now you're about 2 o'clock. Why would you not see it if it was directly behind at 12 o'clock? What the fuck are you thinking, dude? Why would you think you have to go, if you're standing in front of your car and there's something behind your car, why in the fuck do you think you can't just walk a couple, angle your way a little bit away from your car to see what's in front of it? You don't have to walk all the way to the fucking front of your car to see what's in front of it.
Okay, here's the deal. When I deliver pizza, right, I know not to approach my car from the front because the headlights will blind me and I could possibly be robbed. Okay, so I always come from the back of the car because I know I can't see anything with my bright lights staring me in the face. The way that the heliocentric model works,
You can't see anything, or you can see less.
a lot less.
Right. So
Okay,
you can see
so
something. It depends on the brightness of the object you're looking at.
so basically, the way the heliocentric model works, the Earth goes around the sun
That's right.
in a pattern like this, just like that.
We can't see the this. All we see is black screen, so you know.
Oh, switch camera. How about now?
Uh-huh.
Okay, all right, so the heliocentric model, the sun, my phone is the Earth, it goes around.
Just take those two pillows on your
Like
couch
this.
and put one, start them, see those two pillows on your couch, right? Imagine those, just keep it right there. Now imagine the right pillow is the Earth and the left pillow is the sun. Now take the pillow to the right and start moving it in a circular pattern and ask yourself, why does it have to get all the way to the front of the pillow to see what was behind the left pillow? It doesn't. It only has to angle out enough to catch the view of what was behind the sun. Now, keeping in mind this thing is 1,600 light years away, not 2 inches in front of that pillow, it doesn't have to move that far in an arc to be able to see what it couldn't see before. Why you would think it has to go all the way around to the complete other side just because it's giving off light is something you made up in your imagination that's just not true.
Okay, does everyone here understand the Earth goes around the sun in the heliocentric model, right?
Yes, we do.
Okay, you can't see what's on the other side looking at the sun. So you can only see the night sky.
You can't see what's directly behind the sun, that's true. But as the Earth goes around in a circle, what was directly behind the sun will now become visible as you go in that circle. Why is that hard for you to imagine or to understand?
Why is it hard for you guys to understand that you can't see the stars during the daytime on the other side of the sun? Okay, so it's really simple. If this is the sun and this is the Earth, from the Earth's point of view, this is what you're going to see. So from here, you have to look away from the sun, and as the Earth goes around the sun, its point of view is going to change, and now it's going to see this side. So how does this side still see Orion, and then 6 months later, Orion's still in the picture?
That's only if the world spins 360 degrees a day. It does not spin 360 degrees over a 24-hour period.
The world rotates a little over 360 degrees a day, 361 degrees.
A little less.
A little less then. See, with the Jeranism effect, you guys... Hold on.
If you do the math, when you get to the other side, daytime isn't pointing in the direction you think it's pointing. That's what you're missing.
When I was arguing in the debate rooms, and I brought up the Jeranism effect, anybody can look it up, and I said, wait a minute.
Jeranism effect? Are you kidding me?
Yes. You guys said that it was the Earth spins 361 degrees. That's why it's not, you have to reset your clock every season, because we've all seen the diagrams. I can pull up a diagram if you need to see it. And it was the Earth spins 361 degrees. Now you guys saying it's a little less than 360 degrees. What's the truth?
Yeah, sorry, I'm wrong. It is a little bit more. It is 361.
361, okay, that makes sense. Because it would have to be 361, or we would have to reset our clocks every couple of months, because noon would turn into midnight when we were on the opposite side of the sun if the Earth rotated once per day exactly 360 degrees every 24 hours. But it's in the heliocentric model, it's 361 degrees every 24-hour period, and that's why we don't have to reset our clocks. Now, the problem still stands. How do you see stars on the other side of the solar system for 6 months in a row when the Earth is obviously going to be doing this number around the sun? That's the problem I'm having.
Because that 1 degree over 115 days, or 1 point something degree, 1.2 something degree, is 180 degrees. So you are facing the other way again.
But if you can't see the stars at night, how are you going to see Orion?
Because you're facing the other way.
Has anybody seen Orion's belt during the day?
Just think how
That's what
time
I'm
is
trying to explain.
maintained.
That's what he's trying to explain to you, Hank, is that you're assuming that as the Earth goes around, that the daytime and nighttime are always pointing in the exact same direction. Because the Earth spins 361 degrees, that's not the case. That's what he's trying to get across to you. That's what you're fundamentally missing. Spin a ball 361 degrees around a circle, put a dot on the ball, then spin it 361 degrees, 365 times around the circle, do it until you get good at it, and then at the other side, see if that dot is pointing in the same, towards the same direction you think it's pointing in now, and you'll find it doesn't. That's what he's trying to get across to you.
Okay, so let's say that's right. 361 degrees, right? So now we're going to be, after 6 months, we'd have to be on this side of the sun, but you're saying it's still facing this way. We all agree that you can't see stars, especially Orion's belt. It's faint during the daytime. So you've seen Orion's belt at noon, sir. Can you see Orion's belt while the sun's up? I can't. I've tried.
No, you can only see it at night.
Right.
Do you know how time is understood?
Yeah.
How we use the sun to tell the time? How time and our understanding of time is derived from the sun? And how long a day lasts?
Well, there's 3 different days. There's the sidereal day or something like that. And then there's
6 months later doesn't mean you're going to be facing the other side. With that
6 months later means you're going to be on. Sorry, go ahead.
That 1 degree over 6 months does make the Earth face the other side. So if you're looking at nighttime 6 months later, you're going to again be looking at nighttime. You're not going to be looking at the sun. Do you understand?
Right. Yeah, you'll be facing the nighttime, but the nighttime is going to be on the opposite end of the solar system, just like 6 months later, you're looking at the opposite end of my living room. You're looking at the south wall instead of the north wall. Well, let's pretend that
And that's
space...
why it's not going to be in the same position in the sky. It's going to be in a different position in the sky. Is why, you understand, is if it was in the exact same position in the sky, then we'd be back to wondering how the fuck that happened. You realize, too, it's 1,000 times the radius of the sun, right? It's not this little tiny dot behind the sun.
What?
The Orion constellation.
Right, it's going to be 1,000 times, further away in the other direction, too, right? I mean, even more. We're talking about light years.
Many more than 1,000 times further away. But anyhow, your idea that disproves the heliocentric model is simply not true.
So you're saying that you can see stars during the daytime? Is that what you're saying?
No, you're just making up trollish nonsense. What we explained very clearly was that because the planet does not rotate exactly in one circle, that
do I have your permission to play this?
6 months later, you would expect to see Orion. And as I said, it doesn't even disappear. It only disappears depending on where you are on the Earth. It can be seen from Earth all year long, dude.
All right, so this is the heliocentric model. This is Earth. This is the sun. This is January.
Right.
And this is July. So as the Earth is looking out this way into space, to the left, it sees Orion's belt. And then 6 months later, it's looking out to the right. It still sees Orion's belt. Now, if Orion's belt is this way, and then 6 months later it's this way, how come I can still see it right above my head on both equinoxes? That's my question. And then you got to take in
You don't
consideration
see it
that
right above your head. It changes position in the sky.
you see it above your head. I'm almost like directly under it.
Well,
It's
yeah.
maybe like 10 degrees towards the equator horizon. So Pleiades is like right over my head, right? Because I'm in Texas, right? So this is what the heliocentric model is doing. Hold on.
Why do you have such a ridiculous model? I mean, come on.
This is your model, dude.
No,
No, those scales are
nobody
definitely
suggests
wrong.
that the planets make a perfect circle around the fucking sun, dude. What are you talking
I don't know what you're talking about, perfect circles. So this is
It
what
looks to
the
me like
heliocentric...
your orbit of the Earth around the sun is a perfect circle.
Dude, I'm not saying it's perfect, but this is essentially what the heliocentric model looks like. The sun is going around the galactic center. As the sun is in motion, the planets are in motion around it, correct?
Yeah, that's right. Obviously.
Okay. So, as the Earth goes around the sun, it does 360 degrees. What the stars should be doing is the stars should be on a loop. This should be like January, February stars, March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December stars. So we should see the stars on a loop pattern. It should be like just winter stars, spring
They
stars.
change. The problem, Hank, is you're sort of imagining that those stars in your mind. The stars would have to be a lot closer than they are. When you go out
No.
thousands of light years away, that effect you're looking for is reduced down to a couple of angles rather than a whole loop.
So if you're saying these pillows were 1 billion miles that way, I'm going to be able to see them from this position?
No, what I'm saying is if those two pillows are rotating around each other and you have stars that are thousands and thousands of light years away, that looping idea, it kind of goes out the window. It doesn't matter anymore because they're so far away. That's why they look stationary in the sky.
All right, so basically what you just said, if these pillows were light years that way, we'd be able to see them from this point of view.
That's not what I said at all. What I said is if the stars, the pillow, or one of the pillows being Earth was looking at, that effect with the stars so far away from the pillow and the sun, both pillows, that looping effect you're looking for gets dramatically less the further away the stars are.
So these pillows wouldn't loop if they were farther away? If I did this around the
Now you're
living room?
just being stupid. What did I
No,
say
I'm
that
not.
said
I'm
anything
not.
about the pillows not looping? I mean, come on, dude. Just more trolling nonsense.
I'm not trolling. This is a legitimate question. How come we don't have different stars above our head for every season?
Because they're so far away.
So because they're far away, I should be able to see these pillows
You're not
over
looking
here.
at the fucking pillows. You're looking at the stars.
So take these pillows and move them really far away in that direction, that way. And then I should be able to see them 6 months later in this direction. But they're in that direction
Only if
on the other side of the sun.
Only if you're facing the opposite direction because of the 361-degree turn.
Okay, so are the stars like moving faster than the speed of light?
What you're asking is so you can see the stars during the day, and what you're missing is that day is now night and night is now day, and that's why you can see the stars. That's what you don't get. You are essentially, if you assumed that the Earth did not change its viewing position, it would be daytime. You couldn't see it, but it does change because of that angle, and day becomes night. So no, you're not seeing them during the day. You're seeing them at night. But had you been on the other side 6 months ago and just plopped the Earth over there, then it would be day and you couldn't see it. But that's not what happens to the Earth during that 6 month period of time. You
So
can't
does
just
the
in your
Earth
mind
go?
plop it over and think it's looking in the same direction.
Does the Earth go half? Go ahead.
To scale, it's like you staring at mountains in the distance, and then you take a step to your left and expect not to see the mountains in the distance.
Well, no,
You can
actually,
still
it's
see the
like you.
mountains in the distance.
Actually,
No,
it's like you see.
that's a scale of things.
Hold on. Hold on. It's like you see the mountains in the distance, and you turn around 180 degrees, and you look in the opposite directions.
Yeah,
That's what it's
except
like.
during that 6-month period of time, you are not looking in the opposite direction. That's the point you're missing.
So when the Earth goes around the sun, even though it's 6 months later and it's on the opposite side of the sun, it's not looking in a different direction. It's still looking in the same direction. Is that what you're saying?
The day and night have switched.
Day and night have switched.
Because it doesn't turn exactly 365 degrees the entire time during that 6 months. That's what you're missing. You're thinking that daytime, that the direction I'm looking at, right? I'm looking, up in the sky right now, and you're thinking 6 months, and it's midnight, and it's dark, and you're thinking 6 months later, when I look at the sky, it's midnight and it's dark, that I should be looking at the same direction I was 6 months ago. What you're missing is that because of that, the rotation of the Earth, you are not looking in the same direction at night. You are now
So how come I can still see Orion's belt?
You're now looking in the direction you would have been looking in the daytime had you just picked up the Earth and moved it magically to the other side.
You had me up until the magic part. So
But
basically,
what
what
I'm
you're
saying is, what you're doing is you're moving the Earth without taking into account that the rotation of the Earth changes the direction you would be looking in. You're just totally not. You're saying that everything is the same.
I am
6 months
acknowledging
later.
that. No, I'm saying it would be different 6 months later. I am acknowledging that the night sky would be different 6 months later. My question is, why do I still see the same stars season after season?
Because you're looking in the same direction at night that you would have been looking at in the daytime had the Earth rotated 300, had the Earth rotated the way you think it rotates, and it doesn't.
All right, let's everybody do a little thought experiment. Let's say that there's a big open parking lot with a fountain in the middle. And at the outskirts of the parking lot is a shopping mall in the shape of a square, right? And the square of shopping mall is going to be our night sky. And as you're in the passenger seat, you're driving around counterclockwise. As you go around, you're going to see different stores. So when you're facing north and you're looking to the right, which would be east, you're going to see J.C. Penney's. And then a few seconds later, you're going to be on the opposite end. You're going to be facing south and looking to your right, which would be west, which is going to be Bell's. My
Now,
question
let's
is,
move the car.
hold on. I'm not finished. I'm
I
almost.
have to explain what I already told you. If you move that car 10,000 miles away, now the difference between J.C. Penney and the other stores becomes negligible. It's not like you think where you have to turn your neck all the way to the left and right, and that's the part you're missing too. The stars are so far away; those stores are so far away that they're not. You don't have to look all the way to the left and right like you think.
Okay, let's do what you said. Let's take Bell's and let's put it quintillion miles that way. And no, listen. And you take J.C. Penney's and you put a quintillion miles in the opposite direction. Now,
So
as you
that
go
you've
180
gone around the
degrees.
fountain a foot away, you have to also change the scale of
Okay,
the Earth.
let's go ahead and drive around a 93. Oh wait, no, it's actually 180 million mile circle around the fountain. But still,
And
when
the
you
stars
look
are
to
thousands of light years away.
yeah, quintillions of miles, quintillions. It's like 15 zeros.
Like I said, it's like you look at a mountain range hundreds of miles away, or less than 100, and you take a step to your left, and you can still, you're expecting not to see those mountains.
Does the Earth take a step to the left as it goes around the sun, or does it make a complete 300? No, it takes a 360-degree circle.
If you use the same scale as a parking lot to see the size of the universe, yeah, it would be less than a foot to your left.
So this is like a foot to the left, you guys. This is like a foot to the left. From here
Yeah, in
to
scale
here.
terms, if you're talking about a parking lot, and in scale
But it's
terms,
not-
that is exactly what it is. You're moving such a small amount compared to the size of the universe that you will see the same thing.
When you take a step to the left, do you turn 360 degrees? Because we all agreed that's what the sun is doing.
But you can measure
It's
parallax.
revolving.
You can measure
The sun
parallax
is
scrolling.
not revolving. The Earth
need
is orbiting the sun.
You can
The
measure
sun is
parallax
spinning.
scrolling. You
The
just need
sun and
special instrument.
the sun and the Earth are orbiting the center of gravity. The Earth doesn't orbit the sun, even in the heliocentric model. Okay, so basically what I'm trying to say
What do you
is...
mean the Earth doesn't orbit the sun? Yes, it does.
I have to prove it to you, really?
You're just using semantics. You're saying that it orbits the gravity of the sun. That's still orbiting the sun.
He's also talking about the sun, moving in the Milky Way. The origin. It also
Right. Well, that's true. That's true as well. We're all orbiting the center of the Milky Way. That's true. You just missed the scale.
You missed it, Richard. Look.
No, we're not orbiting the center of the Milky Way. Only the sun is.
Okay, the Earth does not revolve around the sun, at least not exactly.
Yeah,
Time
that's
to
right,
get.
Leonidas.
Okay, technically the Earth. Let's see, this planet's orbiting around the center of mass. I said the center of gravity. This says the center of mass. All right, so the Earth doesn't orbit the sun, right? So if the Earth and sun are technically orbiting each other, right? Because they're not. The Earth isn't orbiting the sun. The Earth is orbiting the center of mass. So as they spin around each other,
very, very close to the sun, by the way.
well, I'd imagine it is in the heliocentric model.
What they're saying is it's not the exact center of the sun that it's orbiting, because there's other gravitational pulls from other things in the solar system.
I comprehend that.
All right.
Okay, so you guys said, and I quote, it's like a step to the left. And I said that's not what the sun is doing. The Earth is more like orbiting the center of gravity center of mass around the sun, like that. That's what the Earth is doing. One of these, not one of these. This is a step to the left. Is that what the Earth does? Does the Earth do a step to the left?
No,
it
use
goes
the step
all
to
the
the
way
left
around.
as scale. We use step to the left as scale to see how
Right, and I'm
small
talking
you are
about-
compared to it. You're
And
saying
I'm talking about-
taking that small step to the left will make it invisible, which is not true.
I'm talking about the point of view, right? So what I can see at nighttime during January is going to be completely different from what I can see nighttime in July. Right? But I can still see Orion.
No, it's not going to be completely different.
So what should I see? If this is 6 months later, should I see the same thing? 6 months
You
later?
see exactly
6
what
months
you
later?
do see if the heliocentric model is true. Get over it.
Oh, okay. Well, I can say then you should see exactly what you do see if the geocentric model is true. Get over it.
No, you can't.
That's not really a good argument.
It
because you
is a
have
good
no understanding
argument
of the
because
scale.
there's a million scientists in the world that all agree, and none of them agree with you. You just don't want to listen.
Groupthink.
I'm depressed too.
So ignorance is strength, right?
No, facts and demonstration of the truth, and you have, I don't want to understand the science. I don't want to listen.
No,
I don't
I'm
want to
the
listen
one
to
that-
Rupert. Therefore, because I want to close my ears and not understand what Rupert's saying, I must be right. Same thing you always do.
What?
Rupert said a step to the left, and I said 360 degrees around the sun.
By
Step to the left.
scale, and he's saying, anyway, you don't get it, you don't get it. There's no point in keeping talking about it. What can I tell you?
Yeah, Dustin showed me them again.
So 6 months later, 6 months later.
We've explained to you exactly why it happened 6 months later. You don't want to accept it.
That's
Nobody,
cool. Maybe
no additional explanations are necessary for you to understand. So it's pointless to give you more explanations. It's already been explained just fine.
And even if your scale, even if your model with your pillows was to scale, it wouldn't be a step to the left. It would be less than a millimeter to the left.
He's probably back on his alcohol.
Can you please mute yourself, P. Morris? All right, so this is the heliocentric model. As you can see, it's going 360 degrees around the sun, right? So 360 degrees would be like daytime, 300 or 180 degrees nighttime. Daytime, nighttime.
Yeah.
This is what the Earth is doing around the sun. Does everybody agree with that? January? January.
No.
Get it?
Send my neighbors a video
No.
on YouTube.
You're not understanding. I use the step to the left as a scale.
Yeah.
Like I said, if you were looking at mountains and you took
Yeah, but we're not talking about scale.
you would still
Yes,
see
we
mountains.
are.
We're talking about point of view.
Stars have a scale.
Scale is very important.
Okay, we're talking about point of view, right? 360 degrees around. Scale is not going to matter when you're talking about the direction you're looking. If I'm looking for the moon and the moon is on the eastern horizon and I'm looking at the western horizon, scale is not going to matter. Even if it's really, 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 really far away at the eastern horizon, scale is not going to matter. I have
Are you
order to
looking in
see.
the same direction you were looking in at night 6 months later?
Well, no, you would be looking 180 degrees in the other way, but yet there's the same stars. There's my
You're
problem.
fucking kidding. You're kidding me, right? You're fucking kidding.
I'm not kidding.
This has not worked.
What the fuck?
361 degrees.
The Earth rotates 361 degrees in a 24-hour period. I'm talking about revolving around the sun 360 degrees in a year period. Is that what you guys have been hung up on this whole time?
No.
You're kidding, right? Because 361 is the day. I'm talking about 360 degrees, 360 being the year.
We get it.
So this is 360. No matter how far away the pillows are in that direction, you're still not going to be able to see them to scale in this direction because they're on the other side of the solar system. No matter how big the scale is.
I'm not trying to. I've
Do you
been
think
trying
the
to follow.
Earth goes to the other side of the solar system every 6 months?
Yeah. If it's revolving around it once a year, it would have to be on the other side.
That's why I use a small scale example. You are not moving across the universe every 6 months.
No, but your point of view is.
You're moving
Your point of. We're talking about point of view. Okay. Does everybody understand? This is the point of view that the phone can. The phone can't see my face right now, right? The phone can't see my face.
You're looking at that curtain. Now move the camera back less than an inch.
Okay.
Can you still see that curtain?
Yeah.
Heliocentric model works.
No. Heliocentric model does this after 6 months.
Pillows.
Not. The heliocentric model doesn't do this. The Earth doesn't go like this. The Earth goes around the sun like this.
Yeah, but the Earth
Those
is
are my
still
pillows.
facing the same direction. It's just moved a little bit further away from the stars.
No, 6
Like I
months
said,
later.
Now I understand why when I'm taking a piss, I have to
And
turn my
that's
dick
why I
down to
asked
see the
you
other
6
side.
months later, Hank, you said it's facing, the point of view is 180 degrees shifted. So you're still looking at the curtain. If you started off looking at the curtain and you go all the way around the other side of the sun, you're still going to be looking at the curtain 6 months later.
Is that what you see when you look at this? Because when I look at this,
when I look
when
at
the
your
Earth
silly
is,
little model, it doesn't
this
show.
is your model. This is your model, sir.
Doesn't show. No, it's not. Nobody suggests there are perfect circles around the sun. Nobody suggests the Earth.
Dude, does this look like a
looks in
perfect
the
circle?
same direction
Does
6 months later?
Are you blind? Does this look like a perfect circle?
Yes, it does.
Okay, well, it's not.
Okay,
It's not a
so
perfect circle.
Okay. Well, it looks that way
So-
from on my
Okay.
screen. Yeah.
Are those
Okay,
distances
so-
correct in that model? The distances aren't correct, are
No,
they?
of course not. It's not about the scale. It's about the point of. Okay, do you shoot guns, Rupert? Do you shoot guns?
It is that you don't want it to. You don't want it scaled properly.
Hold on,
because that
hold on.
It demonstrates that you're wrong.
It's nothing to do with scale. It's about point of view. Now listen.
No. The point of view is the same. You're still looking at the curtain. The reason the scale
As the
matters.
Earth goes around the sun, the point of view is the same. Really? As the Earth goes 360 degrees around the sun, the point of view is the same?
At night, yes. You're looking in the same direction at night as you started 6 months ago at night.
So you understand that this is not time, this is not time, this is not time, and this is not time. Everywhere away from the sun is not time. You understand that, right?
I do.
So in January, not time's going to be this way, right? And from the Earth's point of view, in July, the night time's going to be this way, right? You understand that?
No. That's
No.
what we've been trying
So-
to explain to you 1,000 times. No. The nighttime
So
is
it's
going to
January
be the
this
same
way.
direction.
So if the Earth is over here now in July, night time is in the same direction towards the sun?
Nighttime have switched.
Okay, please don't interrupt. What you just said is that daytime, okay, nighttime is going to be this way during January, and nighttime is also going to be towards the sun, also this way during July. Nighttime is away from the sun. So
if that model was
the nighttime. This is the nighttime.
80% of the freaking.
Jeez, Christ.
This is your model. How could it not be right? It's the Earth going around the sun.
It's a childish model, but it is close enough, I guess.
It's close enough. It shows the Earth going around the sun, which is what you guys always say, even though it's wrong.
Okay. Just are
So
there
this is-
spaceships in space, Hank? Does NASA exist? Have we ever been to space?
That's not important. We're talking about geocentric
No, it
versus
is important
heliocentric.
because if you can't even understand that
You're changing the goalpost.
if you can't even understand that you can take a pair of binoculars and see the fucking space station, how could you possibly expect to understand something more complicated like this?
Can you see it when it's over China, Richard?
See what?
The space station when it's over China if you're in America.
What? I don't really know. I wouldn't.
The answer is no. You can't see the space station while it's over China if you're in America
Well,
because
let me-
it's on
let me
the
look at-
opposite
let me look
side
at
of the
my globe.
world. It's on the opposite side of the world, right?
No, that's not true because the space station is not on the Earth; it's above the Earth. So as it rotates around the Earth, depending on how high it was, you might very well be able to see it over China. I don't know, but the higher
I seriously doubt it.
the higher the space station is, the further you could see it, or as it orbits the Earth. If it was really, really far away, you would see it almost to the point where, you know, the horizon would change, where it would disappear based on its height, obviously. once again, that's a really, really simple concept that everyone would understand. You could take an orange and a marble in your hand, and you could put it a foot away from the orange where it disappeared, and then raise it up in the air and say, oh my, it's further away from the orange now, and I can see it. Every normal person could understand that very easily, but for you, those concepts are hard for you to grasp, which is why explaining things like this to you is pointless. You don't want to understand them. You can't understand them, and whatever, you know.
I can't understand that the Earth is going to have a different point of view 6 months later because the scale is off. I can't understand that.
You can't understand that it's going to have the same point of view because it doesn't make a complete circle every day for 6 months.
I never said that it makes a complete circle every day for 6 months. It does
I didn't
make
say you did.
half a circle every 6 months if the Earth goes around the sun once a year. And if it does go halfway around the solar system to the other side of the sun.
Okay, next subject, Hank. We understand.
Yeah, let's change the goalpost.
No, let's change the topic. We just kind of beat it to death, you know.
What do you think, John?
Yeah, I kind of think it's a little bit like, you know, it sounds a little bit like, you know, people are talking like, you know, if we take our human body and we just see it from the outside, and we've grown in our awareness about what our body is over centuries, and then we found out because of, you know, scientists that we have a heart, a liver, a pancreas, lungs, and bones, and stuff like that. But it's kind of like, it seems to me that the ability of the human mind to believe absolutely anything, that's what these themes, UFOs and this stuff, that's kind of what we're proving right now. Because it's kind of like, in a way, someone's come up and says, no, you've never seen your heart, never seen your liver, or you've never seen these organs. And actually what is happening, and they give a plausible explanation, is that you've got a grasshopper inside you that jumps around, and they give you some other kind of an explanation that you can think that's plausible, because I don't know, and I don't trust things. I think it's a little bit like that. I think, you know, the research, what we've done, and what most people, you know, have understood, that the Earth rotates, and then it twists, and that the map is wrong. I don't remember exactly why. Like Greenland is bigger on the map, but it's been, you know, they've got here in Freiburg, you know, it's amazing. They got the first person who, like year 1200 or something, who drew the first, where America was first written on a map. And they've got, you know, that map there and the name of the guy who went to the university here. But it just seems to me that that's the important part of all of this discussion, is that I think that it's amazing how people can believe anything and be, and so that's kind of, I don't want to be, I mean, I'm not trying to discredit anyone or make anyone feel, you know, something, but, you know, for me, the flat Earth, the whole deal is like the ultimate kind of attempt. The other things that I'm talking about just make people confused or even the wrong thing.
John, you do realize we weren't talking about the flat Earth. We were talking about heliocentricity versus geocentricity, right?
Right. I know. We're talking about whether or not the Earth is the center, whether the Earth has a center, or whether the Earth rotates around the sun, whether the, yeah, I know you're no longer part of the flat Earth, but all I'm saying is, you know, we have this understanding that Pluto is no longer a planet; it's been reduced to some kind of a thing. I mean, we've got, you know.
Wait a minute, are you saying NASA lied to us or was wrong? Whoa, you're a flat earther, dude.
No, I'm not
no,
a flat
he's saying NASA can look at the evidence again and make a better assertion.
It's kind of like saying, you know, they just because they want to call New Zealand now possibly a continent doesn't mean that NASA is lying. I mean, if you know, this is just, you know, empirical data, and if they're saying that Pluto is no longer a planet, it's now considered a asteroid or a comet, not a comet, but it's not a planet.
A dwarf planet or something, I think.
Why is
Yeah.
it just Orion, by the way, that you have a problem with?
Because it's easy for everyone to recognize.
Oh, okay. So you recognize that all stars and constellations spend some portion of the year hidden if they're not circumpolar, right?
Right, but they're not hidden on a loop. Okay. They're hidden on a zigzag, which is the problem.
I don't see Orion being in the southern hemisphere. I don't see Orion.
Right, so for you, I guess it would be Virgo, right? Could you see Virgo sometimes?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so Virgo's almost directly over your head, maybe off just a little bit.
Yeah, but can't you see how the pole stars and stuff is a big problem with that heliocentric model?
How's the pole star a problem for the heliocentric model?
Or and the moon? The fact that, you know, people view things in the underside and they see the moon upside down. You don't see a problem that as a problem in the heliocentric model? You don't see the hemispheres as a problem?
No, not in the heliocentric model. You're talking about the ball Earth heliocentric
You don't see
model?
a problem that you can see the northern star and I can only see the southern star and I cannot see the northern star? You don't see that as a problem?
I've been told there isn't a southern pole star. Not like the northern pole star, anyway.
I can see it every night, Hank.
So there's actually a star in the middle.
It wobbles a little bit. It's not exactly the same.
It's a Southern Cross. It's made up of 4 stars.
Okay, well, your Southern Cross is comparable to our
North
Ursa
Star.
Major? No, Ursa Major or Ursa Minor. One of the dippers, I can't remember. But yeah, our pole star, Polaris, is directly in the middle, like a bullseye, right? It's always...
because we have a precession of the equinox, so it's going to be lined up. It won't be always in the middle in the future.
Well, do you got a time machine where you can prove that empirically,
It's
or
not
is that
even lined up. It's not even lined up now. It's off by a little bit. It's not perfect, dude.
Okay, so now I'm going to pull up some pictures.
There's no difference between the North Star and the Southern Crux.
Southern Cross.
Whatever. I say whatever. I meant crux. I don't know.
All right.
I like.
You gotta love these. You gotta love these guys that know virtually nothing about science that are disproving, you know, the round Earth and the heliocentric model. You know,
I think that's a bit about science.
We live in a scientific dictatorship.
Some book said something about firmament in it. You know, I mean, it's just so ridiculous. Man. Really is.
Are you insinuating that I don't know anything about science, Richard?
Yes.
Okay, what is science, Richard?
Science is basically a method that we use to determine truth.
Science is a word that means knowledge, right? So it means something that you know, right?
That's not what he said. That's not what he said. He said it's a method to determine whether something is fact or fiction.
He dropped out. He'll be back. But it's just so ridiculous. They have no idea about physics, for example, and they want to argue the physics of gravity.
Hank actually knows a fair bit about science. He does know a lot of, you know, theories, and he's well informed in the science category.
I don't call that knowledge. When somebody understands that E equals mc squared, but doesn't believe in gravity, I don't call that knowledge about science. I don't call, you know, if somebody says, well, I understand what germs are, but I don't believe in germ theory, I don't call that knowledge about germs. No, I don't.
All right, so you do got to say that the scientific method is a method. Science by itself is not a method, right? Because science is a word that means knowledge. Scientific method is a method.
It's just a bunch of arguing nonsense. Please talk to somebody else.
Well, just, okay, then go wherever you were hanging out before.
We live in a scientific dictatorship. That's clear. But I wouldn't throw the baby out with the bathwater, you know. Like, some flat earthers are like, just don't believe anything that science says. I think it's all a lie. That's ridiculous. Like more like credible scientific hoax,
especially while they're on a computer.
Global
The problem really is when you have people that have some silly question, it's explained to them perfectly well, and then they jump to another chat room, ask the same ridiculous question, hoping that nobody in that new chat room knows the answer. And that's the kind of thing you do, Hank.
Actually, I haven't been on any other chat rooms, and when I did, I certainly wasn't talking about about science.
I was specifically talking about when somebody explained to you the I think it's an umbra or a line that comes across the earth or something.
Umbra and penumbra, yeah.
They spent 20 minutes explaining to you the answer, and then you said, okay, fine. I followed you, just coincidentally. You jumped right into the neck. You went from Earth discussions to some other Earth room. You went directly in, giving the same arguments that you knew were wrong after the first explanation, hoping that the people in the second room didn't know the answer. You do that.
Have you been following?
I've seen with my own eyes you do that a number of times, Hank.
Have you been following me, Richard?
No, it used to be, I guess I left that room for the same reason you did. It got boring, and I went to another room, that's all. I don't know how to follow somebody on Google Hangouts. There may be a way.
Well,
I don't know how to
when
do
I'm in the other chat room talking to the millennials, I don't bring up, flat earth shit for the most part. I don't bring up heliocentric, geocentric stuff. For the most part, we might get into evolution.
The same things that have been explained to you over and over and over.
Are we bringing up the past, Richard?
What I'm pointing out is that all of your arguments have been explained to you why they're wrong, yet you still want to bring them up. It's boring and old. If you had a new argument, it might be interesting, but you don't.
So I don't have a new argument, huh?
No. Well, if you do, I don't know. If you do, bring it up. But all this nonsense you brought up before, I've heard out of your mouth 50 different times in 50 different rooms.
Well, out of all the chat rooms, how did you end up at Armando's chat room?
Because Earth discussions got kind of boring, I guess, and Armando invited me, and it seemed kind of interesting. And basically, I wanted to get away from the flat Earth, is why I'm here. Frankly, I wanted to get away from Spurskimo, mostly, more than you.
Spurskimo.
But he does the exact same thing. He brings up the same old, tired, nonsense arguments day after day after day.
I debated Hillbilly today. It was awesome.
RJ.
These flat earthers say, like, there's no gravity, it's density and buoyancy. But density, you need mass to have density, and you need gravity to have mass. So there's no fucking density without gravity.
Well, you don't need gravity to have mass.
What's the fuck? No, you don't need gravity. You don't need gravity to have mass. But buoyancy has to do with fucking gravity. You can't explain buoyancy without gravity. There's no buoyancy explanation that does not include gravity. That's what makes them so stupid. They say, well, it's buoyancy, not gravity, not understanding that
Isn't
buoyancy,
mass based
that
off
gravity is part of the buoyancy explanation.
Can you show me the experiment that shows absolutely without a doubt that
I can't
buoyancy,
show somebody who doesn't want to learn anything, Hank. It's pointless. We've been through all this nonsense with you 100 times. The answer is no. You can't be convinced of anything. I already know that.
I was convinced that the AE map doesn't work. But you know that, right? It's science.
I'm sure you are.
You know that. You know I can't be convinced.
Nonsense. You're convinced of a whole bunch of nonsense that's not true. We know that, Hank.
You know that I can't be convinced and change my mind. Even though I used to be a flat earther and I'm no longer a flat earther, but you know that I can't be convinced, right?
I did not know that. You're not a flat earther anymore. Well, that's
mass creates a gravitational force.
The question is, I think, to think about why it is that people, it's interesting if you're thinking about philosophies or concepts or belief systems, you see, you want proof of things, and you're taking something that purports truth and science. So just think about, the fact that at one point you believed in the flat earth. Now you no longer believe that. Now you're believing something else. Well, maybe there is something, maybe, question why, why you did that, why you want that. That has to do with our being in wanting to determine what reality is. And that element has been misused by a lot of things forever to get people, who are disenfranchised or happy or curious or whatever, or for whatever reason, to believe in something. And once that's been, once that's been created, then a lot of times
it really goes back, John, to what Armando was talking about when I first came here. It's that his main belief is in the Bible. And like Armando said, if the Bible, your interpretation of the Bible is contrary to reality and the facts of science, then it's probably your interpretation of the Bible that's wrong. And that's what Hank is holding on to, not just the Bible itself, but his interpretation of the Bible can't possibly be wrong. Therefore, any science that contradicts his interpretation of the Bible must be wrong.
It's interesting.
That's not true. That's an assumption.
It's interesting because
that's how I perceive you. If that's not true, then can you give me an example of one of your interpretations of the Bible and science conflicting, where you say, okay, the Bible, my interpretation was wrong?
I would have to think about it.
Okay.
It's interesting because a lot of people, most people, like in Europe, or that have from the older world here, that where the Bible is made, they don't take it literally. They take it as something to interpret, and they take it as history and and connected to God and stuff. But no one in their right mind kind of would really take the Bible literally. I know that people do that. People can take the flat earth and documents literally, and whether it's gravity or buoyancy or whatever, and they get off on that. That's what I think is so beautiful about all of this, is that we can learn that we're capable of believing anything. But that's something, that's why I love religion, and I love the Bible, I love Christ.
So do you believe the earth is spherical now, Hank, or do you just not believe it's flat?
The honest answer is I don't know.
What would help you know? What do you require to understand and,
Well, I guess maybe Richard was right. I would have to disbelieve the book of Job, which is in the Bible, when God said, hast thou measured the breadth of the earth? That part in Job chapter 38. I guess I would have to believe that, God was
No, you didn't hear what I
the
said.
middle of my sentence interrupt the beginning of yours.
Sorry.
Okay. Let me finish. So basically, what I would have to do is disbelieve that God was being rhetorical with his questions, because all the answers that Job would answer would be no, I haven't, no, I can't, no, in Job chapter 38. Because he couldn't say, yes, I have measured the breadth of the earth. It's exactly 24,000, was it 800 and something, 900 and something. It's nearly 25,000 miles in circumference. If he would have said that to God, then, God would be like, oh, you have. And that's basically what modern man has done. Modern man has says to God, yes, we have measured the width and the breadth of the earth, and we do know exactly how much the distance is from one side to the other. So I guess that would make God a liar if man could do that.
I think
God said that man could not measure the breadth and all that of the earth. That's what you're saying?
No, I'm saying God asked rhetorical questions that the answer is obviously no to every single question he asked in Job 38.
Well, I think what Rich.
So what I was trying to say though is your claim is that God, is wrong or God's lying or whatever. What I'm saying is that your interpretation of that is what's wrong. Not that God's lying, not that God's wrong, but your interpretation that if we could measure the earth,
could be
God
wrong.
would be wrong or lying is what's wrong. Not God lying, not the Bible being wrong, your interpretation of the Bible.
Yeah, that's kind of. I mean, I liked your comment yesterday, Richard, about you can't use the Bible to prove the Bible, and I think the whole idea of Hank going from believing in flat Earth, believed it, now he's no longer believing that. The same thing can apply to a religion and the Bible, and learning to interpret it and understand it differently than literally, because most Christians, and I tell you, I'm living here in Germany, and there are some really down Christians there, really, and they've gone through history of the Reformation and all that stuff. So and they're serious, and the belief is true, but it's not it's not in the same way. The Bible is then used. It's a form to use. To live your life and to believe in God and to learn about it. But so I think that's interesting that I didn't know that you were flat earther. Now you're not. The same thing can apply to religion, which doesn't make them
What's
evil.
interesting is what Hank
a flat
said.
earther.
What's interesting is what Hank said to Rupert's question is no amount of observation, no amount of science, no amount of anything is going to convince him the earth is spherical. He is going to have to find an interpretation in the Bible that works.
No. I'm saying okay, no, look, let me take it out of the Bible just for a second. Let's take it into the realm of science. According to the astrophysicist Neil deGrasse Tyson, you're too small and the earth is too big for you to tell the shape of it, right? Now, that's primary knowledge is what he's talking about, which means that I can't look out and say, yeah, the earth is definitely this shape. Now, secondary knowledge is when someone shows you a picture or an artist's rendition or CGI or maybe even a photograph and says, here, this is a picture of the whole earth. This is what it looks like. That's secondary knowledge. But from our primary knowledge point of view, I can't tell the shape of the earth. And neither can you. But what you experience is a flat, motionless plane. That's what we all experience.
Yo, Hank,
What about this?
Density
That
is
has
measured
nothing
by
to do with whether
density.
it's actually round or flat.
Density is measured by gravity, right? So you can't have density and no gravity because we determine density with gravity. So that, like, for flat earthers to say that it's density and buoyancy and there's no gravity is fucking retarded. It doesn't make sense.
So when hold on just a second, John, please. So when the ISS is going around the Earth and they're experiencing zero gravity because of free fall, are you saying that the water particles that are floating around the spaceship there's no density, or is that what you're saying?
No.
The metal's not dense?
I'm saying the water particles have a gravitational force. And we use gravity to measure because mass has a gravitational force. So you can't have mass and no gravity. And density is mass and a certain amount of volume. So it doesn't make you can't have one without the other. It doesn't make any sense.
Just because something's in free fall and it doesn't have zero gravity, it's weightless. You're confusing two different things. Just because you're
Microgravity is what it is.
Just because you're in a jet that's free falling and you're floating in the jet, that doesn't mean you don't have gravity. It means you're weightless. The
I got a question.
The gravity at the space station is about 90% of the gravity on Earth at that elevation.
I got a question. And anybody can answer this, or you can just be quiet and think about it. Most scholars agree that Job is the oldest book in the Bible. Here's an interesting quote, Job chapter 38, verse 16. Hast thou entered into the springs of the sea? Now a spring would be a natural spring. Hast thou entered into the springs of the sea, or hast thou walked into the search of the depth? Now how did Job know that there is natural springs coming out of the sea?
Who is asking Job the question, or Job asking God?
It's Yahweh or the angel in the whirlwind in chapter 38 is
Job is
asking Job.
asking God.
No, God is asking Job the questions. Hast thou entered into the springs of the sea? How did God or Job know? And this is, over 5,000 years ago or
Well,
something
God
like
is
that.
God, so that's obvious. Why do you assume that Job knew what the springs of the sea were?
Well, if you're an atheist, then you would have to assume that it was Job who wrote the book. Therefore, Job knew that there's natural springs under the ocean, which we didn't know.
How would Job? How do you know that Job knew that? You said God is asking Job those questions.
Well, that's from a theist point of view. Are you a theist?
It doesn't matter. You said in the book, God is asking
Yeah, God's
Job.
asking the questions.
So why
Right.
do you assume that Job even knew what a spring under the ocean meant?
Okay, you're asking from a theist point of view.
Job's answer?
So it would have been God. It would have been no. He didn't know.
What was Job's answer?
Job didn't answer any of these questions in the book. Obviously,
so why
the answers would have been no.
do you assume that Job knew? Maybe he didn't answer because he didn't know what a spring under the ocean was.
Look, he was talking to an angel in the whirlwind. I'd imagine he didn't say much at all.
So how do you know that Job even? Your question was, how did Job know that?
Yeah, how did Job know that?
My answer to you is there's no demonstration in your book that Job did know that.
So God knew it.
Obviously, he's God. I would assume he knows everything.
It's crazy how you can just switch from theist to atheist point of view like that.
It's crazy how I can look at things rationally and you can't. Why would you, if I asked you a question about brain surgery and you didn't answer me, I can't come back later and say, well, see, Hank knew all about brain surgery because he didn't answer my question. That's ridiculous.
And what are you trying to say, Hank? Are you saying the Bible had knowledge of things before humanity did?
Yeah.
All right.
Well, that's nonsense because when the Bible was written, we knew about springs. And what you're saying is, how do we know about it? And let's assume that all these stories in the Bible are true anyway. We don't know that. We don't know that God talked to this dude. That's just a story written when we knew about springs anyway.
And like you said before, the first person evidence and second person evidence, you're reading a recount of a story. You are looking at the second round evidence and saying that it's true.
Okay, look. This is Science Daily. It says, vast freshwater reserves felt beneath the oceans. Scientists have discovered huge reserves of fresh water beneath the oceans. So this is them discovering the reserves. I don't know when they actually discovered the springs, but it was not that long ago. So science discovers it after the Bible already knew it, kind of like the Doppler effect. Like before the 1920s, science said that the universe was eternal, and then after the Doppler effect, they said, oh, well, it had a beginning, and the Bible was going, yeah, you're catching up, guys.
Nobody's proved that it had a beginning. What we say is that time unfolded at the point of the Big Bang, and saying before the Big Bang doesn't make any sense. But there's no demonstration or proof that the entire universe had an actual beginning. However, we can only go back to a certain point, and we call that the beginning for convenience.
I like to call it the big inflation. It's more appropriate for my sex life.
So I got a question. It's about Einstein. So if space is a near perfect vacuum, what fabric exists in this vacuum?
I don't know what you mean by the word fabric.
The fabric of space-time, right?
There's
How does
lots of things in space. I don't know what you mean.
well, space is mostly a near perfect vacuum, right? So how
Mm-hmm.
does space-time fabric exist in a vacuum? Because vacuum means no matter. Fabric would have to mean matter.
No one says that a pure vacuum, no matter can consist in a pure vacuum. That's not true. For example, every planetary body we see in space.
Yeah, I don't really understand your question, Hank. You make it seem as though if space is a vacuum, you can't have a planet in it.
Okay, I'll explain it this way. Outer space has a really low density and pressure. It is the closest physical approximation of a perfect vacuum. But no vacuum is truly perfect, not even interstellar space, where there are still a few hydrogen atoms per cubic meter. If there's only a few hydrogen atoms per cubic meter, where does this fabric come from? Is it made of hydrogen atoms, or what is it made out of?
What fabric are you talking about?
The fabric of space-time.
What do you mean by fabric? What do you mean by
fabric? You guys don't know.
Right, I don't know what you mean by fabric of space-time.
Albert Einstein predicts the existence of gravitational waves in 1916 as part of his theory of general relativity. In Einstein's theory, space and time are aspects of a single, measurable reality called space-time. Matter and energy are two expressions of a single material. Material, the key word there is matter. So where does this space-time come from? The fabric of space-time.
Space-time comes from mass. It comes from mass, is the answer to your question.
So the fabric of space-time is the hydrogen atoms? Because that's the only mass in space, according to...
You're asking two different questions. Nobody's suggesting there's a fabric of the vacuum. The fabric of space-time would be mass. That's why light, as a massless particle, doesn't clock time.
Okay, this is general relativity physics.
You understand? That's the answer to your question. Do you understand that? That the fabric of space-time is mass.
Right, mass in a vacuum, or near perfect vacuum. So in Einstein's theory, space and time is a single entity called space-time. We treat space-time as a smooth fabric, which distorted by the presence of energy, thus the term the fabric of space-time. The term fabric is used to help us visualize how space-time works. So fabric in a vacuum.
Fabric is something used to help visualize. It's not an actual fabric. What part of that do you not understand from the sentence you just read?
Okay, so there is no fabric. So
it is something we use to help visualize.
Right, I'm sure we're just visualizing.
I'm sure you've seen the little fabric thing.
Yes, the trampoline
and the little dimple. That's what they're talking about.
Okay, so
help visualize.
So there is no technically literal fabric. So how does the warping of this non-literal fabric exist?
Because that's what mass does. It's used to help you visualize what goes on around the mass, which evidently isn't enough help for you.
And it's also the speed of the mass because, time dilation and that type of thing.
So a few hydrogen atoms per cubic meter is the fabric of space.
No, you just understood that the fabric is only something imaginary to help you visualize things. You just read that from your own sentence, and now you're going back saying, the fabric is a couple of hydrogen atoms in a volume of space. No, the fabric is something imaginary to help you visualize what Einstein was saying. You just read that. So don't come back with a new sentence saying, oh, the fabric is this, that, or the other thing. That makes
I was just reading it all, trying to put it all back together.
No, it doesn't sound like you're trying very hard to me.
Taking all the information in is not foolish. Trying to put it all together so it makes sense in an imaginary fabric that doesn't really exist, but it warps, even though it's imaginary, and that's what causes gravity.
No. Nobody suggests that the fabric warps. What they're saying is that mass warps space-time, and they use that fabric of space-time to help you understand. You understand now?
Honestly, no.
Mass is what warps space-time. They use that little fabric-y idea to help you visualize how mass warps space-time.
And here's another problem I have, okay? 4-dimensional, right? We know what 3-dimensional are. We've all played video games where you can look up, you can look down, you can turn left, you can turn right, and you can turn diagonal. That's like X, Y, and Z, the axis, right? See, that's 3-dimensional. But in this Einstein space, there's 4 dimensions. So you bend space-time. I tapped in mass. So time is a physical dimension, like a direction that you can go in?
No, time is what the 3 dimensions move across, like a timeline. You know, we're never paused in time. We're moving in time, aren't we? So that is the 4th dimension. Do you understand that, Hank?
Yeah, I get it, but it doesn't really make sense. I mean...
What would you call it? You have to attach a word to time. What would you prefer it be called rather than a dimension?
Time sounds good.
Yeah, when you say that time's a dimension, I can't really see it, because the way I understand dimensions, you've got like 2D, which is a drawing on a piece.
That it's a direction, correct?
Right, it's a direction, yeah.
And what is those 3 dimensions moving in? We're moving in a direction. We're moving forward in time all the time, aren't we?
Right, but that would be either X,
That
Y,
is
or
a
Z.
direction.
No, it would be...
That is a direction.
X,
We're
Y, and
moving
Z.
forward in time.
X, Y, and Z is a direction.
Yes, and is moving forward in time a direction of moving forward, or is it not?
But moving forward in time is different than moving forward in space.
That's true. So what?
Well, no, in your model, space and time are the same thing.
Argumentative. Why do you even ask us questions if you just want to be argumentative? Dimensions are a direction. You just admitted that moving forward, or understood that moving forward in time is a direction, which is what dimensions are. We've already agreed on all that. And then you say, but I still can't understand how time makes sense to be called a direction or a dimension. You just want to be argumentative, dude. You don't want to learn anything. You don't want to discuss. You just want to make up nonsense, dude.
All right, so I looked up what is time. Time is a component, a quantity of various measurements used in sequence events to compare the duration of events or the intervals between them, and to quantify rates of change and quantities in material related or in the conscious experiment. So, what does it say when I look up space? What is space? A continuous area or expanse that is free, available, or unoccupied. Now watch this. What is space-time? A concept of time and 3-dimensional space regarded as fused in a 4-dimensional continuum.
There you go. What's the problem?
Space and time are fused. And this creates
Space-time.
An imaginary fabric. An imaginary fabric that
What do you
warps
mean by
around
fabric?
us.
Doesn't no. What do you mean? Why do you say that something used, an imaginary something used to help you understand something was created by space-time? Where did you come up with that idea? It was created to help explain space-time. It wasn't created by the space-time itself. You're just being silly again.
Look, we could all admit that this is, pretty difficult stuff. It's not like I'm the only one who's struggling here.
No, it's only difficult because you're obstinate and you don't want to listen to even the things that you pull up and read all by yourself.
Dude, I've been looking at this stuff forever. Like ever since I was in the 5th grade, discovered the library and began
so
reading.
You've been looking at it since the 5th grade and you don't understand that mass creates the space-time warp. You couldn't have been looking very hard, dude. It's pretty simple stuff.
So,
What's your opinion on the subject, buddy?
yeah, what do you think,
Do you
buddy?
feel that the Earth is flat? Or heliocentric?
We're not talking about the Earth being flat. We're talking about space-time. Do you understand space-time, buddy?
I've been sitting there crying, laughing, man. I can't relate to it at all. I mean, I'm totally blown away, man.
Well, just so you know, space-time is Einstein and gravity. This is their stuff. So what we're talking about that you don't understand?
What do you mean their stuff? Who is opposing Einstein and saying that this doesn't exist? A few nut jobs on the internet? What do you mean their stuff? It's reality, Hank. It's not their stuff.
Theories are not reality.
For me, I really can't elaborate. I mean, I was actually going to work at NASA, so I simply just can't relate to this. And it's probably because I've been out of all of that. I'm in the phase of life where I'm not really digging to find out those things anymore. I just feel like I can't elaborate on any of it.
You're a shit.
What kind of a nut job says theories are not reality? So just because something's a theory doesn't mean that it's not reality. It might be, it might not be, but for you to say it's not reality is another nut job statement.
If there's two opposing theories, they can't both be right. Correct?
Do you understand what a theory is? That it's
He does. It's just more trolling nonsense.
I do. I'm not a troll.
It's like germ theory, saying that germ theory isn't a real thing, but you still wash your hands when you take a shit. It's real.
Yeah, I do wash my hands when I take a shit.
Well, germ theory did start from a theory, We didn't understand it until we could have the microscopes and that type of thing to actually look at them.
And Hank does understand, too, that a theory doesn't graduate to something else when it's been proven. And all these nut jobs know that. So they always bring up, it's just a theory, knowing there's nothing better than a theory anyway.
Yeah, I mean, it was interesting for me to listen to everything. I'm so fixated on what I believe to be true. I can't go outside those parameters, if that makes any sense. You know what I mean? I could try to listen and follow, but I don't know how to elaborate on it at this point.
Gotta love a pizza driver explaining why Einstein was wrong.
If you just type in Einstein was wrong, you'll see that I'm not the only one.
Oh, I'm sure you're not, dude. He was wrong about a few things. That's true. No, there's a big wave of people who troll the internet intentionally, knowing they're wrong, not
So if they
caring.
disagree with Einstein, then they're trolls.
It's not about anything what I said at all. What I said is there's this huge wave of people who garner their entertainment nowadays, going around the internet, promoting things that they themselves know are wrong for their entertainment. There's a huge wave of people like that. I'm not saying you're one of them. has nothing to do with Einstein. It has to do with people who basically get their jollies off going around the internet saying the earth is flat or that gravity doesn't exist and all this other nonsense just to get some attention from other people.
Is that group pretty I mean, how big is this flat earth thing? Is it
It's pretty small.
It's growing now.
It
is growing, but it's small.
Okay. Did this actually start on the internet, or was there a flat earth group before the internet?
Well, there's always been flat earthers all throughout history because, you know, before Copernicus or Eratosthenes, you know, people pretty much thought.
Oh yeah, I can remember that. Yeah.
Yeah, there are always going to be stupid people on the earth. You know, 1,000 years from now, there will be people saying, you know, George Bush didn't exist or 9/11 didn't happen. You know, you always have stupid people.
It's an interesting concept, but I just.
Well, the thing that slays me, buddy, is most of the flat earthers believe that Antarctica is a big circle around the flat earth, and every square inch is guarded by the military that will kill you if you get to the edge of the flat earth. That's the weirdest part. Exactly what fucking military, you know.
Really say that?
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely, I say that.
The Antarctic Treaty is the longest existing treaty that has been held together by what? You know, I think it's tens of countries. And
what? Oh, okay. So your philosophy on that one subject is an area that's always been protected, Richard, but they're taking it to a new degree and saying that so you won't fall off the earth.
Right, and that it wraps around the entire flat earth. So it would be impossible, you know, to take a plane ride around the globe. You get to the edge of the flat earth and have to turn around, obviously. But yeah, they say that the flat earth or that the Antarctic goes in circumference around the whole flat earth, and that if you got to the end, you would A, fall off, and B, be able to take a picture and prove it. So
no, that's not what they say.
Some people say that. Some government is guarding the entire circumference and will kill you if you get there.
Well, those people who say that are wrong. Hold on, buddy, just for a second. Actually, they say that they're hiding land. That's what the flat earthers believe, that they're hiding more land. And when you look at the map that I posted in the back chat, there's two different maps laid on top of each other. One is traced and one is colored. The one that is traced is what we saw in school, where Greenland is roughly the same size as Africa, and the one that is colored in green is, you know, a better projection of what the Earth actually looks like, and you can tell that Africa is like 15 times the size of Greenland, which, you know, would kind of insinuate that they're hiding land.
You know, there is a boat race. There's a boat race that goes around Antarctica every year. You do know that, don't you?
No, I didn't know that.
Yes, I've heard you in the room when we've mentioned that a number of times, Hank. The reason you don't know it is you don't want to listen to it.
A boat race that goes on every year. I've never heard that going around Antarctica. I didn't think anybody was allowed down there.
When I heard this...
Why do you think nobody's allowed down there? There's all kinds of science expeditions. There's
here's the thing.
People there.
Here's the thing. If you're talking about... Hold on just a second, please. Are they racing in a boat that's motorized, or are they sailing?
Sailboats.
Okay, that makes sense, because you can't carry heavy fuel past a certain, what is it, latitude. Latitude, you can't bring heavy fuel. So, yeah, I didn't know that people were sailing around in, like, freezing weather.
And the problem is, if Antarctica was as big as whatever they say it is, it would take years to sail around, not less than a day like it does.
They do it in a day?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's less than a day.
It's probably more than a day, dude. I'm guessing it's more like 3 days.
I'm not sure. I'd have to look it up again.
Yeah. A day a day of, say, think 24 hours times 15 knots wouldn't be nearly enough time to get around Antarctica.
Yeah, true.
So what I thought about when I heard that there were, what did you say, soldiers protecting the edge of the earth? When I heard that concept, I said, well, if I was trying to make somebody believe a certain concept or theory, then I would say that. I would say, yeah, but you can't find out because it's highly protected and they'll kill you.
Right, exactly. That's the silly part of it all, And like the
People
land thing that he was talking about.
Antarctica. People have
What they also say is that like the rich elite are protecting this massive amount of land that's got trees, and it's the it's the Garden of Eden spot, and they're keeping it for themselves, and all this crazy ignorant ass nonsense that anybody could just take a fucking plane and go fucking fly there and find out.
Yeah, but it was interesting to watch you earlier. I got talking in the chat, but earlier I was kind of understanding where you were going with that concept, Hank. But I'm so fixated on what I believe, I don't think I could follow it, man. Anyway,
you can't even protect the Mexican border, let alone a border that is around the whole planet.
Exactly. I'm more interested in the Southern California border right now.
Well, the Antarctic Treaty is how many different countries? I mean, if I were to count them, it looks like 30. So if you had 30 different countries protecting Mexican border, it'd be a lot more secure. Now, I'm not saying I know exactly what's going on Antarctic Treaty, what's going on down there. I'd imagine that they do let people down there who have permission to go.
It's less than 200 words. It is worth reading.
What? What is?
The Antarctic Treaty.
Oh, I've never read it. Yeah.
I can remember reading that a long time ago, I think, but I can't elaborate on this stuff. I'm sorry, man. I just
like you said, buddy. It's the idea of if you make a bunch of shit up about some place that people don't go or can't go or haven't seen, it's easier to sell your bullshit story. So you can make up all this crazy stuff about Antarctica, knowing that nobody's going to go there anyway, and pretty much say whatever you want, like you said. So that's why they use a place like Antarctica, because it's not accessible to the average person. So there's not as though the average person is going to prove him a liar by going there. That's why they use it.
Now, Pancho Pete's a flat earther too, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I went over there a time or two, man. I was just blown away. I just couldn't. I just can't dial in there to even follow it, really, man.
All right, listen to what it says. The Antarctic Treaty was signed Washington 1st, December 1959. 12 countries whose scientists had been active around Antarctica during the International Geophysical Year, 1957 through 58. It entered into force in 1961 and since has been exceeded by many other nations. Now, force, does that mean they're enforcing it?
It's a legal term that means when you make an agreement, you enter into force. If I'm going to sell you a car and we sign the bill of sale, our agreement is entered into force.
Okay. Thank you for explaining that to me. I didn't quite understand. And see, that was an honest question, and I did learn something and accept what you said, even though I thought it meant force, like physically forcing it into agreement. But basically it says no private companies can go down there and claim resources, right?
Right.
So BP can't go down there and drill oil. Now, the funny thing about this is there's not a lot of wildlife down there, other than maybe some penguins and a few other species, but it's the most heavily protected area. Like I said earlier, once you get past a certain latitude, you can't eat food outside on the deck of the ship. You can't carry heavy oil past that part. It's heavily protected environmentally, but there's not very many species down there. You would think that the North Pole would be protected because it has a lot more species in the area, but I always thought that was weird ever since I've been learning about this stuff.
Well, they're trying to keep it so it's untouched by humans, you know, because the things that we can discover there, you know, over time, like shows us a time scale of everything. You know about ice cores, things like that?
Of course.
Well, if things were if the environment in Antarctica was infected by things like that type of thing, those types of things will no longer be measurable because, you know, it's been affected by humans so much.
Morning, top of the morning to you, Scotsman. Good to see you. It's been a while.
I just came straight through the text streams. I can't even be bothered reading them fucking things anymore. No. Hang out.
Yeah, I don't spend much time in there either. I'm downloading the PDF. Thanks, Rupert.
PDF. What? Is that something file?
Oh, it's the Antarctic Treaty, the longest running treaty, as far as I know, in the existence of humanity. Because anytime there's a treaty, ask the Cherokee what happens.
Oh, they just ratified it, have they? I thought they weren't going to ratify it. I think everybody's cut up Antarctica like a big fucking cheese, haven't they?
Yeah, they have divided parts up in, you know, to those 12 countries.
Yeah.
There's even countries that sit between the borders of those pizza pieces.
Yeah, a little tiny slice. Yeah. There'll be a lot of gas, oil, and minerals underneath that ice shelf, eh?
Yeah.
That's the only reason we kicked the fucking Argentinians out of the Falklands. There's a lot of gas reserves off that coast, you know, off those islands. Nothing to do with sheep.
Yeah, well, with that Antarctic treaty, they've got, you know, it's an environmental thing, so they can keep the environment sustained like it is, not change the environment with drilling and that kind of thing.
All right, so here's the funny thing. At the very beginning of the Antarctic Treaty, Antarctica shall be used for peaceful purposes only, right? And then I typed in, let's see, what did I type in? Man sells to Antarctica arrested. All right, so this Norwegian Viking won't pay Antarctica fine. Says that a self-proclaimed Viking who sailed a yacht went down there.
It's like you get a visa to a place. You have to make sure that the government agrees that you can visit Antarctica.
So you have to get permission.
Yes, you do need permission.
I wouldn't
But
go
if
there
this
with
Viking,
I wouldn't go with
but
a
if this,
tent. You'd have to stay in one of the research centres, I would suppose.
if this Viking went down there with an axe, you know, I can kind of see him getting arrested. But if he went down there without an axe and he was being peaceful with a sailboat, why did he get, you know, let's see, did he get arrested?
It's the same thing with refugees, Hank. You know, if they allowed
But
refugees
refugees are good. What about all those refugees in Germany? They didn't get a 50-day suspended jail sentence, and they didn't get fined $45,000.
What was that? What was them? It was protecting the whales down there. They were ramming the Japanese ships, you know. Whose international waters they were in, but when they got back to Australia, they got arrested. But they weren't even in Australian waters, no.
I'm not sure of the story.
It's them, them that split up from Greenpeace, you know, that to protect to stop the Japanese whalers.
Ah, yeah. I
remember it. They had 2 or 3 ships.
So this guy violated the treaty, and I fail to see how one guy on a sailboat is going to cause problems with,
It's about upholding the treaty.
So they are enforcing it. They are enforcing it down there.
Unless it's done with they made an example of him just to put other people off,
Because if they allowed everyone in, there would be those people who want to mine there and, want to take the resources and change, it's a place for experimentation.
You would get communes setting up in igloos.
I'm a flat earther. I'm a flat earther because now I know where they got Jimmy Hoffa and Elvis. They've got him down there, and that's whatever.
Thank you, John. I just escaped from the fucking retards on the Hangout and the fucking YouTube. Now I've got a flat earther.
Oh, you got what?
A flat earther.
Oh yeah, that's where they got Jimmy Hoffa and Michael and a lot of other people. They got them down there, and they're in that paradise kind of a place.
Yeah, they're all wearing white jackets that strap up the back.
I'm kidding.
I know. An untapped resource, both of those. The Arctic as well, yeah. Greenland.
Yeah, but Hank's trying to say that treaty exists to keep people away from the border. People finding the land beyond Antarctica.
Look, this is what I think. I think that they're hiding land and resources. And if you think about it, if Antarctica is what they say it is, and it's a continent at the bottom of the world, then what really environment is there to protect? Are we going to kill the snow? And if you think about it, if there are geothermal vents, there would be pockets of green land because of the geothermal vents at least during the summer, right? And if there were, then they could easily set up nuclear power plants to keep things warm down there, and they could indeed have cities in that area with the technology that we have today.
I think
and that would negatively affect the environment, which that treaty is trying to uphold.
I think it's more to do with that continent drifted down there over hundreds of millions of years, Hank. It was tropical. And there's vast resources of oil and gas underneath there.
Well, what about, the environment of the Gulf of Mexico when there was the big oil spill, Yeah. What did they do? What did they do when it happened? They dumped some sort of solvent or detergent on top of the oil spill. So not only was there oil in the water, now there's some kind of oil disperser. What about that environment?
Well, they contaminated the wrong place. They got too much publicity. They contaminate, all over Africa with oil spills, but it doesn't make the media. That just happened in the wrong place. So BP get hammered with billions of dollars of fines. If it happened in the Upper Congo, you wouldn't have heard about it. Yeah.
It seemed to me that I understood that the reason that Antarctica was never claimed by any nation, and so no nation could claim it. That's kind of, I think, the basic, I don't know the term, the basic reason that this treaty was made, so that no specific country could go down there and claim it. Nobody wants to spend lots of time down there anyway. And if they do have, weather satellites, and if they do research and all that stuff like the International Space Station, it's just, kind of to protect it from being taken over by any specific country for whatever value there is. But, getting back to also to Hank, we know what drones are, and you were talking about differences between pictures, and that was your first, you were talking, but I mean, you can take a drone and go up in the sky and look down on the Earth. The Earth still exists, and theoretically, you could take a drone up and go all the way around the Earth, all over the Earth. I mean, that's what the satellites are doing. So these images from the satellites are nothing other than just really very good quality drones. And they have, you know, they see the circumference of the Earth. They can see, you know, drones are drones, but there's submarines.
Well, that's a big problem with Flat Earth. They have to disagree that satellites and orbit and that type of thing just don't exist. That it's all been a lie by some government agency to keep us, you know.
Do satellites exist, Hank?
I've never seen one. I've never seen a picture of one. I'd imagine that they do, but it's only through my imagination.
You've never seen your heart or your brain, but they also exist, don't they, Hank?
That's kind of my point. That you
Hey, hold on. You can see the satellite, Hank. I remember the year that they put the satellite there. It's like a new star in the sky, and it's closer than the stars are. I see it every night.
Right
now,
now,
a pair of binoculars, you can actually see the International Space Station and the Chinese Space Station.
Yeah, it's up there, Hank. I can remember. It's a brand new star in our sky. I mean, I see the satellite.
Yeah, but the problem is Hank hasn't seen it. You guys might have seen it, but Hank has not seen it.
You know.
Yeah, but Hank doesn't. I mean, Hank kind of. I mean, he doesn't need to see his heart to understand that science have discovered that there is a heart in our body, and he can also understand.
Well, that's a good question, Hank. How do you know you have a heart?
Because I can feel it beating, first-hand knowledge. First-hand.
So why don't you get some binoculars, look up in the sky and see satellites and know they exist instead of arguing nonsense in chat room?
Well, satellites are a bit difficult.
I'm not arguing satellites. You guys brought it up and asking me.
Oh, okay.
You're unwilling to admit that satellites exist, aren't you? Can you
saying
agree that there are satellites that orbit the Earth?
I don't know. That's the thing. Do you understand what no means? Go ahead, D-Bag.
I can give you a little bet, Hank. I can give it if you tell me where you are. I can give you your coordinates. If you get a pair of binoculars, I can tell you where to look to locate both of the space stations, the International Space Station and the Chinese Space Station. They're both visible with binoculars, Hank.
I know. I've seen them.
All
I've
these
seen them.
years arguing this stuff
I've seen
in
them.
other chat rooms, but you've never bothered to look up in the sky and see if you're wrong or right. That's
Well, if
kinda
there was a
odd,
flat
isn't it?
Earth debate going on, and I was arguing in that chat room, does that seem odd?
No, you didn't hear what I said. You've been arguing this stuff for years. You've been saying that NASA's a lie, the space station doesn't exist. Yet you have never bothered to look up in the sky to see for yourself. Why not?
I seen what they call the International Space Station. Now, do I know for a fact? Hold on, don't interrupt, Richard. It's rude. Do I know for a fact that that's exactly what's going on when I see footage from NASA International Space Station? I know you didn't ask me. I'm saying this personally. Do I know that that light in the sky is exactly what I see on NASA.gov when people are floating around playing with water? Do I know that those things are the exact same thing? And the answer is, truthfully, no, I do not know that those are the exact same things.
So you're now acknowledging that you have seen the light in the sky that corresponds to the space station's flight, and that's obviously how you were able to see it. So you're at least acknowledging that there's something out there, right? You just said you saw it.
Yeah, there's something out there, okay? So listen to this. Balloon tether broke. Pop-ups.
Is that something man-made?
Yeah, I'm assuming it is. Balloon tether broke, APG official tells base newspaper. Let's see. And okay, civilian leader, whatever his name is, ground blamed the escape of an army surveillance balloon last week on a broken tether, an installation newspaper reported Thursday. Okay, so this is an army surveillance balloon. Now, if we got satellites up there that can see pretty much fuck all, because we got like 3,000, some say more, some say less. but approximately 3,000 satellites up there. Why do we have surveillance balloons, which would be like 1940s technology, if we have all these satellites?
Because some of those satellites have specific uses. They may, one satellite may be tracking, just as an example, tracking a bank robber, along a specific path from building to building, and they've zoomed down on this other person, utilizing, that satellite. Another satellite may be being used for something else, and the Army wants its own personal satellite to survey whatever it is they want to survey. It's kind of like saying, why would somebody want their own personal drone to fly over their house when they could look at it from a helicopter or something? It's for different reasons. That's why.
You also need a less quality camera to take a picture. It's also cheaper. There's many reasons why they use a balloon over a satellite.
Numerous obvious reasons.
But if you showed a balloon picture to the average Joe and you said this is a satellite picture, would they be able to tell the difference?
Yes, they could probably be quite obvious that one was a balloon and one was not, which is not a round ball satellite. Yes, it would be quite obvious.
Really?
Yes. Are you telling me you can't tell the difference between a big round object and a hot air balloon yourself? Really?
Well, I can't tell if it was a fat person or a skinny person who took the picture. No.
Yeah, and you're not trolling.
No, I'm not trolling at all. If you show me a picture and you say, "What? Hold on. You interrupt me so much, Richard. Richard, I was saying, Richard, listen. I was saying that if you took a picture with a balloon and then took another picture with a GPS satellite orbiting Earth, and you showed both pictures to a layman and said, "Can you tell which was taken with which?" And you said yes, and I was like, "Really?" And you were like, "Yeah."
I misunderstood you.
Okay, and then you interrupted me, but it's okay. I forgive you.
I misunderstood you. I thought you were saying, could they tell the difference between a satellite and the balloon, not the picture that they both take? No, you could probably take the same kind of picture and you wouldn't know which came from which. I agree with that.
How much do you think the ISS should see of the Earth? Do you think they should see the one whole side of the Earth?
No, absolutely not. It's only 250 miles. What is it? 250 miles away? Yeah.
Kilometers, maybe something like that.
Yeah.
Do you think that there should be motion blur if the ISS is moving at 17,500 miles an hour?
No.
It's hauling ass. I mean, you got to admit that's like several times faster than a speeding bullet. So it makes
you're getting mixed up with scale again.
Scale.
Hey, I was eating a sandwich. I went and heated up a sandwich. So I may have gotten behind on your conversation, but I'd like to ask a question. So there is a satellite up there. But I'll leave the story behind it alone. But so you can tie into the internet and bounce off the satellite that's there in anybody's house on Earth and all that, right?
Yeah, it's called Google Earth, and it's my belief that those images are primarily high-altitude photographs composited in a computer program to be the shape of a sphere.
That's what I was telling you before, Hank. They don't believe in the satellites. They believe it's all weather balloons and cell phone towers and all that kind of stuff.
Okay, okay, I'll leave it alone, man. It's as I said, I can't really relate because it was launched for just those reasons.
Are you talking about GPS satellites?
Yeah, in other words, Google Earth, it bounces off the satellite that they've got. Matter of fact, I can walk out my door right now and just look up in the sky and see it. It's a new star in the sky that was never there when I was growing up. I remember the year they launched it. And so now we have this satellite that's right there orbiting
Invisible.
What? No, it's not invisible. I can walk out my door right now.
No, I
and
said
see it.
visible, not invisible. Visible.
Visible, yeah. So it's a new star.
Hank, I put a link on YouTube. Put the link on the Hangout for you, Hank. It's a world record space jump.
Yeah, let's talk about that.
Whatever.
Go ahead, buddy.
Well, no, I was just saying. I mean, I remember the year, and it took me a long time to get used to it because, boy, growing up, I mean, the motherfucker wasn't never there, and now, it took me a year or two to get used to the, new one of the brightest stars in the sky. I mean, ever since the year they launched it up there. So, I mean, and they want to say what about that, Hank?
Look, okay, if you were doubting NASA, right, and then NASA said this, and this, you would, start questioning some of the things that they say. So when they say that, yes, this light that goes across the sky is this right here, how can we be certain? So what they're doing is they're questioning what NASA's saying. Now, if NASA is 100% legitimate and it's all scientific, going through the scientific method, then NASA should have nothing to worry about. Just like the church in the 1500s, if they were right and the earth is flat, they should have nothing to worry about. Ridicule is no problem for the truth.
Let me tell you my story on how all the conspiracy theories got started on NASA. NASA was worried about being defunded because a fake moon launching, and Ron Howard, which used to be on the Andy Griffith Show, was part of the discovery of the fake and I can't remember the full story behind it, but they did do a big no-no to try to continue being funded by the federal government. They did a big no-no. They got caught. From that, people, because they were thinking about, the different presidencies. One president will think, no, we need to, stick behind this technology, and we need to go to Mars now. This technology is good for all kinds of reasons, which I'm a supporter. I don't know if you saw the video of him talking to the people in space yesterday. You can pull it up.
No, I didn't see it yet.
Okay, well,
Hank, can I ask you a question, Hank?
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Hank, do you think NASA's in conspiracy with the Russian Space Agency, European Space Agency, the Indian Space Agency, Japanese Space Agency, Chinese Space Agency?
Well, when you say conspiracy, you're saying crime. So no, I can't make an accusation because I don't have anything to back that up on as far as them committing a conspiracy. Now, if you were to ask me, are they in cahoots with each other? Yes, obviously they're in cahoots.
Oh, every space agency in the world's all in cahoots with one another, yeah.
And they're all lying, right?
In my opinion, yeah.
Well, okay, so the only point I wanted to make to you, Hank, is I am aware of one, and I'm trying to remember, it was one or two things they did they shouldn't have done. And there was big reasons behind why they did that. They didn't want to be defunded. They didn't want to be defunded.
Right.
But the other things that NASA has done is true as I'm sitting here in this chair.
We have satellites orbiting the moon from Japan. Is that all a big lie?
I know they're.
I don't know enough about that.
I just wanted to tell
it's
you.
Okay.
That,
it's all right.
I just wanted to tell you that story. I am aware of it, and so it happened years ago. And when it was fresh, I could have said more detail about it. That's also on YouTube. You can pull that up. Also, what I'm talking about. Ron Howard was involved, and but so they did a couple of kind of, I don't know if I want to say crooked things, but the administration that was there at the time was getting ready to defund it. I forgot the story behind it. did a big no-no, and I think people ran with that. It goes, they've never gone to the moon, you know, because that one thing that was promoted was fake. It really was fake. All the other things are true, you know. So I just
All right, so
thought,
I guess I'll ask you guys. Does that look real to you?
well, I wouldn't dare touch that with a 10-foot pole, because from the technology that I've been around in my lifetime, Hank, could be looking at that just like going to work every day.
I mean, I don't know. What do you mean by real? It could be real. It might not be real. I don't know what you're getting at.
I have no idea. I
It
wouldn't
looks like
even
a guy
elaborate.
filming his computer with a hand camera or something.
Yeah, that's what's going on. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if that's real.
There's several nations got vehicles orbiting Venus. You know, 2 or 3 different nations got vehicles orbiting Mars. You know, you'd have to say that all those pictures, those different vehicles are orbiting different planets, are all false.
Well, I don't have to say it. I don't have to say it. They say it. They admit that they're composite images.
Well, let me just send you down this road, Hank. Is Richard in Thailand?
Turn on your camera, Richard. If it's daytime, then I'm going to assume that he's in Thailand. Turn on your camera, Richard.
Well, no. That's not my point. No, don't do it, Richard. That's not my point. And I'm going to say he is too, because I've been in Asia and things that makes me believe. Now, do I know for a fact that Richard is in Thailand? No.
You don't know for a fact that he's in Thailand until he turns on his camera and points.
That still is not fact.
Even if I turned it on and it was daytime, wouldn't necessarily mean I was in Thailand. I could be in Vietnam or somewhere else.
Well, the reason I'm even going down that road to make you think like that is because you just have to, you know, in other words, man, I'm pretty good at seeing. I may not be the smartest motherfucker on earth, but I've always been real good about cutting through the shit and kind of seeing things for what it really is. And I have been around technology on earth.
Okay, well, let me talk about this.
In my real life.
Okay.
So, and I've been directly involved with NASA also, and I was obsessed with NASA when I was working on fast attack submarines. So,
does it make any sense at all that every space agency in the world is selling this bullshit story? And as much as countries would love to point out that Russia's full of shit, the United States is full of shit, that China's full of shit, that somehow none of those countries are going to do that. That when America went to the moon, that Russia could have come out and said, oh no, here's the real truth, that's impossible, blah, blah, blah. No, it makes absolutely no fucking sense.
Okay, well, as I said, I was fixing a sandwich, Hank, so I missed some of this. Are you, do the flat earthers believe that nobody's ever gone to the moon?
Yes. Yeah. All right, I want to present this.
Okay,
if it's okay.
Well, I'm going to step out, man, because it's too much for me, okay?
Yeah, I know.
It's just trolling nonsense.
Buddy, do you think we went to the moon?
Do what now?
Do you think we went to the moon?
When you say we, you mean?
Humanity, as in, you know, when the Americans, the Apollo missions, you know, do you think that we went on the moon?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think it would be absolutely. Why would they? Yeah, I mean, it's like it's the most. I see all.
I know for a fact. I know for a fact. That's not even a question for me. So.
Is it okay if I present this?
Absolutely, yeah, man.
We can see the
what
undersea
Hank's trying to say is all the information that's led you to the conclusion that that they went on the moon is all false. That's what he's trying to get across to you.
No, I was trying to get across the undersea cable thing. It says here the undersea cable transport 99% of international data. And then over here it gives some.
They've been there a long, long time.
Right, you're absolutely right. Down here it says cable installation is slow and tedious and expensive work. Sharks are trying to eat the internet. The internet is vulnerable underwater as it is underground. Connecting the world through undersea cables isn't exactly new, like you said, it's been around for a while.
Do you know the speed of data transfer through those cables?
Pretty darn fast, I'd imagine. Nearly light speed.
Do you know the speed of data transfer to a satellite?
Light speed?
No, I'm talking the amount of data, like gigabytes, terabytes per second.
No idea.
Well, it's significantly a whole lot more through a cable than it is to a satellite. That's why we use undersea cables. It's it's the cheaper option instead of using satellites, because we cannot send that amount of data through a satellite. And
it's that type of information that Rupert's giving you now. If I was on this topic when I was obsessed with this, I could have told you so much, man. But hey, man, life has moved on for me.
They had a real cool.
I can promise you with everything that I am that we have gone to the fucking moon. I can promise you that.
Well, that was 0.7, Rupert.
That's all I can do over the internet, but I can tell you I was directly involved with every bit of that. So I mean, there's no question. I mean, it's absurd for anyone to deny it.
And we may, Hank, we may very well develop technology where satellites have huge bandwidth and abandon the undersea cables someday.
That's true.
I can promise you we've been to the moon, Hank, with everything that I am, but that's just an internet promise. That's still not fact.
Buddy, we know your real name now. You're really Buzz Aldrin, aren't you?
No, but I did meet Neil Armstrong in real life.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah. You should have got his signature.
He just died too, not long ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, I actually shook his hand, man. And man, when I was wanting to go to work at NASA, man, you just don't know what that did for me, man. That put me on the fucking moon right there, buddy.
Hey, there's a YouTube clip of I think it's Buzz Aldrin when one of these nutcases come up and ask him about a conspiracy fee. My right hook.
Oh yeah. But
it's like what you were saying earlier, buddy. It's hard to to divide what you already know. And the thing is, Hank's trying to tell you the stuff that you do know has been dishonest and, fabricated.
Exactly. So I can't, in other words, if I can't get past that, that's why I said I went over there to Pancho Pizza a couple of times, man, and the stuff I heard was so absurd, I just left.
Right.
I couldn't deal with it.
So I posted a video of one of Neil Armstrong's rare interviews. And in this interview, he quotes Truth's protective layers. And, it's kind of a weird thing to say. And I thought about it for a really long time. And I was like, Truth's protective layers. Why would the truth need protective layers?
What you're doing is cherry picking and trying to read.
So there's not another country trying to steal your ideas.
In science, you're all supposed to work together, right?
No, not necessarily. Do you think that the science labs and pharmaceutical companies that are making medicine to sell to the public want everybody to know their formula?
Well, no, that's different. We're talking about space agencies, that kind of science.
Why would you think the American Space Agency would want to give all its secrets out to Russia?
Well, I can elaborate on that a little bit, Hank. You do know there was a race to the moon, right?
Yeah, we pretty much lost except for the foot on the ground. That's the only one that we ran. There was many races to the moon. The Russians beat us on the first orbit. They beat us on the first lander. They beat us on the first pitchers. The first.
So now you're saying that things can go into space, Hank.
Say that one more time, Hank.
They beat us on every race except for one. It was to the foot to the moon. We won, allegedly, the first person to land on the moon. That was us.
Okay, but go back to what you said the first time.
The first one, they were the first ones to take a picture.
Who made it to the moon first?
The Russians orbited.
Okay, now so why would you deny it then?
Well, I'm going by what the
Now
history
you're
books say.
agreeing that there are
No, I'm not.
satellites.
I'm not agreeing. I'm saying this is what is accepted in the history. Sorry, I didn't.
You're being incoherent and inconsistent. You're
No,
saying that the
I'm
Russians
not.
did do this. So did the Russians do it or not do it?
He said, "You know about the space race," and I said, "Yes, I'm aware of the
Hank,
space race."
I got you, Hank. I know what you mean. And
So
maybe I
did the
should.
Russians put those orbits around the moon or not?
All right, so you do understand. This goes back to me.
Did the Russians beat America or did they not?
Hold on.
You just said they did.
Listen, this goes back to me being zetetic, right? So I can't know something unless I was there. So you're asking me, do you know the impossible? And the answer is
But
no.
why do you bring it up? You bring it up as evidence that the Russians beat America. Now you're saying you don't know if they did or not. Why would you bring it up?
Hey, Hank, I know something that may help you a little bit, man, in an honest way. Have you ever NASA or the things at NASA and all of the technology there and all that stuff?
No,
hey, buddy, watch that link I've just
You
posted.
might you might learn something he doesn't want to learn. Of course he's not.
That link I've just posted. Buzz Aldrin punching that twat.
Yeah, but I mean,
I'm
you talk about things that you need to see and need to be proved. You've never seen all of these cables that have gone intercontinental cable. You haven't seen them. You haven't,
And every story in the Bible.
and
What?
well, and
See,
oh, no.
hey, I'll give you one more example, Hank. Now they've been nailing me on these chariot wheels, right? I'm just gonna, kind of run with you for a minute. Well, so I've done all my investigations to things that I know that I can rely on. Okay, it's much deeper than that. Actually, I became obsessed with it because I had to know for myself if the shit in the Bible was real or not myself. I didn't listen to any religious groups. I didn't listen to any preachers. They could have kissed my ass and gone to hell. I'm not going to believe nothing until I know. And I found my proof, brother. And so no matter what, nobody can ever deter me from that now. So it's kind of like that, Hank. It's kind of like when you know that you know, it's like you should never let that go. But when you really don't know something, I do try to stay and listen to, other things. But I would advise you to go. They used to have groups that they would take through NASA. I don't really know, with everything going on nowadays. I haven't been in touch with any of that. But I think you can go there. And I think you would get reassuring what you would consider facts that it's all real.
Okay, I should have told you guys this a long time ago. I classify myself as a zetetic agnostic. Definition for zetetic: proceeding by inquiry, which means questions or investigation. Agnostic: a person who believes that nothing is known or can be known in the existence of the nature of, it says God here, but let's put in space or blank or whatever, or anything beyond material phenomenon. A person who claims neither faith or disbelief in fill in the blank. It says God, but I'm talking about space, right? So I'm proceeding with inquiry and investigation, and I say that there's things that can't be known.
Are questions, you're saying.
But you do believe that the cables that
That's
are under
understandable.
the
I
ocean
can understand.
are there.
Yes, the cables are probably most likely there. I believe that they are there, but I don't know that they are there.
I know, but so all of and so Buddy's is alive and he's the person. You believe that too?
Yeah, he's real.
Oh, wait a minute. I missed that part. Do you not believe the cables are there, Hank?
Yes, I believe they are, but I don't know that they are.
Well, I mean,
they had a big break in one of those cables. I can't remember what year it was, being as I'm only 29. They had a big break in one of those cables, and they went through all kinds of shit to fix that damn thing. They're there, man.
Hey, buddy, did you see?
I believe they are.
You catch the link, buddy?
What's that, D-Beck?
Did you get that clip in the Hangout of Buzz Aldrin punching that twat?
Yeah, I'm seeing that. I'm seeing that right now. Boom.
Yeah, I just watched it, D-Beck. Thanks. It's pretty funny. Just scroll to the end.
You know what's funny is that guy asked Buzz Aldrin to put his hand on the Bible and swear that he went to the moon. Now, if someone asked me to put their hand on the Bible and swear that I fucked my wife, you know what I'll do? Put my hand on the Bible and swear that I fucked my wife. No problem.
He doesn't believe in the Bible. Maybe
that guy's been stalking him for years.
So is everybody else with a camera, man. They're fucking astronauts. They're like the world's rock stars. I mean, everybody stalks the astronauts with cameras and questions and signatures.
Risked your life to do something and been on the biggest rocket. You know, here's the funniest story that I heard about one of the astronauts when they were there, when they first started going up into the sky, and someone asked them, you know, what was your first thought when that rocket started taking off? He said, well, my first thought was that this machine was built by the guys with the lowest bid. I thought that was really good.
Hey, Hank, I tell you what, man, you want me to know that'll tell you something that'll reconfirm everything for you? I don't even know if you can do it now. It used to not be that big of a deal, but why don't you just go talk? How many astronauts are still living, Richard?
Richie just left.
Oh, did he? Okay. Oh, shit.
Dozens.
Okay. Well, I mean, you know, so has any of these flat earthers ever set out to investigate and just go talk to an astronaut that has been to the moon?
No, the most of their research depends on trying to disprove the Bohr model.
Okay, so nobody's really gone out in real life and investigated really anything other than on the
No, they expect you to understand their evidence. You know, they want to be the person touching the moon, where, you know, they want experiments that they can physically, you know, be a part of, but they don't, you know, adhere to the same standards for their own evidence.
Oh, I see. Well, that changes. Well, okay. So in essence, everything that they have is simply nothing more than
questioning
theory, right?
the status quo. Questioning the status
quo.
That's
a good way to put it. I
was actually thinking of hiring a private detective to see if I actually exist.
I don't think it's necessary. I don't think it's necessary, D-Beck, because I can ask you a question. D-Beck, what were the color of your great-great-great-grandmother's eyes?
No idea.
See, that's how I know you're intelligent. If you were a computer, you would have said bluish green or maybe brown. But because you're a human, you're like, I have no fucking clue. Now, if you did some researching for a couple months and maybe asked your parents or started searching through diaries, you might be able to find the answer, but would you actually know it if you found it written in one of their diaries, or would you believe what the diary said?
Okay, I see. Okay. Is that the same principles that they go off of on the flat earth?
That's the principles I'm going off of. I can't know anything unless I take it in with my senses.
The only thing that
right, but has anybody in the flat earth group ever endeavored into finding out the truth?
Well, we are primarily made up of truth seekers, so I would hope so.
Many have tried to draw maps and that type of thing.
Actually, Hank, I would disagree with that. I don't think any of them are real truth seekers, because if any of them really were, they would go visit NASA.
They call NASA up time to time.
Yeah.
I mean, you've got all kinds of real life ways to verify all kinds of stuff, man. That I'm talking about tangible in your face, right in front of you.
They've even gone, they've gone through NASA. People in the flat earth community have gone through NASA, but they don't come out the other end thinking that they went to the moon. They still know that those structures and things that they're seeing were built to fabricate bullshit, you know.
Well, Rupert, what do you think? Do you think that there's a pyramid or the face on Mars?
the face on Mars is something that we took a low quality picture of, and it appeared like a face. Now we've got higher quality pictures. It no longer appears like a face.
So you're saying it's pareidolia? Pareidolia?
Yeah, us seeing patterns in, you know, random stuff like we see in clouds.
Are these also the type of guys, Hank, that got on a rocket and went to the moon and saw the flags that were put there? Deny it?
Some possibly would. There's a lot of people that are, you know, materially, spiritually invested.
Where that information and evidence can be fabricated even easier. That's the problem, because we're living in, you know, a time where everything, you know, a kid at home can make CGI images. Right, you know, we're living in a time where, you know.
You know, they had this reality TV show.
And anything can be fabricated that goes against their idea.
They had this reality TV show, I think in Britain, and they selected a group of people, and they said they were going to send them into space. And they, like, faked the whole thing until it got to the point where they told them, like, this is all ruse, you know, it's all been fake. And I'm pretty sure you can find it on YouTube. But up until...
With today's technology, I will agree that you can make a lot of things look real over the internet.
A few people I'd like to send into space.
Yeah, but Hank, you know, think about it, man. You know how many employees have worked at NASA?
Look, I don't doubt any of those employees were working on real stuff. It's just
no. Hold on, I'm getting ready to
go ahead.
Okay, so you're saying, okay, well, let's break it down even further, and we'll micromanage this shit. So let's just say there were 1,000 employees that's worked at NASA, which there's been a lot more than that. Are you telling me that only 1 or 2 people on Earth know the actual truth where that fucking rocket goes that they send up, that they launch? And now there's
actually nobody knows, because the telemetry data has been lost.
Get done. Are you telling me that it's so secretive that no employee would ever have leaked it out up till now, that it was all a crock of shit?
Well, you know as well as I do that it's heavily compartmentalized.
Well, I can tell you from being in those environments in my real life.
I admire your tenacity.
It's not possible that it's heavily compartmentalized, or it's not possible that nobody leaked it.
It's not possible that no one would have leaked that it's all fake by now. That's what I'm saying.
What's happening with that car, Hank? Is that car okay yet?
Yeah, running good. I've been working in Dallas in it. So if you guys will type in Google real photos of Earth from space, what you're going to see is, you know, there's pretty big difference between all the photos. None of them actually look the same, and yeah, you can say that, you know, the cameras were different, they were taken at different places, but one of the things that pops up is what is this?
Now, is this what those guys do over on that flat Earth discussion? Just pop shit on Hangout chat?
Yeah, they're saying that this doesn't look real. These look like photographs, and they look like paintings.
Yeah, okay. You ain't look, man, I'm not speaking from arrogance. I'm not boasting. But look, man, I've been directly involved on this stuff in my real life. Don't waste your fucking time, man. Go supply and go make a good living for your family.
Do you not remember what I said earlier? Should I go work or should I stay here and chill? Well, I mean, no. I haven't been on this flat Earth stuff in a while, dude. I've been hanging out with you guys for months and not even mentioned the flat Earth, except for a few people asking questions.
No, if you really enjoy it, go ahead. No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying it. Man, with everything that I am, dude, it's fucking real. Okay, I mean, you know, trust me, man. I was the biggest skeptic on Earth in every category.
Okay. Look, I believe that you believe it. I just don't think that you know it.
Let's break it down another way. Do you believe there's fast attack and missile submarines?
Yes.
And how do you know that?
I don't. I believe it.
I fucking worked on the motherfuckers, man.
So you know it. You know it. I believe it.
man, come on.
Does that make sense though?
Listen.
Can you take his years of experience to know it? Can you
I will
understand
take-
that?
I will
Buddy's
accept-
years of experience is knowing it.
Hey, Hank, I'll take you there. Look, listen to me good. When's your next vacation?
I'm actually quitting my job in 2 weeks.
Well, when is your next vacation? I still know people there. I can walk you. Look, man, I'll take you right over the James River Bridge. They're sitting right there next to the fucking piers.
Dude, I believe that they exist.
Just go to the James River Bridge in Newport News. You can see all you want.
I'm hearing me out. I believe they exist. I've just never stepped foot on one. So my 5 senses have never experienced it, right?
Okay, hold on. Do you believe I have a wife that you think her? Now, there is one thing that isn't real. Do you believe I'm married?
Yes.
Okay. Is there any reason for me to lie to you about this?
About that part, no, but I don't believe her name is Crystal.
Well, her name's not Crystal.
Right. And your name's not Buddy.
No, that's a lie. My real name is Buddy.
How do you know the Bible stories are true with
I don't.
your philosophy?
I don't. It's belief. It's called faith.
Do you think carriers exist?
I believe carriers exist.
Okay. That's close. I'm getting you there, right?
Right,
Do you
but I don't know.
the stories in the Bible are true, Hank?
No, I do not.
Okay. Okay, good. Well, great, because at least you're consistent. I appreciate that.
Yeah, man.
No problem.
If you really enjoy this, Hank, don't stop it whether it's real or not. If you really enjoy it, do it. But I'm just telling you, man, God almighty. Okay, look, well, I don't want to do it right now. I have a hat right here that is only issued to the people that work on the motherfucking submarine. Would you believe that if I showed you?
Look, I believe that you worked on submarines.
Okay.
I honestly 100% believe it.
Okay.
But I can't know it unless you take me there, and when you walk in, they say, Buddy! And I'm like, wow, can you show me the engine room? And you show me the engine room, and I don't smell gas or diesel. And I can, pull out some kind of Geiger counter or whatever they use, and it starts clicking away, detecting the radiation.
Okay,
then I would know that they exist.
Yeah, hold on.
Do you have a stronger belief that attack subs exist or that the Bible stories are true?
Okay, hold on before this gets too messy. Hank, number one, it takes a top security clearance to get in the engine room. You'll never get back there. But I can go show you the actual subs.
So, Hank, do you have a stronger belief that fast attack submarines exist or that the stories in the Bible are true, and why?
Well, I guess they're about the same. I have the same amount of faith in the Bible as I do fast attack subs because both of them are based off of secondary knowledge. I got secondary knowledge in that book over there that supposedly some dude wrote down. I don't know that, but I believe it.
Okay, hold on. One more
But you can't see the difference that there's numerous photographs, there's numerous live people, that somebody could take a video of the submarine right now. You can't see that in reality, a normal person would have a much stronger belief that the casino in Macau exists than the stories in the Bible, because there's a mountain more available evidence for the Wynn Casino in Macau that you've never seen than there is for the story in the Bible that you've also never seen. You should have a stronger belief for that which is right in front of your face and more easily proven, even though you haven't seen it with your own eyes.
Okay, hold on a minute. This is not actual fact, but it's going to make you question if I'm a liar. I want you right now to pull up the USS Houston fast attack submarine. And I'm getting ready to tell you something that I would only know if I worked on that motherfucker, which is now public information, unfortunately, so it doesn't apply. But the only way I could have known this before that sub was done is if I worked on it. Okay, so can you pull it up real quick?
He believes you, but he's not going to know it.
Yeah, I got USS Houston, SSN 713.
You shouldn't have told me that. I was getting ready to tell you the fucking shipyard hull number is 713. You fucked it up, man.
Damn, I'm sorry. Sorry about that.
Are you looking at the sub right now, Hank?
Yes, I am.
Do you see the Fairwater planes, the little wings?
Mm-hmm.
I install those motherfuckers.
Damn.
So they steer the angle of attack.
That's called the Fairwater planes. I also had to pump them full of fucking tar in the middle of the fucking winter with steam lines wrapped around 55 fucking gallon drums in the middle of the fucking winter on the pier, on Pier 6 in Newport News. Also, I am the one who installed the periscope in that fucking fast attack sub. And it was stationed in Guam, and I think it's down in California or somewhere else now, but it used to be stationed in Guam. Now, you know, man, I couldn't tell you that shit unless it's real.
He believes you, but he doesn't know it.
I believe you.
And that's my point a little bit, is that, you know, what we're discovering here is that the human mind can believe whatever it wants to, and there will be many people that can put out.
All right, now, Hank, one last thing to verify this so you'll never doubt it. Let me see if I can get Crystal's cam working over here.
I think it's really sad that someone would go through their whole life refusing knowledge just because they feel they have to have first-hand
I'm not refusing
knowledge of everything. Yeah,
Okay.
you're saying that I don't know.
Look, Richard.
You're
Listen.
refusing to know things unless you're there to see it. You can just believe it,
It's
but you
called
don't
being
know.
skeptical. You ever heard of being skeptical? My dad told me when I was a little kid. He said, "Don't believe everything you hear. Don't believe everything you see, especially if you see it on TV." Do you know why he told me that?
Well, of course, but you're missing the point, is that there's a lot of things you could know if you had a better way to determine the difference between belief and knowledge. You know, you're just going to say, well, I believe it, but I can't really know. I believe the Wynn Casino in China is there, but I don't really know it because I haven't seen it for myself. That's a sad way to go through life. To me, it's not sad to you, it's sad to me. You can be all the skeptical you want, but there's a point where it becomes absurd.
And the other thing, you know, that I say, all of these conspiracy theories, basically, to a degree, have been created for two reasons. One, confuse, keep people thinking about other things, and the other reason is, as soon as something comes up which could possibly dispute those in power, they turn it into a conspiracy, so to make it look ridiculous.
Hey,
Yeah.
do you
What?
see my fucking hat?
Now, do me a favor. Hold up your hand in front of the hat with a peace sign. The number 2. Hold up 2 in front of it.
Peace in strength.
All right. So there's your fingers. Now bend the fabric just a little bit.
I need to see that.
Let me see you hold it like it's tangible. Like bend the fabric just a hair. All right. Now I know that Buddy worked on fast attack submarines.
Well,
Does
how would
everybody
you know
understand?
that just because he showed you a hat and 2 fingers?
He's provided enough secondary knowledge that I've gone beyond believing what Buddy says. Now I know what Buddy says because of my primary knowledge that I've accepted his secondary knowledge along with my primary knowledge. It's beyond the point of belief. I know that Buddy worked on fast attack submarines.
And why can't you apply that same philosophy to things like satellites or the Wynn Casino in China?
Is space tangible? Like, can you go up there and show me?
No, my question is, why can't you use that same idea that I now have enough secondary knowledge to know something?
Because he provided me with primary knowledge. Once I saw the hat and I saw that it wasn't just a picture of a hat, and he showed me that it was something he was holding in his hand, that was primary knowledge. So once, with a person like me,
Primary knowledge of a hat.
no, primary knowledge of his possession of a specific hat. Either he just made that hat real fast, which is unlikely, because the hat looked very weathered and used.
I can actually show you that it's authentic also, and the only way you used, I don't know
Why
about,
wouldn't you say the same thing when they bring back moon rocks?
Well, because they were petrified wood, Richard.
They aren't. They're moon rocks.
Well, the one that they gave.
Well, okay, not moon rocks. How about when they splash the lander down in the ocean? How is that different than a hat?
You think that lander hit the water at 80 miles an hour and they didn't get hurt?
It's not my. Okay, so let's use a different example. How about if somebody has a napkin from the Wynn Casino?
Then they've probably been to the Wynn Casino, or they made someone purchase.
Would you know that?
Probably not.
Why not? If all it takes is a hat for you to be convinced Buddy worked on a submarine, why not a napkin from the Wynn Casino?
Look, it was Buddy's.
I actually started off with another thing, and the hat's just kind of the verification that.
Right. And why wouldn't a napkin or a business card from the Wynn Casino be verification as well? That's my question.
It's very easy to forge a napkin. Hats
Very easy
are,
to forge a hat. You can go
They're
to
not
any
that fast.
You can go to military websites and get a hat.
Hey, I got one thing that cannot.
I have a patch from a combat doctor from the Army. I could have started a conversation saying I'm a combat doctor from the Army, and then said, "Oh, if you don't believe me, here's my patch." How do you know? You know that Buddy worked on a submarine. How do you know that he didn't make up the story because he already had the hat?
Okay, check
That's
this
my
out.
point.
I could go
You
one
have
step.
no sensible way of determining truth, thing. You really don't.
Yeah, I could go one step further and show you my top security clearance with the government, but unfortunately, I don't want my name on the internet.
Yeah, don't put your name out there. So, okay, here's the deal, guys. There's a difference between knowing and believing, right? That's all I was trying to say. And the way that my brain works, and even though Richard thinks it's ridiculous, I have to see it in order to believe it. For Richard's case, that's crazy. He believes dark matter, even though, there's not really any tangible evidence. There's no really scientific study and no independent variables for you to manipulate, because you can't manipulate deep space. But Buddy will take their word on it without physically verifying it with his own senses. But me, I want to verify things with my own senses because I am indeed a skeptic. But that's crazy, right, Buddy? I'm sorry.
No.
Right, Richard?
That's not what I'm saying. I agree that part is good. That when you verify things with your senses, you certainly can know things. There's nothing wrong with that. The part that I have trouble understanding is when we have things like that's why I use the Wynn Casino. You can see it. You can hear the owners talk about it. People come back from vacation, say they were there, and they bring souvenirs from it and all that kind of thing. You haven't experienced it yourself, but to not be able to know that Wynn Casino exists, that's the crazy part to me. Not the other part that's not crazy. The crazy part is for somebody to suggest they have pictures, to come home with pictures of the Great Wall of China. You can see it from space. All these people, there's history, there's this, there's that. But for somebody to say, well, I don't know that the Great Wall of China exists because I haven't personally walked on it.
All right, Richard, were you a doctor in the Army?
It has nothing to do with any of that.
Okay, I'm just trying to give you an example real fast. Okay, I'm not trying to.
Doctor, no, I was a sea air rescue swimmer.
Okay, I am not trying to be gross, but can you know that you have 2 testicles? Is it possible for you to know it?
Yes.
Is it possible for you to know that I have 2 testicles?
Yes.
How would you go about finding out whether or not I had 2 testicles? Would you be willing to bet the farm without touching both testicles in your hand?
Yeah.
Would you be willing to bet everything that you own that I have two testicles?
I would be willing. I would be willing to bet that if I went to the doctor's office and they showed me an X-ray of your two testicles, I would be willing to bet that when that X-ray was taken, you had two testicles. Yeah.
Unless I promise the doctor half of my winnings from. I would say if we were to make a wager like that, I would have to put on a glove and give you an examination before I bet my farm.
Well, that's that's kind of a weird example, but I would find enough. The point I would make is if I was really going to bet that, I would find enough independent evidence to suggest that you did in fact have two testicles. You're right. One doctor might not be enough. I might talk to your wife and say, well, does he really have two testicles? Say, oh yeah. Talk to the guys who showered with you at the gym. They say, oh yeah, he's a normal dude with a couple of balls like everybody else. Talk to the
but you wouldn't know.
Doctors. And
you wouldn't know. You wouldn't know for a fact. You wouldn't know until I dropped my pants and coughed.
I would have enough information to know that I was correct, that you had two testicles. That doesn't mean I couldn't possibly be wrong. I would know that.
If you could be wrong, then you don't know it. You don't know it until you physically grasp my scrotum.
Just the fact that you could be wrong doesn't mean that you don't necessarily know something.
My scrotum.
It could turn out that you are wrong and you didn't know it. You only thought you knew it. That's true.
I would believe that Hank has two testicles if D-Beck felt your scrotum and told me that you did.
Not a chance.
Well, that's the point, Hank, is that most people, when they find an independent doctor that goes and grabs your testicles,
I believe
are going to take that as enough evidence for sufficient evidence for the claim that you either have two testicles or you don't. They're going to take two independent doctors, both fondling your testicles, and say, yes, he does have two. That's enough evidence for most people.
You're in my red book now, John.
Excuse me?
You're in my red book. You're in my red book now.
All right. I don't know what that is exactly, but I think it's good. I'm in your red book, you said.
It's almost as though you think it's a good thing to know as little as possible and have a lot of beliefs, because if you put your foot down and say you know something, you might be wrong, so you never want to admit to knowing anything.
No,
touched it or seen it or that kind of thing.
It's more like this. If I was a gambling man, which I'm not, you probably know why. Probably because I'm skeptical of the whole lotto, especially Texas Lotto.
Which you should be.
Thank you very much. But here's the thing. People believe that they're going to get rich off of the lottery. And I know it's possible, but when you take into consideration of the odds, right, then you probably know that you're never going to be a millionaire.
Right.
Now, you believe that you're going to win.
Nobody believes they're going to win the lot. Who fucking told
you?
Why
would they play if they don't believe they can win?
Tickets believe they're going to win.
Why else would they play?
Well, they're not going to fucking win, dude.
We need Lyserge in here. My fucking tits are falling off.
I think they're going to win.
Well, sorry about the crude examination analogy, but I'm just trying to prove, what it means to be, a skeptic.
There's a point where you become too skeptical, and to me, it just makes for a work. Being skeptical is great. That's a good thing. Not being willing to know that the Great Wall of China exists because you've never been there is a bad thing. Because if you're not willing to know it exists, then you can't even believe all the history about the Great Wall, how it was built, who built it, all those sorts of things. Because you can't even know that it even exists. So what's the point of learning anything?
I can know that it exists.
Excuse me?
I can know that it exists if I went to China.
Right, but until it'd be pointless to study up about the Great Wall without really knowing it existed, wouldn't it? I mean, wouldn't that be kind of pointless?
How does it go? The amazing claim requires amazing evidence.
That's right. Sufficient, the claim, evidence needs to be sufficient for the claim. I think the expression you're looking for is extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence.
Right. No, the Great Wall is not an extraordinary claim. Buddy working on a fast attack submarine is not an extraordinary claim. Dark matter is an extraordinary claim.
I agree. And I don't know why you said I know it exists. I never said that, and I don't know it exists. But what about satellite? You really believe that satellites in the space station is an extraordinary claim? Really? That's the problem, is you can't know things like gravity because your mind doesn't allow you. Therefore, in your mind, a simple thing like a satellite orbiting the planet is to you an extraordinary claim. And that's where the problem comes in. If you're not willing to know a certain amount of things, even a simple thing like a satellite orbiting the planet appears to be an extraordinary claim to you when it's really not extraordinary at all. That's why I say it's a sad way to operate your life, because there are so many things that you could know and you could believe that you can't because of the way you operated your skepticism. A little too much skepticism.
Well, aren't you skeptic of the Bible? I mean, I could say the same thing about you.
I think that is an extraordinary claim to say that God came to earth and walked on the earth. That would require extraordinary evidence. Yes, I think it's unreasonable to suggest that would not be an extraordinary claim.
At what point do your senses tell you that someone's claim is fabricated? Is it because it goes against your belief, or because it seems to you that your senses tell you that it's fabricated?
That's a hard question to answer.
Something's telling me you should have gone to work, Hank.
Yeah.
No, I'm just kidding, man. This has been Hank Bash Hour, hasn't it?
No, I'm definitely used to it.
It's always good to talk to Hank. It's always good. Whatever the subject.
Yeah, you got a real.
We don't think any less of you.
Yeah, you got a real good tolerance level, Hank. I'd be, motherfucker, mother, you son of a bitch.
Richard does know how to push my buttons.
Yeah.
Oh, come on.
But you behaved reasonable tonight, Richard. That's why I only corrected you about interrupting me a couple times.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it.
Man, this is a fucking great hangout, dude. You can talk about anything under the sun, and if the sun really exists, you can.
So why do you believe the Bible so strongly when, we kind of agree that it's an extraordinary claim? And I think we can probably agree there's not all that much evidence that it's true aside from the Bible. Why do you believe that so strongly?
Well, I guess it has to do with preconceived bias.
I see.
Hey,
and I admit it. And there's also a lot of evidence to back it up, too.
One last thing for verification. When you pulled up that thing on the sub there, it had a nuclear leak. That'll also be probably in the story about the sub. That's just more verification for you.
He knows you worked on it now, so don't worry.
Okay.
Because you have a hat.
Uh-oh.
No, it was the preponderance of evidence. It was the preponderance of evidence. It wasn't just the hat.
If I have to, I'm going to go get that damn top security clearance.
Don't dox yourself.
Yeah, I know, man. Well, I could put a piece of tape on that part, I guess.
So actually, you know things now because of the preponderance of the evidence, not because you have to see them for yourself. Okay, well that's good. I can go with that.
You do. There's one thing, another thing you can verify doing it the way we did it too, Hank. You know that is. You know, I had to leave my computer, go to Crystal's computer, bring her lips up into the panel, so you know I'm here, wherever here is. You know, this is where I normally reside. Nothing looked weird about that. Her lips really are in the Hangout right now, and I did show you real-time cam footage.
Leave your wife's lips out of it, you pervert.
Yeah, that's why I made you hold up the number 2.
But anyway, man, I thought, you know, that might kind of help you a little bit, maybe.
See, I have no problem believing that you worked on subs over the past, 6 months, maybe not even that long. Talking to you, you've shown pretty good knowledge of the world, being that you're only 29. And, you know, I can pretty much take your word on most things. I believe that you believe that we went to the moon, but I guess a lot of people have trouble with my skepticism, you know. And
well, I didn't do
it's
it
because I don't have faith in men, you know.
Hey, Richard, and don't you ever, Richard, I'm sorry, Hank, don't ever. You know why? You're not supposed to. You're only supposed to have faith in man. You're supposed to have faith for man to do correctly. That's my opinion.
Yeah, because man is tricky.
Well, man is full of problems, and they're complex, and we're not perfect, and all of those things, you know. We're not absolute. In other words, we're not
Speak
perfect.
for yourself, buddy.
Now, Hank, that doesn't apply to me. Okay. I can't even think of a word that I've ever mispronounced. I'm so perfect. But no, I say don't ever stop that. In other words, I think you have to do that for your own protection in your life. I mean, if you trusted every guy on the corner with a sign saying I'm homeless, can you donate me? You know what I'm saying?
But I think that's denial of human progress. You know, if you don't take advantage of the things that people have done in the past, you know, you're saying that everything that's been done in the past was a lie. So all knowledge be a lie.
Oh,
no.
That's not what I'm saying. I don't know what Hank was saying, but that's
all right. Here's the thing. So there's science, there's historical science, right? So the whole story about the 3rd or 4th century BC, Eratosthenes and his 2 pillars and measuring the circumference of the earth, right? That's historical science. I don't really know that happened. I don't even know if I believe that it happened. I mean, I guess it could have happened, but the only way for me to know is if I recreated the experiment myself, and that's why it's, you know, empirical science is repeatable, testable, and observable, right? That's why we call it empirical science. So for me, it's not empirical until I've done the experiment. Now, if I was to do experiment, the one that I would most likely do would be either the double slit or the quantum eraser experiment. But, you know, I can believe the results from the quantum eraser experiment because so many scientists have done it. I can believe the results from the Eratosthenes experiment because so many scientists have done it. What you guys are failing to understand is I questioned the interpretation of the results, not the results themselves, but I question the interpretation of the results. Because just like the Bible, just like Richard was questioning my interpretation capability of the Bible earlier, I suspect that the interpretation of the Eratosthenes experiment may have a few assumptions in it, just like the assumptions in radiometric dating, carbon dating. You know, these assumptions that are in there, you know, they're variables. And
So the
often
5,000 times, you know, they've sent satellites into space, isn't the repetition that you require to know that there's satellites in space?
not exactly, no.
What you think it should be repeated more and more?
Well, I think it should be more than just, you know, a couple of guys. And when I say couple, I mean very few percentage of the population with NASA and SpaceX and Virgin Galactic. You know, it's a very, very small amount of
China
people.
and Russia, Japan.
Right, but it's still a very, well, I was talking about this continent, but it's still a very, very small group of people. And these people that have walked on the moon, they're sworn liars, meaning Masons. They swear an oath to not tell the truth, right? So these guys are
satellites, dude.
I know. Here, follow me up. Follow me. Okay. So these sworn liars swear that they've done this, right? And they're Masons. They swear not to tell the truth every time they go up in a degree. So not only have they swore this, but they swore it 33 times if they are indeed 33-degree Masons, right? So, yeah, I have my doubts.
What do you mean by swear
hold
not
on.
to tell the truth?
They swear an oath, a blood oath. If you do a little research on the Masonic order, they go through a degree, they go through a ceremony where they swear to keep secrets. That's why it's a secret society, right?
Keeping a secret
hold on.
is not swearing to not tell the truth.
Well, if I ask you something and you withhold half of the truth, I mean, that's kind of lying, isn't it? Like
no,
if I'm a cop.
No, it's not lying. Saying it's a secret and I can't tell you is not a lie.
Okay, well, you got me there. They can't tell a lie because they don't tell. Anyway, so NASA was founded by Nazis. It's ran by Masons, and they have money to be making off of this stuff. So that's 1, 2, 3 variables that I can't, you know, consistently say that I've got it all on lockdown and 100% I know that we went to the moon. I mean, there's variables.
What about all the other countries tracking the ship and that sort of? I mean, it's just nonsense. Whatever, dude.
I can understand your skepticism, man. I really can. I really can. I can understand it.
The problem is that when you have the mountain of evidence that overcomes your skepticism, it's never enough for you to even form a belief.
Yeah, you're
See, here's the thing. I am, because what I've seen from the moon footage where the guy was standing a good 5 or 10 feet away from an object. He threw an object in the air or in the space, and it hit another object, and the sound picked up on the microphone that was on his suit. Now, if anybody knows anything about the vacuum of space, you know that sound can't travel through a vacuum. So,
firstly, you said this was on the moon.
Yes.
Is the moon's atmosphere a complete vacuum?
Pretty close.
Hold on just a minute. I'd like to analyze that one statement right there just for a minute. You're telling me that sound cannot be in a vacuum?
Yeah, if you have an alarm clock and it's going off inside of a container and you pump all the air out of it, what you're going to hear is a loud ring steadily diminish until most of the air is pumped out, and then you won't hear anything. See, sound requires a medium to travel. So sound waves go through the air or gas or atmosphere.
But the problem with that theory is there's no perfect vacuum on Earth. You can only get to 29.92.
Or the moon. The moon's surface is not a perfect vacuum.
Well, then if there is an atmosphere on the moon, then that creates another problem. The film, which was made of film, the temperature of the moon is 250 positive Fahrenheit in the sun and 250 negative in the shade. That's a 500 degree difference. It seems like that would destroy the film along with the radiation from space, Seeing how
Seems
there's no
like that.
there isn't
You have
an
no
ozone.
knowledge of. You just.
I have no knowledge of film at 250 degrees positive. Yeah, actually,
And how
I've
does
played
heat
with film.
dissipate?
Have you ever
And
taken?
what is
Well,
required
let's
for
use
heat to
your
dissipate?
line of thinking, Hank. Have you ever taken a film canister from the kind they use from plus 250 to minus 250? The answer is no. So how do you know anything about film going from 200 to 250 degrees?
I know that it says on the containers, I remember reading this when I was a kid, that it has to be stored in certain conditions. And one of those
And you think
conditions,
that the
one of those
same film you bought at the
conditions,
grocery store is what they used in space? Really?
look, man, gas is gas is gas. If you get the expensive shit, good for you. You're getting ripped off. If you get the cheap shit, good for you. You're not getting ripped off. But it's all gas, man. Film is film.
Yeah, I'm sure NASA went to the Kodak store to buy their camera.
No, they actually didn't go to the
You
Kodak store,
You
but they
made
had
two
film.
contradictory statements. You're saying that sound needs a medium to travel through, and now that you're saying that heat is transferred through somehow a medium. Heat isn't it does need a medium to transfer, and the medium on the moon is very low. So those things did not reach those temperatures.
How do you know that?
Because it's thermodynamics. They need a medium to travel through, and the moon's medium, which is the atmosphere, is very low. So you're not going to put a 500 degree object near a minus 200 degree object, and the heat isn't going to transfer through an atmosphere because it has very little atmosphere. Do you understand?
Yeah. Okay, so
They
maybe I
don't
made a mistake.
understand. They kind
Maybe
of
I made a
think
mistake.
they kind of think like since the atom can heat up to 2,000 degrees at the space station, that it must mean the space station's in a 2,000 degree heat. They don't understand the difference between heat and
Actually, it's 3,800 degrees Fahrenheit. It's 2,000 degrees Celsius,
yeah.
right? So,
And there's
so how did they get
little
that measurement?
molecule. There's one little molecule per some huge volume that's that temperature. The whole area isn't that temperature.
So how'd they get that temperature if it doesn't register on a thermometer? How do they measure it to get the number where they say it's 2,000 degrees Celsius?
Look it up, dude. I've been through this with you before, dude. Or no, actually, with Pete Shea, I've been through it with you, but I don't feel like looking up. Just go look it up, Hank. Do some scientific. The problem is you're a skeptic who never wants to learn anything. What's the point of being a skeptic?
Well, now I will say this, Hank. Less that last statement that he just made. If you're open, in other words, if you're a good skeptic, meaning, and what I mean by good is
open-minded.
In other words, being a skeptic can teach you a hell of a lot of stuff because you question everything, every formula, every pi r square. I understand it, but you've got to be open to learn as you go along. And
being a skeptic's only half the battle. You have to use your skepticism to learn things, and all you do, Hank, is ask the same questions over and over and over and never learn anything.
You don't think I've learned anything in the past 2 years researching this topic? In the past year talking about it? Not very much? No.
I'm sure you can come up with one or two
much.
things, but what you learn, the only thing that you're interested in learning is something that you hope will further your agenda of trying to ask questions that people might not be able to answer to further the geocentric models wrong, or that the flat Earth might be real,
you know what I learned?
all this other nonsense.
You know what I learned? The most important thing that I think that I learned is the quantum eraser experiment. The fact that the knower of the which path information collapses the wave function, for layman's terms. Light can both be particle and wave, right? Both. Not at the same time, but both. So if I say light is wave form, that's correct and incorrect at the same time, because I can say light is particle form, and that's correct and incorrect at the same time. So here's the part that gets me the most. When I ask this question, what causes the light to know that there is a knower of the witch path information? In other words,
No,
how?
first of
Hold
all,
on,
you
hold on.
have the
Please let me
quantum.
finish. Let me
You have
finish.
the whole
Hold
experiment
on.
wrong. The quantum eraser experiment does not show that that it changes because somebody knows something. That information is 6 thousandths of a second too late to make that claim. The only way to know when those things have changed from particle to wave is after the knower knows. You can't. You have a complete misinterpretation of that experiment. Now, it's possible that the knower knowing is doing that, but we can't know that for sure because the information that shows what's happening comes 6 thousandths of a second after you could make that claim.
So you're saying that I was wrong because 6 thousandths of a second after, that's when the wave function collapses?
No. The idea is that that it sort of knows what's happening because somebody's observing it, right? That's what you're saying. And the only way we know that is just in the quantum eraser experiment is that information becomes available too late to make the claim that it was the observer that changed anything. It's possible that the observer did that, but we don't know that because we can't have an observer observe it and then see the change. What happens is we get that information after the wave has done its thing.
Okay, well, you may or may not be right about that. I don't know. You probably are right.
I am.
But here's my thing. Okay, so the knower of the witch path information erases the wave function. Is that correct?
Absolutely not. That's exact. No, that's called an urban myth. And the urban myth is that the knower of the waveform is the one that causes that to happen. The double quantum eraser experiment tried to prove that as well. But the information comes too late to make that claim. All you can say is it's possible that that happened, but we don't know that happened because the information in that experiment to make that claim comes 6 thousandths of a second after the action has happened.
So you don't know it. Do you believe it?
I believe it's possible. I believe what the experiment shows, that it's possible that the knower may affect it. I don't believe it or know it. It's just a possibility, and we have to do further investigation.
Okay, well, I
And
guess
your original question,
I'm not going to finish.
just because something happens doesn't mean that the particle has to have some sort of brain or knowledge. It could be a physical function that, rather than it could be like an instinct or like when the doctor hits your knee and it does its thing all by itself. Same thing could be with light. It doesn't necessarily have to have a brain and knows what it's doing. It could just be a natural reaction. But the most obvious answer that we just can't prove is that when you know it, it doesn't change anything. That it was like that all along, and now you just know it. So it's not a big deal to me. It's really not.
It could also be down to the instrument. You know, there's not an instrument that detects a particle or a wave. You know, they require two instruments. If you're using one instrument, you're going to see one thing. If you use another instrument, you're going to see another.
I'm trying to find it. Give me a second.
And believe me, you can find a lot of misinterpretations of these experiments. You can find people that say,
Well, maybe you misinterpreted it, you know?
The double quantum eraser experiment shows retrocausality. And that's just wrong. It's not a misinterpretation. It's just wrong. No, the experiment is what it is, and what they show are possibilities. They don't demonstrate that those possibilities are true.
Masqueradum.
The point is, Hank, that in order to I finally figured out the simple way to explain it to you. The only way you could know if something being observed changed because of the observer would be to know what it was in the beginning. So the way these experiments are done is they can determine what it was in the beginning after the person observes it. So there's no way to demonstrate what it was in the beginning prior to it being observed. So it could have, there's no way to say that it changed because of the observer, because you never knew what it was to begin with.
See, I don't think you could be certain about that. I think that,
and that's why you can't, and that's why those experiments only show what's possible, not what, they can't definitively say this is what happened. They can only say here are the possibilities of what might be happening. No, it's not as though they can take, they can say, okay, this is a particle, or this is a left spin, and then we know it's a left spin, and then we're going to put it in a box, and then when somebody looks at it, it's going to turn into a right spin. Therefore, the observer changed, what it was. It just doesn't work that way. We can't do an experiment like that yet. We might be able to someday, but we can't now. Truth is, once you observe something and you know what it is, it never turns into something different anyway. That's the point, is that once you know what something is in the quantum physics world, if you know it has a left spin, or you know it's a particle at this point, or a wave, or whatever it is, that's what it is. It doesn't change back into something else once you know what it is. It's the idea is you don't know what it is, and observing it and finding out, we can't really prove whether that changed it from a left spin or a right spin, or it was always a left spin, and now we just know. We can't really do experiments like that yet. What most of those experiments are trying to prove is really randomness. They're trying to prove that it could be both left or right spin, or a wave or a particle, but once you observe it, it turns into a definite something, and therefore is no longer random because of the observer. But there's no way to demonstrate that it wasn't always a left spin particle when you observed it as a left spin particle. It might very well not be random. We just don't know why half of the ones we observe are left spin, half are right spin. We don't know why. But the act of observing it, may very well in the end turn out to have absolutely nothing to do with it.
all right, so this says Wikipedia, wave function collapse. In quantum mechanics.
So I can follow along.
Sure. Lyserge free zone.
Where'd you post it? In the other group?
In the Lyserge free zone in the back chat.
Okay, but anyway, go ahead and read it. I'll find it.
In quantum mechanics, wave function collapse is said to occur when a wave function initially in superposition of several, I don't know that word, appears to reduce in a single, there's that word again, by observation. I gotta find out what that word means. Hang on a second, I gotta get this. A quantum mechanics state of corresponding to an, there's another word I don't know the meaning of. I gotta admit, I'm in over my head on this.
It just means a state, like a left. That's why I use spin instead of a particle and a wave. It's whether it's a left spin or a right spin, or whether it's a wave or a particle. It's just what state it's in. What it means by eigenstate.
So it says it appears to reduce a single, how do you say that word? Eigenstate?
Uh-huh.
By observation.
Mm-hmm. Right. It appears to do that. That's correct. But we don't, just because my point is by observing it and knowing the state doesn't mean that the observation changed anything. It could have very well been in that state all along, and that's the part we're really trying to figure out. That's why they use the words like apparent. The calculations of decoherence predict apparent wave function collapse, because we're not sure whether it's an actual collapse or not.
I think we're sure it's an actual collapse. I think we're sure about that part. I'm gonna post a picture so that everybody can see what we're talking about. I doubt anybody gives a fuck, but I'll post it anyway. I've posted it before. Let's see if we've got it. There we go. Make sure I didn't post any pictures of my wife. There we go. So that's the interference pattern of the wave function. So basically the light goes from traveling like a wave to traveling like a particle. So you can think of it like an ocean wave, which, and then the other way like a particle, like a shotgun, like a BB. So wave, particle. Light is both. And then when you get into quantum physics,
one of the things Einstein thought that he was kind of wrong about was the duality of.
Whoa! You said Einstein's wrong.
One of that's like one of the two things that he was pretty much wrong, or one of the things that he thought he was wrong about. We kind of believe today, but he didn't really believe in the duality of the particle wave of light. He believed it was a quanta packet. One kind of thing. Anyway. Yeah, I don't know why would this surprise you? Nobody says Einstein was right about everything.
Well, he was, supposedly, and I think this is a con by the astrophysicist, particle physicist, that, he was supposedly, the smartest man, of his day, or one of the smartest men in the world, or,
At the time, he probably was. He made a revolutionary simplification. All he did, I don't know if you even realize this, all he really did was make a revolutionary simplification of what Lorentz had already figured out. The Lorentz formula is the same thing as E equals mc squared, but it's a really long, cumbersome formula that rather than, what you probably understand as time dilation, where you go near the speed of light, time slows down. Lorentz had a formula where as you approach the speed of light, length contracts, which is the exact same thing, stated in a different way with this really long, fucked up formula, and Einstein just simplified it. That's all he really did. He didn't, you know, the things in Einstein's theories were already known.
That's why some people call him a plagiarist.
Absolutely. Sure.
And it's my opinion that Lorentz came up with this because of the Michelson-Morley experiment, where there was supposed to be two different waves, but the waves were in sync. Ergo, they could not prove the motion of the Earth. And in order to get the ball back on the move, Lorentz came up with, would you say, time dilation or the contracting? What is it you said?
I think the Lorentz formula was around much earlier than the Michelson-Morley experiment.
Let's look.
I don't know. But once again, him coming up with an answer for that experiment is a good thing, not some conspiracy where the Earth is flat and it really doesn't move and all that kind of stuff.
There you go, the flat Earth thing again. It's like when people say ladyboy. Oh, Richard, you're in Thailand. Ladyboys. It's kind of the same thing.
Well, but the difference would be you spent a lot of time agreeing and going along with the flat Earth. So people are, you know,
I tested the flat Earth trial by fire. I went right into the debate room to figure out if it was true. And so far, you guys have debunked a map.
Well, there you have it. In your mind, at least we've been able to convince you that the flat map is not a very viable option to reality. Are you looking that up? Because I'm kind of curious now if you're not. I could look up one, you could look up the other.
Go ahead and look it up. I'm taking a break.
John, you still awake?
Yeah.
All right. Hey, did you ever get any medicine the other day, man?
I sure did. I got some more right now here, and I'm very glad that you know, you were adamant and saying again and again, and it's all good because
Well,
I
you
got
know, whenever somebody gets feeling bad, man, it's just hard to even make yourself go do it. I know that's the way I get sometimes.
Yeah, you just need that little kick in the butt, and you get it going.
Yeah,
so I
man.
got that stuff, and I like it. You know, they say only take this and this much, but I'm gonna do a little different, as we have to do.
Cool.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, it was about the same time actually. They were both around 1887, so I thought it'd be simpler than that. You have to actually look at the months and figure it out. I don't know if it said the months in there or not. You may be right.
And buddy, dang, you've been around.
Say that. I'm sorry. What, John?
You've been around.
Man.
I don't know where you've not been around, man. I mean, it's like, you know, your voice. I know you're only 9.
You know, John, I just had so many interests in my life. I look back and I can't even kind of sometimes comprehend it myself. But I'm content now with, you know, my normal career in music and a wife. You know what I mean?
Sure. Yeah. Yeah.
Actually, the experiment came in 1881. Lorentz's formulas came in 1887.
And what was the
For
problem with the
18.
Michelson-Morley experiment? Do you know?
There wasn't a problem. It just proved that aether doesn't exist. That's all.
I don't think that it proved ether doesn't exist.
Well, I'm sure you don't, because it doesn't fit with your biased preconceived notion, but everyone else does.
So ether doesn't exist, space is a vacuum, but conveniently there's this fabric of space-time in the vacuum.
Really? I mean, really? I mean, you didn't learn anything when we went over this, that it was something. No, you're just being a troll again. You're going over the same nonsense you've already been over, bringing up the fabric of space, which you've already learned from your own readings, is not a fabric of space. It's something used so people can understand how space-time works. And now you're going right back to making the same ridiculous false claims that you should have already learned are wrong. That's why I call you a troll.
I'm just saying, this is my opinion, it doesn't make sense. If you think that makes me a troll because I disagree with you, then fine.
No, it doesn't make sense because you refuse to learn and you say, oh, so it creates space, it creates the fabric of space-time, when we spent 30 minutes already discussing that the fabric of space-time is just a teaching tool idea. It's not created by anything, but then you're going to have to go back and bring the same nonsense up again. That's what you do. You go round and round in circles, refusing to learn anything.
Yeah, I haven't learned anything.
What is the fabric of space-time again, Hank?
An imaginary teaching tool.
There you go.
So you're teaching kids in colleges. Never mind.
You're teaching them how to visualize what mass does, what happens around a massive object by using this, you know, this little fabric thing where you have the mass and it's like a little, you know, bowling ball on a sheet or something, just to demonstrate how the space-time is curved around massive objects. It's pretty simple stuff. You don't have to misinterpret it and talk about it in ways that make no sense over and over for the rest of your life. It's really quite easy to understand. Unless you want to refuse to and continue being a clown on the internet. It's up to you.
So in the colleges, I've seen them take out a blanket and secure it to the table with the top missing, so they got just a ring, and they put a bowling ball in the center, and they show the kids with this fabric. But do they tell them that the fabric is imaginary and that it's just a teaching tool, or do they say this represents space-time and this is the fabric of space-time? I mean, are they real clear about it, or, you know, do the college
I'm pretty
kids...
sure everybody in the college class would have understood it the first time they read the same sentence that you read, and when it was told to them that this is just a teaching tool to help you understand what's going on, yes, they would have understood it just fine, Hank. Your refusal to understand things doesn't apply to people in colleges that actually want to learn. Those people would have understood it just fine.
So this MIT says, ripples in the fabric of space-time. Gravitational waves ripple in the fabric of space-time.
It's an expression, Hank. Try to move on from the expression fabric of space-time.
See, but here's the thing, okay? There's no ether, it's a vacuum. But just as a boat sailing through the ocean produces waves and water, moving masses like stars or black holes produce gravitational waves in the fabric of space-time.
Mm-hmm. They do.
A more massive moving object will produce...
You realize we've detected those gravity waves now, right?
Yeah, I heard about the LIGO experiment, and I heard Neil deGrasse Tyson said that he went to the other facility to make sure that they were all on the same page. But I'm sure that's just an expression.
They need to find them again. It's just a one-time thing. I don't like to say things need to be repeatable and all that. So.
Yeah, but when are two black holes going to have a singularity and combine 13.8, or what was it? No, it was 3, what was it, million light years ago and 3 million years away? I mean, when's that ever going to happen again? This is probably a one-time deal.
No, I think that it's going to not a one-time deal, but it's going to be, obviously it may not happen in our lifetime. But the result of two black holes, coming in contact with each other aren't always the same either. It depends on which directions the holes are spinning in, how violently they hit, the sizes of each black hole. Sometimes one might swallow the other one up. Other times they might bounce off each other. There's a number of different possibilities depending on the conditions.
So you know that you have to have an ocean in order to have waves. Without the ocean, there are no waves. But you're telling me this vacuum of space...
That's not true. There can be waves in a lake.
You know what I mean. There has to be a medium. You're telling me the vacuum of space propagated waves from...
I'm not sure the waves are propagated by the vacuum of space. Waves may be propagated, like light, for example, is propagated all by itself. It's not propagated by any medium.
Yeah, waves have to have something for the energy to pass through to make the wave, don't they?
Ocean waves do. That doesn't mean electromagnetic waves do.
1.3 billion years ago, about 3 times the mass of the sun was converted into gravitational waves in a fraction of a second. With a peak power of about 50 times that of the whole visible universe, I guess that excludes dark matter and dark energy, and Detector and Livingston recorded the event 7 milliseconds before the detector and Hanford scientists say that the source was located in the southern hemisphere.
Do you know much about gravitational lensing? How we see multiple things of the same thing in space due to light bending and...
Mm-hmm.
So you understand that gravity at such high extremes has been observed?
Okay. Here's my thing with gravity. Just because we observe some kind of lensing effect doesn't necessarily mean it's gravitational lensing. Just because you drop a pin and it hits the floor, does that mean everything that everyone's ever said about gravity is true? I'm going to say no.
Yeah. Electromagnetic waves, Hank, don't need a material medium. Okay, so you know.
Okay, thank you. So the first time we discovered a pair of black holes orbiting around each other was this right here. It's the first time we've ever seen them collapse, and it caused gravitational waves.
I don't know. There may be a lot of gravitational waves floating around through space and going through Earth that we can't detect because they're so small. I mean, there may be gravitational waves everywhere, but their wavelength is so tiny that we can't detect them. I don't know. One way or the other. I'm guessing there are. I'm guessing there's a shit pile of very, very low wavelength gravitational waves from past events that, you know, over time have lost so much wavelength that they're almost undetectable.
Oh, here's some phone numbers. Oh, I would love to call these guys. Bookmark. I doubt they're awake now.
So you're going to call mainstream scientists to argue with them or to learn?
I'm going to ask them questions and learn.
I don't think so.
I should probably record it.
So have you learned that electromagnetic waves do not need a medium like water needs a medium? You understand that now?
I heard you say it. I haven't verified it yet.
Uh-huh. So why don't you go verify that? Because I've heard you say the same thing numerous times. There could be one more thing you could learn today that all of the science shows that electromagnetic waves can in fact travel through a vacuum.
Let's see, science, NASA.gov. Let's see if I can find a
You might want to go
secondary.
somewhere else because I know you think NASA's all a big lie.
Just, you know, fool me once. All right, let me look somewhere else. NASA again. Physics forum.
Just go to Wikipedia. It'll tell you. In the electromagnetic propagation.
Let's see, what is this? Special relativity. Why don't?
Let's go to electromagnetic radiation on Wikipedia. I think you can probably find it there. That's kind of long. Radiation, properties.
Yes, you're completely right, but it took an intellectual revolution for physicists to realize that it made sense to have a wave that wasn't in motion or jiggling in some physical medium. So the physicists had a little bit of trouble realizing this intellectual revolution.
Yeah, if you put it in perspective with the thousands of years of humanity, it didn't really come all that long after Ben Franklin was able to make some use of electricity. Right?
We were using electricity thousands of years ago. Baghdad batteries. It's my opinion that they were using it to create HHO, or Brown's gas.
Are you saying that the Egyptians had the use of power?
Yes, sir. Look up the Baghdad battery.
I've looked up the Baghdad battery.
And what do you conclude?
I conclude it was used for health reasons.
Batteries? For humans?
Yeah. Have you ever touched an electric fence?
Yeah.
And how awake did you feel after touching that electric fence?
I can't recall.
It didn't stun you? It didn't, you know? It didn't
Oh, yeah.
stun you at all?
It stunned me.
So who's to say that effect wasn't used for medical reasons?
Who's to say they didn't put 2 rods in some water and create gas out of it? We really don't know what they did. They said that they used it to plate gold, but let's be honest, the Egyptians had no reason to be plating any gold. They had enough gold to make thick statues out of them. Unless they were trying to create anodes and cathodes. But yeah, there were several Baghdad batteries found, which indicates that, you know, they could have hooked, I think they found 13. That may just be a number I pulled out of my ass, but I think it was like over 10. And if they were to hook them up in series, you know, they could, you know, produce quite a bit of HHO.
1 volt would be the capability of that battery.
Well, if they had 12 of them, that would be plenty, because you only need 2 volts to make HHO gas.
What do you ever see where they're utilizing HHO? Oh, first of all, there's no such thing as HHO gas. You mean hydrogen gas.
Well, H2O is water, so when you split it all apart, it's 2 parts hydrogen and 1 part oxygen. That's why it's called HHO.
There's no such thing as HHO gas. People use that nonsense to suggest that if you hook that up to your car, you'll get incredible gas mileage. Another bullshit story.
So you're saying the battery was there to produce, through electrolysis, hydrogen. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying it's a possibility, just like gold plating is a possibility.
But I thought it was a battery. It wasn't a device to, you know, create hydrogen.
Well, batteries can do lots of things. You know, they could definitely plate some gold if you had enough of them. But they could also, well, I don't know that they had light bulbs, but if they did, they could power some sort of machine if they had any. They could produce hydrogen and oxygen to heat their homes
the
with.
Egyptian light bulb.
Yeah, I don't believe that. But I'm saying I'm saying if they did have some sort of, you know, machine, they could power it.
You realize that it might not have been a battery at all, right?
Well, I mean, looked like a battery.
No, it didn't look like a battery at all.
If you pour acid in it, it's a fully functional battery.
Yeah, if you do some things with it that we know today, you could make a battery out of it. It was a terracotta jar with a couple of rods and a cylinder. That's what it was.
That's what all batteries are.
Could have been a battery. There's no real proof that it. Your first statement is correct. We don't know what it is or what it was used for.
Well, I'm looking at the diagram here, and it has a negative terminal and a positive.
You're looking at a diagram of how it could have been a battery. You could look at another diagram. When they found it, it's a clay pot, a couple of pieces right around.
It's got a negative and a positive.
So what put electrons in this electron storage battery?
Well, when you pour any kind of acid in a battery, it's automatically going to start going into the positive. You're asking how do they charge it? I have no idea. But it does hold a little charge on its own without charging it. I'm not saying a lot, but yeah.
So why don't you believe the light bulb, but you believe the Baghdad battery?
Well, I haven't seen the light bulb. I've seen the battery. I'm seeing here what looks like depictions of a snake in a possibly glass, but it also looks like a lotus flower with an aroma coming off of it. And me being someone who's tried the lotus flower, let me tell you what, I know why the Egyptians were down with the lotus flower. It's very calming and relaxing, In fact, I couldn't move.
But with the light bulb, it even depicts a positive and a negative, doesn't it? It's got
But
cables coming from it.
And it's hooked up to what looks like a box that maybe a battery could fit inside. But I don't know for certain that that's a light bulb. History tells us that the electric lamp wasn't invented till the 1800s. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's a battery. I mean, you can make a battery out of a lemon.
Yeah, you can. You're right.
So if they figured it out with a lemon, maybe they got a little better at it. Or maybe it's just a...
And what's the point of all this? Where did all this start off? That a long time ago they did something on what? The point of this Baghdad battery? I forget.
I don't remember how it got started, but...
Oh, I was pointing out that shortly after we were, Ben Franklin is when we came around with the other electricity.
Right. Yeah, but anybody can make a HHO fuel cell for next to nothing. It's not very efficient, but it can be done.
And why would you want to make them?
To power a gas stove.
Why would you not just want to get gas?
Maybe your shit got cut off.
It goes back to them not finding carbon and stuff in the pyramids, like from a flame.
Right. I'm aware of that.
Hydrogen, which doesn't produce the same amount as carbon as burning something.
Right.
But then they have also...
I've seen shows where they show where all kinds of carbon was, how it's cleaned off and restored and all that. What do you mean no carbon? It's not.
I don't know about that, Richard. Where'd you see that at?
And there's also, they think they use mirrors to get the light in there. And
That's another theory.
Evidence of mirrors.
That's another theory, silver mirrors. They even had them back in the biblical days. It's the firmament is strong as a looking glass. So a looking glass could either be an eyepiece, like a magnifying glass, which didn't exist back then, they say, or it could be a looking glass could be a mirror. However you want to interpret it. So my car hasn't been starting very good. It's kind of slow. And it gets down to 8 volts when it's under load. So today I popped the top off my battery and poured some distilled water in there, and guess what? After it charged up, it's functioning properly once again.
How old do you think this Baghdad battery is, Hank?
No idea.